Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Random show settings. Back again. What's going on? What's happening? What's the vibe? How you feeling, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. Random show settings. Hope you are well. Hope you are good. Let me just make sure this camera's angled a bit down. Ugh. Yes, what's going on? What's good, people? What's good? If you're in here and you're locked in, holler at me. Say something. Let me see you. What you saying? What's good? Big up the stream chat. Everybody locked in right now. Random show settings with I, your host, Agostino Zinga. Hope you are doing well wherever this live stream may find you. I hope you are doing swimmingly. Big up the crew, big up the gang. Bang your chest wherever you may be. Bang your fucking chest. All right, bang your chest. Hope you're doing well wherever you may be. Random show settings, loads of things to dive into. So many things to catch up on. Comedy bits and bobs. You know how the vibe is. Once you're enjoying the show, you see what you like what you see. Make sure you smash the like button for me and give me some love in that way. Any questions and whatnot, make sure you tag me in the chat. That's all you need to do, really, isn't it? That's all you need to do. Sit back and enjoy, and let's just dive right on into the show. Let's not waste any time. So, what should we do here? First things first, I want to give a big shout out and congratulations. A big shout out and congratulations to the one and only Malik B. Big up Malik B. Malik B got himself a nice Amazon Prime deal. So big up him through, I think it's called like Comedy Dynamics. That company, I think that did Brian Callen special. But they do other specials too. But I remember I kind of heard their name mostly through Brian Callen. But big up Malik B. If you don't know who Malik is, he was the former co-host of The Fighter and the Kids with a Z. He was actually linked to one of the funniest eras of The Fighter and the Kid. Regrettably so for The Fighter and the Kid. It's also one of their darkest eras because the only reason why Malik and Chappelle Lacey were on that show was because, unfortunately, at that time, Brian Callen got himself cancelled when he was accused of rape and sexual assault and harassment by a few women. He hasn't really... The funny thing about the Brian Callen allegations, he never actually offered any retort as to what actually happened. He never actually explained or defended himself in any way. He just said, I didn't do it, trust me, bro. And then he got cancelled for a bit. He had to go away and sit at home and count his dad's money. And then he came back when the coast was clear and everything was forgiven. But then in the interim, Malik B and Chappelle Lacey held it down. Big up KP, appreciate the super chat, brother.
In any facet, Bubba.
Yeah, in any facet, we're back. All facets, any facets, we're back. We're locked in. We're not wasting any flipping time. Big up KP. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. You're a fucking G. You're a fucking legend. Let me heart your super chat right there. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Bomba, bomba. So going back to this, Malik B was linked to one of the most funniest, controversial, entertaining times in the podcast. He produced some very good memes. In the end, he fell out with Brendan. If you listen to BGL, who, although he got his issues and he might be a little bit on the crazy side of things, I still believe his account of what happened behind the scenes at The Fighter and the Kid. If you listen to BGL, he suggested that possibly Malik was a bit too... He kind of had a bit of an ego. He kind of maybe felt he was funnier than Brendan, which he is. He kind of felt he was probably more good looking than he is, fit, all that stuff, right? He probably didn't take too kindly to Brendan talking to him like he was beneath him or something, right? He didn't like that. But I just think what happened is that they had probably a button of the heads. I just don't think they got on for whatever reason. I feel like if you think about it personality-wise, Chappelle was probably a lot more suited to being friends with Brian Callen and Brendan because he's a lot more agreeable. He's a lot more just chill. He doesn't seem like somebody that cares too much or has a bit of an ego. So he clearly was able to kind of, play his role as a human laugh track, or like I like to call him, he's like the human Labrador, right? He's always, golden retriever. He's always fucking laughing and making everybody feel fucking amazing. So I think Chappelle's got a great skill of doing that, but Malik couldn't do it. And him and Brendan Schaub ended up butting heads to the point where Brendan effectively fired him from the show. The way he fired him from the show was a bit disgusting, to be fair. He didn't do it in a straight up way, of course, Brendan. I think he did it through somebody else or whatever. I don't know how he did it. I think maybe it was through text. I forgot. I think I reported on it, actually. I think I've got a video on my channel that might be one of the videos that actually blew up on my channel when I first started talking about comedy stuff. I'm pretty sure Let me see. I think I've got a video about it on my YouTube channel that I speak about it. It's like Malik B was fired or something like that, right? I think it was one of the ones that I kind of, when I was first talking about the comedy stuff. And like I said already, I don't like to toot my own horn, but I need to toot my own horn. I think I might have been the first person on this fucking darn app who was speaking about the comedy stuff, right? I might have been the first one. Doesn't really matter now because there's bare of us, but I might have been the first one, and I'm pretty sure I covered it. So let me see. I think it was called Malik B fired Brendan Schaub. Let's see. I think it was something that I spoke about. I forgot the exact how he did it. I think it was through text or something. Yeah, there you go. See, there's me. You see, 1 year ago, brother. 1 year ago, I spoke about it. Oh, there's also a video here of Malik talking about it on the Bootleg Kev podcast. Should we watch that? Yeah, let's quickly watch that. See, I got two videos actually. I got a video here. Brendan Schaub fires T-Fat K host Malik B, and I got another one. Malik B finally snaps and destroys Brendan Schaub and T-Fat K. So you know, I was on the train from early. So big up me. But let's not watch me because that's really GAY. I see some streamers online who sit down and watch videos of themselves, and I think that's really bizarre. It's already bad enough that I'm reacting to other people's reaction content. I'm not going to sit here and react to my old react. So we're going to watch this Bootleg Kev video where he briefly discusses why he got kicked off the Firing the Kid. Then we're going to go to the congratulations segment of it because Malik B's got to deal with Amazon. Then we're going to watch a little trailer clip from Malik B's comedy special, which I'm going to watch actually. So if you're not on the Patreon, please subscribe to the Patreon. This week I'm going to be dropping reaction videos to Whitney Cummings' new comedy special, Malik B's new comedy special, and Matt Rife's comedy special. So if you want to see me react to Whitney Cummings' comedy special, you want to see me react to Malik, and you want to come and see me react to Matt Rife, join the Patreon. Only $1 per month. That's the first tier. There's other tiers also, but it's only $1 per month. Easy work. I'll upload all the comedy reaction things on there because the last time I tried to do it on here, my channel nearly got banned. My channel nearly got deleted. So I'm not going to take that risk again. I'm not going to try and stream paywalled content, even though I paid for it myself. It doesn't really make much sense. And it is against copyright, to be fair. And I shouldn't be watching paywall content to my profit on my channel. That's obviously not cool. So instead, I'm going to do that and put it behind a paywall. So if you want to see it, go on the Patreon. My Patreon link is in the description. It's patreon.com/Agostino. And you can see that. But before we continue, before we talk about that shit, let's see what Malik B said at the time about being fired from the Firing the Kid. Yeah, exactly, Jared Mellerick. I invented talking about comedy. It was I'm Steve Jobs. I'm Walt Disney. Big up Kanye, my fucking OG, my legend, my hero. Let's see what he says here. I'm curious to see what was said at the time. I actually forgot the story. It feels like it was just the other day, innit? 2 years ago. Wow.
Let's talk about what is going on. You're no longer on The Fighter and the Kids.
Bro.
What happened?
All right, I know everyone wants to know the unknown, but let's just talk about the known first.
Okay, so this is where he lost the fans. Remember, he lost the Fire and the Kid sub because if I remember correctly, when he got fired, he tried to, because he saw the attention on him, he tried to get the Fire and the Kid fans or haters to subscribe to his channel. He said, oh, if I get a certain subscribers, I'll spill the beans. He got the subscribers, they never spelt the beans, and everybody unsubscribed, and everybody forgot about him. So he kind of shot himself in the foot because he tried to profit from that whole drama instead of just saying what he wanted to say. He was a bit scared of saying what he wanted to say, which makes sense, isn't it? Brendan, although he's a redact, he's still a dangerous human being. I know Malik can box and stuff, but if Brendan gets a hold of him, it's a wrap. They're different weight classes, it's not going to happen. So I get why he was scared, but he did try to like play games with the fans.
Yes.
Right.
You have your podcast, The Cutting Weight.
Shout out to
Cutting Weight.
Yeah, Cutting Weight podcast. The Weight Cutting.
That's gone, by the way. The Cutting Weight podcast is funny too. That law, if I'm not mistaken, the black guy who's wearing the off-white jacket on the Gringo Pappy, the comedy special, the other black guy who's on stage and hands Brendan the mic as he gets on stage and says, "What's up, Dallas?" Right. That the guy before that is his old co-host, and he was a part of Brendan's crew. So when Brendan fired him and his old co-host had a falling out too, because I guess he felt maybe he wanted solidarity with his black teammate to like join him, but he didn't join him. Obviously, you know, in Hollywood, it doesn't matter if you're black or white. The only loyalty people have in Hollywood is with clout and money. So that black guy that was his co-host on Cutting Weight decided to go with Brendan, and then Cutting Weight, I don't think it exists anymore, the podcast. I don't think so, I'm not too sure.
brothers and babies. You know what I mean? With me and my guy Justin Elliott.
I know way too much about this stuff that doesn't matter, innit? This is so GAY. I've just realized I've just recited that shit from memory like I know these people. This is so lame, innit? But like I said, this is my reality TV. I don't watch any reality TV, and this is the only thing I care about. This is so disgusting. I know more about these people than I know about my own family members. I know more about these fucking redacts than I know about my own family members. Do you know how fucking ridiculous this is? I feel so disgusting and I feel so lame, but I'm glad you're all here so we can all feel lame and disgusting together. We are losers, loser gang, loser gang, loser gang.
And again, let's just talk about the known first before we get into the
Yes.
They said they said they come on Monday morning. It's like, yo, Malik B, he's fired, and started laughing, right? And come in, and I would never do that. You know, that's poor character on their parts.
Right.
I mean, and again, you watched the show, right? Have you watched the show?
I saw. I probably catch like one. You know, I went to high school with Chappelle.
Yeah.
So anything he does, I try to support. But I caught the beginning of.
What does that even mean? I went to high school. I went to high school with a lot of people. I went to high school with people that I used to know on Facebook who'd post pictures of like a cake they made for their daughter that was fucking ugly. I'm not gonna like that shit. If the cake looks butters, I'm gonna keep scrolling. If it looks really horrible, I might report it for spam. I'm not gonna like you just because I went to school with you. Get fucked.
Of that episode.
Yeah, and again, that's all you should have watched. But then he tried to come back and talk about my work ethic. Now I want to talk about
work ethic.
The things that what you see. Let's just talk about what you see in front of you. If you watch The Fighter and the Kids, right? Let's talk about people's characters. Now, I kept it professional the whole time.
But understand this. They asked him, why did you leave the podcast or what happened? He's talking about professional character. He's going to get into that stuff that a lot of black guys in America say. As a man, as a black man. Black guys in America love that statement, that line. As a man, as a black man, as a man. Bro, I asked you a simple question. Answer it. Why did you get fired? As a man, as a black man, as a child of God, as a colored man, as a POC, BLM. Fuck off.
Right.
You never will see me, talk over anyone. You never see me like interrupt anyone or have a negative attitude.
Right.
Just like I come on your podcast, very positive. I do that every time.
Right.
Positive.
But then you got these guys that turn their back.
Yeah, cool.
Talk over you,
like Brendan.
Don't acknowledge you. So I'm just sitting there sometimes.
Yeah.
And I don't. When people have poor character, I don't feed off that.
Right.
You know what I mean? I like positive things. Like you will like positive things,
boy.
So
positive
again,
man.
Just to go off that, and then you can always ask like, I'm happy they brought Brian Callen back. I'm happy about it. But I've been with Brian the whole time.
Oh, and that's a funny thing too, by the way. If I can find a law, when I make this clip, when I clip this section up, I'm going to add the clip in here. But there's a fantastic clip where Brian Callen mentions Malik B for the first time. So if you know your TFAT law, you would know that Malik was Brian's opener. That's how he got involved in the whole BAPAVERSE. So Malik meets Brian Callen first. They become friends, and then Malik starts to open for rinks on the road, right? Obviously, you know how Brian is. Brian's got a fucking boner for men, slightly, right? He loves men and physiques and stuff and talking about how good they look and shit. And Malik is obviously keeps himself in good shape. He boxes and stuff, works out, whatever it may be. So Brian gets on the pod and starts doing his regular shtick of like, oh my God, this guy I know, he's got a body, he's funny, blah, blah, blah. He played basketball in college, he boxes, all this like stuff that he does to guys. He starts slobbering on the knob. And obviously he doesn't realize that Brendan, his co-host, is the biggest hater in the world. I've said this plenty of times. People on the Fight and the Kid subreddit say it, but Brendan is actually a bigger hater than the biggest hater on the Fight and the Kid subreddit. Brendan is 10 times worse than me, 10 times worse than Unique, 10 times worse than Too Late to Try, Podcast Cringe, Comedy Enforcement. He's worse than everybody combined. He's actually a hater because he doesn't know he's a hater. He pretends to be a good guy, the best of the guy, beast of a dad, but deep down, he actually hates and is insanely jealous. So when he hears another man being praised in his presence, instead of just feeding off of it on the banter vibes, he starts to get a bit weird and jealous a bit. So he starts to kind of react weirdly when Brian starts mentioning him, Malik, and how much of a beast he is. And then I think Chin pulls up Malik B's Instagram, and there's a video, I think, or a clip of Malik taking off his top and just flexing and shit, right? Being funny online. And Brendan's face throughout the entire thing, he's just kind of looking at him like he instantly didn't like Malik B from that moment. So again, he hasn't met Malik, he doesn't know who he is, but he started off hating Malik from minute one. Then eventually they become like friends, but he never liked Malik. So that's a funny thing about the law. Like, he was introduced through Callan, but he never liked him because, I don't know, Malik's athletic. Or maybe the other bit of the law is that Brendan's wife was with some famous baseball player or something. I think he was a baseball guy or something. I think he's either Dominican or black or something, right? And good looking dude. And allegedly the law is that was a reason why he didn't like Malik. Allegedly, like, you know, he's got a thing against black athletic dudes. Is that his name? Pugy, is that his name? Pyogi, is that his name? Baseball player. That's him, right? Yasiel. He's a right fielder. This guy. Oh, now I get it. This all makes sense now, innit? This makes fucking sense now. Brendan didn't like Malik because he probably reminded him of all the running backs that he played with in fucking football, right? Who kind of took his spot. And this also might understand why Brendan doesn't like other athletic black people, because this was the guy that was with his wife before him. He looks fucking jacked. He basically looks like Yoel fucking Romero, doesn't he? He looks like Yoel Romero. Or like, he looks like Alistair Overeem. He looks like a love child of Alistair Overeem and Yoel Romero. Look at the fucking arms on that guy. Look at how veiny he is. Look at the shoulder. Look at the size of his neck. And they like to talk about hogs, right? These Brendan and Brian love to talk about dicks. Can you imagine the fucking absolute hammer that this guy has on him? Can you imagine the hammer this guy has? These guys love to talk about dicks. Can you imagine the hammer, the fucking hammer that this fucking Negreto has on him, right? Could you imagine what the kind of hammer this Negreto has on him? Huh? No soy negre, no soy nigga, yo soy español, yo soy Hispanic, yo soy Latino, yo soy Latino, no soy black, no soy black, no soy black, yo soy Latino. Can you imagine? Look at how jacked he is. This guy looks like an animal. Thank you to the stream chat for plugging me in. I had no idea this was Brendan's wife's ex. Yasiel Pug. Is that his name? Pugy. Big up the stream chat. This stream chat, I've got the best stream chat in the world. Honestly, thank you for the fucking heads up. I had no idea this is the guy. He fucking looks like an animal. No wonder Brendan. No wonder he doesn't let his wife go anywhere. No wonder she just goes to Las Vegas and comes back and doesn't do anything else. Look at that. Right? He's a fucking dime piece. He's jacked to the heels. He's got a fucking bum on him. He looks like he can run. He looks like he can punch you in the face. Take your girl, dance fucking bachata, right? Okay, Pug is pronounced Puge. Pug. Fucking hell. All right, this makes all the sense now. This is making all the fucking sense. Yowza. Anyway, let's go back to Malik B.
Well, I do remember him talking about you on the podcast before he was off of it.
Bro, Brian,
Coiler, he cancelled the tour when he heard that Pug was coming to coach Tiger. Imagine, it's pronounced Puge. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it right, huh? Puge. Pueg. Or is it, you're saying Pueg. Not Puge. Pueg. Yasiel Pueg. Is that how you say it, right? You're saying Pueg. Puegi. Let's see. What's his name? Yasiel Pueg. Yasiel. Let's see how he pronounces his name, or how they say it in the videos. Pronounce. Let's see. I'm gonna get up on my phone here. Yeah. Let's see. How do you pronounce How to pronounce Yasiel Pueg?
Tribute to the lot with his teammates, especially Yasiel Puig. They become very close. It's pretty obvious. Referencing tribute to the Los Angeles Dodgers breakout star Yasiel Puig.
Puig. Okay, I heard you. It's
Puig and then
Yasiel Puig. Ah, okay. Sorry. I say Puig. That's my Portuguese coming out there. Puig. Yasiel Puig. Couple of 1-2 Yasiel Puigs, huh? He's got a hammer on him, mate. Yasiel Puig, right? Definitely. What you call it? Silent, small G only by name only, mate. How's that for pronunciation? Exactly. Yasiel Puig. The only thing small on him is the only thing small on him is his surname, mate. I tell you that. The only thing small on that fucking guy is his fucking surname.
I've been around Brian. Brian knows I don't talk behind anyone's back. There's no knowledge of me because he knows my character.
Right.
And I've been around, like, even when he was in the situation, he was before he had to.
What situation? Say the word. He got accused of rape. Can someone say that? He got accused of rape and harassment. I still would like him to really push back on why he was guilty. No, it doesn't matter now. I guess it's not worth bringing it up again, but I would actually like to hear a retort. Could you explain? Because the rape one, as weird as it sounds, the rape allegation, he could kind of easily say that's a he said, she said thing, right? Because Callan strikes me like somebody that's into freaky shit. You know that Diddy stuff? I feel like Callan's the type of person who's into freak-offs, you know? So it wouldn't surprise me if Callan's into like, what's that kink? Is it like snuff, right? It wouldn't surprise me if Callan's into like snuff kinks. You know, that kind of stuff where like, you know, you pretend like you're a rubber and you walk in through you jump through the window and shit, all that sort of stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if he's into that sort of stuff. So he could explain away that kink as a kink, the rape allegation. I know it's weird to say this and it sounds crazy, but I could kind of hear a rational explanation for that one, right? The only thing I couldn't explain away is the other allegations in the Los Angeles Times article was when it said something like he kind of accosted some woman in a changing room. He went to an American Apparel, Uniqlo, and he came out and started like dancing naked in dancing in his underwear and trying to like grind on a woman or something. That's the sort of stuff where like that's even worse than the rape stuff because that makes you look like a proper creepo. Like, you know, like what the fuck are you doing? Like a sales assistant trying to help you to get the right pair of jeans, and here you are trying to thrust your little old man dick on their fucking leg. Do you know what I mean? That's not on. That I can understand, but that I wouldn't understand. But the rape thing, maybe you can explain away and there's a kink. Maybe.
Like once he left the show for the allegations, I always spoke highly of Brian because when he was around me,
rapist.
I was like, bro, he was a man of his word. You know, he did what he said he was going to do.
Right.
You see what I mean about these as a man characters? So Brian didn't try and rape me. He didn't try and rape me, so he's cool in my book. Yo, this culture of silence between some dudes is so disgusting, isn't it? He didn't rape me. He didn't jack off on my leg, so it's cool. It's like, what?
And I love that his character was impeccable. And then people would ask me about like why
the most
what
impeccable.
I was like, I don't know. That's not my affair.
Oh, come on,
I'm just
Malik.
telling you how I dealt with
Malik, man. That's how R. Kelly got away with what he got away with so many years. Well, he makes great songs. He helped me out. He lent me some money. He got me some bitches. I don't know about all that stuff. I don't know about all that pissing stuff. He was good to me. It's like Diddy. He got me bottles of Ciroc. You know? He put me on Bad Boy. He put me on Salary. I don't know. That's what, you know what I'm thinking? Is there something to be said for maybe us regular people who are trying to be decent humans, right? We try and tell the truth. We try and be honorable. We try and look after our friends. We try to be loyal. We try to look after our family. We try to support our family. We try to raise our kids right. We try to look after our pets the right way. We don't give them away at the first sign of fucking trouble or hurdles or whatnot. We try and do the best that we can, right? I wonder, maybe we're the idiots. Maybe we're the redacks. Maybe we're the ones that are living life the wrong way. Maybe the actual way to live life is to get to a point where you make enough money where you can buy people's loyalty. You can buy their loyalty and their silence through money, clout, and opportunities. You can be a terrible human, but you can buy their silence with money. Because Harvey Weinstein is a good example of it. He had his entire career was littered with allegations, and the worst kept secret they would say about Harvey Weinstein, right? The worst kept secret. But he had a plethora of fucking victims, and that's why I say all the time when it comes to Harvey. I think other people have made this point too. I'm not the only one, but the point with Harvey Weinstein is this: most likely, there was a ton of actresses that were more than comfortable with going to his room and sucking on his little fat man dick. to get a role, because allegedly, according to the word around town and people talking when it happened, Harvey was also a person who was a man of his word. Oddly enough, the one thing that he was a man of his word. So if he told you, hey, suck my dick, and I'm going to put you in the next Transformers, you're going to be in the next Transformers. So, you know, what are you going to do if you're a struggling artist, struggling actor and stuff, and you got no opportunities, and this is the actual gatekeeper? I can understand why you make that decision. So maybe the actual key to life isn't to work hard and do the right thing. Maybe the key to life is to make enough money that you can use that money to buy people's silence and compliance. You can make them turn the other, you know, look the other way, bury their head in sand, or dance around your name when it comes up. Maybe that's a way to actually crush it in life.
Right.
And Brian Callen can attest. You can go ask him, like, what kind of character Malik is. He don't talk behind people back.
Right.
He don't do that. He's a man of his word. And if he doesn't, that just speaks on his character. But again, I'm pretty sure he won't, because he's a great guy. I can't say the same thing for those guys over there. You know what I mean? Because
I also noticed when I need to let this video play out. I stop videos too often, and I go on these weird tangents that don't really make any sense. I'm wondering if this is like a symptom of undiagnosed ADHD, where you can't just let things play out. You get all these fucking different strands of ideas and things you want to say. It makes for good streams, I know, because I'm always fucking talking. But there's also a point where you're like, hey, can you just shut up and let the video play? I think there's something wrong with it. I think so.
again, what you just, like I said, just look at the known. You know, look at people's character. I'm always professional. So
Right.
when you talk about, you know, get on there and start, oh, he got fired and start laughing, that's unprofessional.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Like, yo, come on, that just shows, and then just like that's a negative. I mean, if they want to be negative like that, let them be negative. You know, and I don't feed off negativity. I'm not a negative dude, but if you know, clap back and stuff like that, like, you know what I mean? You put like a smut on my rep. I don't like that. And I got to clear these negative vibes like, yo, Malik be lying and all that. No. Oh, you go to my podcast, a lot of people like, yo, Malik is so different over here. What's it over there? You know what I mean? Because I was like, bro, if you go to an environment and it's just so toxic, you know what I mean? It's just like, yo, you know, even if off camera, I'm always professional.
Right.
And then you just carry that and you just hurt your own podcast. So I'm going to speak on that. But you know what I mean? I don't really vibe with that kind of, you know, people, you know, because we are in the comedy world. We got to see these guys. And I'm a guy that, like, I'm authentic. Like,
Right.
what you see is what you get. I'm a stand-up dude. I have principles. I have values. I don't talk behind anyone back. I don't do that. Even if they did that, I'm like, man, you will not see any text message of me talking behind anyone back.
Right.
You know what I mean? Even when they did, I'm like, man, I don't got that. You know, that's none of my affair. I don't like gossip. I don't talk behind people back. So that's the whole environment. So I just want to just get that negative picture out of like, yo, Malik got fired, and they started laughing. Like, Kev, if I come on here and it was like, yo, you know, so Kev was like, Kev.
This guy's so fucking dumb. But anyway, big up Malik. I love you, guy, but you know, not the best brains in the business. But yeah, as NJ Ranger says, I hate this, bro. Just shit talk him. Don't do this Tony Robbins stuff. Exactly. At the time, that's the issue. Either you come out and you completely rip him to him, or you just keep quiet and move on. You don't do this in-between thing. As a man, I'm too grown for this. Look, this is the content game. It's muddy, it's dirty, it's disgusting, it's immoral, it's lacking in principles. Either you get in the mud and you dance, or you stay on the sidelines and you keep your mouth shut. But this middle of the road type of thing, no one cares for that shit. That's why it never really went anywhere for him. So it kind of is what it is. And I do like the point here that KC meant. I like the tangents, but I forgot what the clip is about at this point. Exactly. I even forgot why I played the clip. Even I forgot. That's the problem with my tangents. Even I forgot why I played this fucking clip. So that's the problem with my undiagnosed ADHD. It's just all over the place. But hey, as long as you're aware of your issues, as long as you're aware of your undiagnosed mental health issues, it's a good thing. The problem is when you're not aware of it and you try to act like you are perfect, you know, and there's nothing wrong with you. Once you're aware, that's the first part to recovery. Being aware is the first part. Anyway, moving on. We want to quickly congratulate Malik anyway, because he's got a new special out at the moment. It's called Who's Your Homegirl? Let's quickly read this blurb from this random website. It says, no longer social media slickest work husband or side boyfriend, comedian Malik B is finally ready to evolve from the skits of the stage as he announces the release of his debut comedy special. Shocking his fans, but also causing huge excitement and praise from his peers. Brazil took to social media to share that his first comedy special special, Who's Your Homegirl, will premiere on Prime Video and Comedy Dynamics on Tuesday, the 14th of November. Now, this is a big deal because effectively he was an opener for Brian Callen. Then he was like a co-host on the Brendan Schaub show, and then he also opened for them guys on the road. For this guy to get a Amazon Prime deal is really big when you think of that. Brendan had to bet on himself, and it failed in a horrible fashion, right? He bet on himself, and the Gringo Pappy was quite possibly one of the worst specials ever released. And let me just see if I can see that Bet on Yourself video. Can I actually find that? Someone put it up there. Brendan Schaub, Bet on Yourself. Let's see if someone got it. Bet on Yourself. Bet on myself, right? Let's see if someone's got. Maybe it's a Reddit post about it. I want to see a video. Oh yeah, this is it. Is this the one? Is this? Oh, I think this is this. I don't want that one. I want the one where it says Bet on Yourself. Is this, what video is this? This is an oldie but a goldie. This is how Brendan Schaub introduced himself to the world upon intro. Okay, no, we don't want that one. Let's see. I think it's the one that Bet on himself, right? This is not a sad thing. Let's see if I can find this one. This is quite a cool video, to be fair. I think I watched this before, but let's just watch this again because this is from, what's that channel called again? What's the guy's name? Let me get up on here again. Please bear with me a second here, and let's load it up on screen. Brendan betting on himself, and then we'll continue. Again, this is a good tangent. This is not a bad tangent, it's a good tangent because this video is fucking brilliant. I really enjoyed this one when I first watched it the first time. So let's watch this again, and I'm actually gonna crack open a beer even though it's super late. Fuck it. Let's get going.
What is up, thickies, thickums, thickers, thick kids, thick adults? I'll give you guys a little update.
Big up
I know
Elephant
he cares
Graveyard.
about.
Big up Elephant Graveyard.
I have officially decided to leave Showtime, and I am doing everything under Thick Boy Productions, Thick Boy Network. Some of you hardcores could put the puzzle pieces together and launch the Thick Boy YouTube. Everything. We did some great stuff, man. We did some great stuff. This isn't a sad thing. The puzzle. This is me banking on myself to do everything. So I invested in cameras, equipment, I gotta get things done, get it out. I'm talking about Tonight Show vibes. Exactly how I want, have it look exactly how I want. Exactly how I want. Yeah, man. I'm super excited. So cheers to everybody who's been on this journey with us. Cheers to whiskey. It's early, but whatever. Cheers. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's something my dad would say. There's some great times, man.
It's just me.
Yeah, just don't unsubscribe. Freaking journey, man.
Quickly, but doesn't he look much better now? Objectively speaking, let's put our dislike for him to one side. Doesn't Brendan look much better nowadays? Like, you can tell he doesn't drink as much, innit? Right? You can tell he doesn't drink as much. You can tell he's not as miserable. Because if you remember it, he was probably in the first moments of all that Podcast One drama, because we only found out about it recently. But clearly he was going through issues with Podcast One. The money wasn't coming in, the views were dwindling. He got kicked off of Showtime. He was going through it, so it explains why he was drinking. He was actually depressed. Do you remember? He was actually legitimately depressed. So he looks much better now, and I don't think he drinks as much. I still think he drinks, don't get me wrong, but the boozing that he was doing on the camera, just imagine how much he was boozing at home by himself. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was getting kind of crazy. And I think he even mentioned once, like, his wife told him not to drink as much as at home or something. Do you remember that was a thing as well? I remember him saying randomly on a podcast that his wife told him that he couldn't drink at home and shit because he wasn't able to wake up and hang out with his kids. It was really bad for him when it was during this fucking peak. So he looks far better now. I know it's obviously mostly Ozempic, as who mentioned it on the stream chat here. I just saw someone mentioned it. Big up Doyd. Clearly we know he's not, losing weight because he's fucking working out and he's on carnivore. He's clearly fucking doing Ozempic, but he does look much better nowadays. You know what I mean? At least he looks a little bit better in the face, because he was going through it, bro. He was really going through it.
Yeah, man. I'm super excited. So cheers to everybody who's been on this journey with us. Cheers to whiskey.
I'm talking about
it's
drinking.
Early, but
Cheers.
whatever. Cheers. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's something my dad would say. There's some great times, man.
You can tell I didn't work in a bar, innit? Look at that froth. You can tell I was not a good fucking bartender. No, the only thing I did actually was beer bar back. I never actually poured pints. But look at that. That is horrendous. Look at the amount of head I've got in that. Fucking gosh. I'm horrible, man.
Yeah, just don't unsubscribe. Freaking journey, man. We did some great stuff, man. We did some great stuff. This isn't a sad thing. This isn't a sad thing. You know, sad thing. The needle in a haystack. Not a bad needle.
Fucking hell. I forgot the amount of... Do you remember the amount of time he used to do these, like... What they call them? These, like, acid reflux burps, right? These, like, booze burps. Do you remember? Man, he was good. Like... Yeah, exactly. Like, he was drinking like he was Denzel and Man on Fire. Bro, Brendan was really an alcoholic, innit? Don't get me wrong. He probably still is one now. But he was drinking a lot, bro. Like, every pod. Like, I knew it was a bit of an issue when he started to drink Jameson from the bottle. Jameson is not Ciroc. Any of you guys who've drunk, you know, whiskey before, Jameson's is not fucking Nika fucking whiskey or one of those nice ones. Jameson's is a rough, straight off the fucking supermarket shelf whiskey. It's not nice. It's decent enough for what it is, but it's not good enough to drink straight, I don't think, personally. And he was necking Jameson from the bottle, bro. Like, that shit, when that hits your lips, it legitimately burns your lip like fucking unleaded petrol or something. So, yeah.
We'll try to bet on Jameson.
I'm not gonna lie, when I was younger, I used to think Jameson was Caribbean. Like, Jameson. I didn't know it was fucking Irish. I thought it was Caribbean. Like, Jameson, beer can. Jameson whiskey.
Sad thing. Cheers to that.
I think you have.
Do you remember the Ferrari? What kind of ego? And put in the best bit. What kind of ego do you need to have to... The way to get your get back when you get fired is to buy a Ferrari. I've heard of retail therapy. It does sometimes work. Retail therapy does work, but obviously you need money to have retail therapy, right? It's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of, what's that word called? It's a bit of a first world problem, right? To have enough money to afford the ability to have a bit of retail therapy. You need the money to have it in the first place. But imagine how fragile your ego has to be for you to feel like, okay, the internet is going to be clowning me for getting fired from this Showtime gig, which he shouldn't have got fired for. He should have rode that Showtime train until the wheels fell off, right? That check from Showtime he was getting on a monthly basis was paying people salary. It was giving him money too. It was putting him on the map. It was getting him to do industry events and celebrity boxing, all that sort of stuff. It was a great opportunity. He shouldn't have fucking fucked it up, right? By just doing a bare minimum. But he did it and he got fired. But the way to get back at that and to like prove you're okay isn't to fucking buy a Ferrari. Just go do the work again. Prove that they've missed, you know, make Showtime regret that they didn't re-sign you by having a fucking amazing show, by getting crazy views, by getting some crazy good interviews, by having viral moments of the interviews where you ask really interesting and poignant questions. Don't go and buy a Ferrari, like, and turn that into a content piece. Like, no one cares. Congratulations, you got it. Well done. But, you know, it was a weird thing as a get back. Very strange.
I think you have one foot out the door. I think you're looking...
Oh, look, the real financier.
I think you're looking at where the future is going to take you and that you can't do this forever. You know, and I think that's a very dangerous place to be. You know, and I think that at where the future is going to take you...
Who do you think misses who the most? Do you think BGL misses Brendan more, or do you think Brendan misses BGL more? As a friend, not as a Adderall plug, not as a baddies coordinator, who do you think misses who the most? Do you think Brendan misses BGL more, or do you think BGL misses Brendan more? Because I think, my personal opinion on it is I think they both miss each other equal parts. I think they both actually did enjoy being around each other, and they were actually legit friends at that one point in time. I think they both legitimately, deep down, even BGO, even though Brendan owes him money, I think they actually do miss each other's friendship because they don't have enough. I don't think they really have a lot of friends anyway. They do a lot of content people. I don't think they have friends. It's not really that kind of life they live anyway. But I think they both miss each other. BJ misses Bap every time he makes a dark web order. Exactly, for Anavar. They both miss themselves the most. Exactly. Yes, exactly. Kind of what I was saying, Coiler. Andrew Tate, him and Chappelle, I couldn't stand. I live for the BGO content. Brendan misses him. I mean, come on. Look at the clowns in his studio. Yeah, exactly, Doy. That's a good point. If you have to compare BGL to George, Chin, and that new girl, I think, where's she from? The stream is saying she's from, no, she said, isn't it? Isn't she Iranian or something, right? Iranian or wherever she is, the Middle Eastern girl. You know, she's definitely a social climber. Not a bad thing, but that girl is not there she's there for a good time, not a long time. As soon as that serves her purpose, as soon as she gets a better gig, she's fucking out of there. And she'll forget about those girls like in a fucking flash. That woman is in there for a good time, not a long time. If she gets another opportunity, she's gone.
And that you can't do this forever. You know, and I think that's a very dangerous place to be. It's not that you don't try hard. It's not that you're not dedicated.
What is poppin'? The creme. This is debanking on myself.
There's shit that other people can do that you can't do.
Oh yeah, you remember this Tough Mudder thing when he put all the mud on his face on purpose. Oh, I love how he got into Tough Mudders 5 years after they were relevant or like something that you should do, whatever. And he thought he was actually doing like a real survivors, I don't know, Navy SEALs type of thing. It's like, bro, mums do this shit. It's not that big of a deal. Like, if you're a former pro athlete, you should be able to do this with your eyes closed.
This isn't a sad thing.
Best, I love that shit.
Now let's talk about you. College football, how'd that go? How'd NFL go?
I didn't play.
How did fighting go? How did comedy go? How did podcasting go? How did TV go? Did you achieve your goals?
Yo, but God, or whoever you believe in, has a real brutal way of humbling you, innit? No?
How did comedy go?
Because look at that stage. Even in this video that's been, you know, the video, it's been changed in terms of color grading. It's been saturated a bit. It's been fucked around. But God really has a way of humbling you if you're a piece of shit. Because you could never tell that Brendan Schaub anything. You couldn't tell him anything. You couldn't correct him. You couldn't, you know, contradict him. You couldn't give him constructive criticism. You couldn't tell him shit back then. He was red hot, on fire. Showtime special after a year and a half of comedy. Performing at the Comedy Store. Best friend with Rogan. Highest numbers of individual fucking appearances on the fucking JRE. Plugged in with all the fucking comedy people. Podcasts. And people also forget, back in the day, the Fire and the Kid pod used to get like Theo Von numbers. Just them two. Not even with Chris D'Elia and Will Sasso. They would just sit there, Brian and Brendan, and they would get hundreds of thousands of views. Back when the YouTube metrics were, or YouTube AdSense money was good. Right, where if you got 100,000 views, you were getting some good money. There weren't a lot of podcasts out there too, so you weren't competing with everybody in terms of attention. And then look what's happened now. Now he's performing in front of cardboard cutouts of a skyline that doesn't exist. What's up, Dallas? Yo, you will get humbled one way or the other.
How did podcasting go? How did TV go? Did you achieve your goals?
I just have ideas.
Did you realize your dreams? Did you make it to the top? Was your claim to fame being told by your friend that it was time to move on and it was a great moment? He put you over. You were the biggest baby face in the biz. You had it. Silver platter. You had it.
See, our
So
problem is we don't
embarrassing,
really
man.
know how
Pulling
to
the
stop.
hamstring, 'cause you
We've
want
got
to
something
lose.
started and we see it's going in the wrong direction.
Even Callan knew. Even Callan knew at that time. He knew his boy, but again, Callan is, like I always say, is Brendan's best and closest ally, but Brendan doesn't respect him in that way. Callan would legitimately take a bullet for Brendan because of what Brendan's done for his career. Because without Brendan, Callan is the type of person who would be relying, you know, solely on the charity of his dad. You know, those fucking monthly checks that he gets, right, would be something that he relies on all the time. But Brendan actually gave him the opportunity to be self-sufficient with the podcast. Without Brendan, his guy would be solely dependent on fucking Father Callan. But Brendan doesn't appreciate him as much. But even in this scene, you can see in Brand's face, he knows his boy's full of shit. He knows it. Like, oh, here he goes again. He couldn't even accept the loss of the race. Look at him.
And I think the difficulty is, to borrow an old Chinese saying, that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. In other words, there's something wrong with the way we think. And while that is there, everything we do will be a mess. Now, what is it that's wrong?
Brain damage. You think about concussions. You think about how many you've already had, how many you got coming up, how much damage you take.
Also, you don't hear Brendan talking about zoo culture anymore, innit? What's happened to zoo culture? Does that gym not exist anymore?
My odds, man. I like risking all myself.
When does damage start to show up in your life?
Underwood Lopez. Underwood Lopez. Underwood Lopez.
I can't talk.
What are we doing?
I've just come back from Los Angeles.
West Coast.
I was down there
Lopez.
to meet with a group of rather important people.
I had a guy that was like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this married guy?
Mr. SCHAUB.
I'm like, and we know him, I'm not gonna say who it is.
Mr. SCHAUB.
You should walk me to my truck. I'm like,
This be worse than your life.
so what, I can blow you? Like, who was it?
Imagine turning up to the Comedy Store when you're like under a 5-year comic in, like, he's got like 7 cars already. He pulls up in another one, right? Again, I'm not saying he should how you spend his money, but surely there's a way you conduct yourself where you're a little bit humble and you try not to bring too much attention to yourself because you're still learning, you know? Maybe you don't want to pull up to the Comedy Store in a Porsche, in a fucking purple Porsche, and then the next time you come in a fucking brand new Ford F-150, then you come in the next day in another Porsche, then a fucking Ferrari. Like, you want to keep it a little bit under wraps, under, you know, low key, just so even if you want to do the fake humility, you know, humble thing. No, this guy rocks up in a brand new, straight off the fucking, straight off the lot, Ford F-150, and he can't even park it in there because it's so big. It takes up a couple car parking spaces. So the regulars there who are struggling, some of them are getting dropped off in Ubers, are having to fucking run around your fucking massive land yacht that you call, and you're only like an under 5-year comic, maybe 3-year comic at this point. And because you're Joe Rogan's boy, you want Joe Rogan's protected, you know, allies, no one can say nothing about you. I bet you this period in time, comedians in that scene must have hated him just because of that alone. And again, it's an easy thing to avoid. Just don't be too flashy at the Comedy Store, innit? Just keep it a bit under wraps.
But it's just like, it's like,
on New Year's Eve while he was having dinner with his family, he was like, what are you doing tonight? I was like, left him on red. But he knows I hate that I'm with my in-laws right now. Do you want to go?
Food truck.
at least that is like, so
Brendan trying to fuck Kalila allegedly during the Christmas holidays is hilarious. That's a detail people don't talk about enough, actually. Him trying to get a quick dick suck during the Christmas holidays. That's how horny he was. You're seeing his kids play with their toys. You've seen his kids maybe open their fucking presents. His wife putting the fucking tamales on the fucking dinner table. And the one thing he's thinking about is getting his fucking cock sucked. That's how you know you're horny. How can you be thinking about getting your dick sucked during Christmas holidays like that?
wait, we walked to my car. I finished my spa, being very good at comedy. You not being good at comedy. And then, so, by the way, I don't want to be seen with you. I don't.
The biggest clue you could ever give.
Sorry for your loss. But for the people that are negative, I view those people the same I view a homeless guy.
person.
They do not matter. Whatever job they're working, could not even fathom the amount of work it takes to pull off something where they're...
Anyway, you get a gist of that, right? Let's go back to the fucking clip because my fucking ADHD brain is going over the place. Malik B's got a special out. Let's read his blurb. Actor, social media influencer Malik B digs deep into his childhood memories and growing up in LA where nothing is off limits. From fighting school bullies to dating and having kids, Malik's one-off start kind of... Oh, he's got a child. Malik Khan's one style takes his audience on a relatable, hilarious journey. Most known for his stand-up role in Netflix Burning Sands and being a viral sensation, Malik he doesn't even have the Fright in the Kidneys credits. Oh, Malik continues to cement himself as a breakthrough star who is the up-and-coming voice of a new generation. Get ready to laugh until you cry in his newest comedy special. So let's actually see what he says, because I don't know what his style is going to be like. I want you guys to say in a chat, in a stream chat, I want you guys to be honest, be brutally honest. Do you think Malik B is a better stand-up than Brendan? We're going to play his comedy trailer clip here from Comedy Dynamics. Hopefully I don't get fucking flagged. But let's see. What do you guys think? Do you think Malik B is better than Brendan? Or is he on the same level? Or is he worse? Let's see. The first clip is Has Road Rage. Let's play it. Let's see what you guys think. Be honest as well in the stream chat. Be brutally honest. Even if you don't like Brendan, be honest. Who do you think is funnier? Malik B or Brendan Schaub?
I got over in front of me.
And also, small little point of contention. I don't like the overuse of the fuck, shits, the swear words, just to kind of fill in and to kind of punch up the jokes. It kind of feels a bit hacky as well. I'm not sure if that's something I've just noticed now, but I think in the first seconds, he kind of said fuck 3-4 times. It kind of felt just like as an easy, cheap laugh. Man, fuck this shit. And you say it in that weird, you know, voice. You say it in that fucking, I'm a black guy inflection, you know, like hacky, you know that voice I'm talking about in America, right? You Americans have like, we don't have it in the UK actually. We don't have a hacky black voice, but there's a hacky black voice. They're like, I'm black and I'm from the South. You know what it is. When your mama is chasing you around the fucking allotment and she got a spoon and she hitting you. I'm from the South. I like to eat corn starch and legumes. I don't know. You know that fucking voice that you guys have, that American. I'm a black guy. Yeah. We black guys. I like big butts. I like chicken. That sort of shit. Like that kind of voice inflection I think is a bit hacky. Just speak. Just have a voice. Just speak. You don't need to have like, I'm a black guy, you know? I like cornbread. I like biscuits, you know? I'm a black guy. I like watermelon. Oh my God, you see LeBron James? Who's better basketballer? LeBron James or Michael Jordan, huh? Yeah, I'm a black guy. Bill Burr can make traffic jokes and road rage jokes. So can Malik. I don't mind it. It's not for me, but I can see why people would find it funny. Brendan is not better than this guy. I don't care. Brendan is not better than him. If anything, Malik B would actually be a good writer for Brendan. He could actually help Brendan punch up some of these hacky, oh my God, I'm married to a Mexican jokes. Oh my God, it's so funny when your kid is speaking another language. Oh, it's so funny when your wife swears at you in Spanish, but you think she's giving you a compliment. You know, those kind of jokes. So he could actually help him punch up those jokes, but I don't think he's better than Brendan. I think he's better. Timo Kazi, good point. Same level of jokes, but he has better stage presence. Maybe that's the key to actually being a good stand-up. Just being more comfortable on stage and having good charisma, like having a, not charisma, but having good stage presence. Yes, you don't need to be funny. If you have good stage presence and you look comfortable, maybe that's all you need. Maybe Brendan's main problem is that kind of, he gets that weird mouth thing where his throat looks wow. Good point. I didn't even thought about that. Maybe it's just the comfortability, like actually being comfortable on stage goes a long way to selling the jokes as opposed to actually being funny. Wow. Yo, big up Alex Martin. Appreciate you, Alexander.
Oz frontin' like he don't like cornbread. Smiley face.
To be fair, I don't even know what cornbread is. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've never had cornbread in my life. I'm gonna imagine it's like, is it corn, like sweet corn? How do they make cornbread? I don't know what is cornbread. I've never had it in my entire life, man. You have to remember, I might look like some of the niggas over there, but I'm from the UK, mate. So we don't eat none of this shit. I don't know what the fuck cornbread is. What is cornbread? Cornbread is a quick bread. What's a quick bread? Is there a slow bread? What's slow bread? What is slow bread? Quick bread. There's a quick and fast bread. What's a slow bread? Slow bread is a name very used with little yeast. So what's that? Is that like a What is a quick? There's a slow. What is slow bread? Oh, slow to rise. Okay. So what version is that? Is sourdough a version of slow bread? You don't use a lot of yeast in sourdough, do you? Or do you feed slow bread to slow people? Is that how you have people that are redacted? You give them slow bread when they're kids. So maybe in poorer neighborhoods, they only make slow bread. Right? If you're in a poor neighborhood, they give you slow bread, and that's how you end up a bit, right? Is what happens. Okay, cool. Quick bread. Cornbread. In the southern of the United States with oranges and Native American. So cornbread is a Native American thing that was also fed to the slaves, I'm guessing. It's an example of batter bread, dumplings and but why do they call it corn? Is it made out of corn? Like sweet corn? Like corn on a cob, and they turn it into, is that why it's so yellow? Can you buy cornbread in the UK? Yes, you can. What does cornbread taste like? Cornbread's a great, sweet and salty. That's some big back shit, innit? If you want a big back, if you want to fit into size 42 plus jeans, you eat cornbread, I think. I don't want a big back. I'm into like Paris, Parisian fashion brands, right? I'm into fucking runway brands. I like to wear very expensive designer clothes. I can't have a big back, so I can't eat cornbread. That's why I have to eat like slow bread to be redacted and to like for slow metabolism's sakes, right? I can't have cornbread. If I have cornbread, I have to wear FUBU. That's what happens, right? If you eat cornbread, you have to wear like FUBU or go to big and tall stores. Or you have to wear like, you have to wear like merch or wear like football jerseys, like Segura, no, like BERT KREISCHER. You have to have like football shirts and shit on. Okay, I've never had cornbread in my entire. I don't even know what it tastes like. Cornbread. So it's not made out of corn. What is it actually made out of? Lemon juice. So there's no corn in it. Let's go on this one, the BBC. There's no corning. Why is it called cornbread if there's no corn? Let's see this BBC fucking thing. How can you call something cornbread when it's not corn? There's no corn in it. What's going on here? Ingredients: butter. You put onions in cornbread. You're eating bread with onions in it. Yo, fucking hell. Onions, fine cornmeal. Oh, that's what it's cornmeal. It's not okay. Flour. What? Severe design. AZ learning about his history. My ancestors are turning around in their graves, bruv. The ones that got lost in sea are like fucking. Their spirits are all over the ocean going crazy, bro. Plain flour, sugar, tablespoon of baking powder, cartons of buttermilk. So it's corn flour. Okay, whatever, man. So hold on. There's cornmeal. Hold on. It's cornmeal flour. Does that not have corn in it either? What the fuck is that? Where does cornmeal flour derive from? Oh look, there's a black person on it. Oh, is that native? Oh, native person. Okay, cool. But these all look like, you can tell these are made for black people, isn't it? Right? You know how you go to like a shop and you see like deodorant for men. Like if you see like, I don't know, deodorant for men, you could always tell the men one because it looks like a gun. You know, it's got a very masculine. Let's do anti-deodorant, right? They always look very like, it looks like a gun or like a strap, right? Men's deodorant, usually anyway, it looks really aggressive, especially the Nivea ones or something, right? Nivea ones and stuff and Shaw, they look very aggressive. It's like shower gel. Like, look how, you can tell that's made for a man, right? You can tell this is like for men. That's a man's range of fucking things, right? But then go back to this. Look at the cornmeal stuff. That looks like ethnic stuff, isn't it? It looks like when you go to the ethnic aisle. You know? This is the ethnic aisle. This all looks, very, very urban style. Who said it? What? AZ, the ADHD kicking in. Why are we on this again? Why are we here again? Oh shit! Exactly. I completely forgot. Why are we here? Oh yeah, Malik. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Let's go back to Malik. Thank you for keeping me in line when the ADHD kicks in. Look at that. That's genuine laughter, though, right? Genuine laughter. He's missing a couple of teeth there, but that's genuine niggery laughter. Oh my God, I know that example because I've been in that same position. God damn, this nigga's funny. This nigga's funny. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, black guy. You go. Black guy to black guy. I know, man, because my bitch be annoying the fuck out of me, too. Yeah, man. Yeah, you funny as fuck, man. You go, black guy. You fucking go. Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, yeah, y'all. Oh, yeah. Fish and grits, y'all. Fried chicken. Hoo-ha. I'm from Minnesota. I'm from Mississippi. Yeah. Slave trade. Freedom. We know. Anyway, one more. Let's see his one called Gangster Mentality. One more. Gangster Mentality. Gangster Mentality. Yo, but these views are trouble, innit? Comedy enforcement. How many subscribers? You see what I mean about fake views and subscribers? There's something, I don't understand when people bot their views and stuff. It doesn't make no sense. Allegedly, this channel has 531,000 subscribers, right? Nearly 500,000. Yet for sure they must have botted views back in the day. Look at the views on some of their videos. Look at this stuff. 316, 634. Like, this is terrible, bro. These guys will be better off just putting the videos out on their own channel. What's the point of signing a deal with Comedy Enforcement? I know they do it because I think Comedy Dynamics produced the entire special for you, right? You get to go on because the production of it is really good. The stage is lovely, well lit. The sound looks great. The sound is amazing. It looks visually fantastic, and they probably send you the clips straight away easily so you can post them on your social media. But they take a cut out of your money and they can't even get you 1,000 views on videos and shit. Unless you talk about your pussy like this lady, Renee Percy. But yeah, this channel is fucking trouble. How can you get 500,000 subscribers but you can't get a couple of thousand videos or even more on these videos? They definitely botted their account. But anyway, who gives a shit? Let's scroll up. Let's see Chappelle's last one. Gangster Mentality. Please, do you think I'm laughing because he's black? Do you think I have a weird internal bias where I'm laughing because I see someone that looks like me on stage? Because the chat is not agreeing. Do you think I'm actually blinded by my blackness? We were kings. Do you think I'm getting gassed? I'm getting blinded because I think he's much better than Brendan. But you guys in the chat are not agreeing. Blinded by the blackness, exactly. Oh, man. Big up Malik. Malik, don't listen to the stream chat. If you watch this later in the clip, Malik, don't listen to the stream chat. My stream chat is racist, okay? Even though they're watching me, my stream chat is racist. We were kings. Don't listen to them, all right? Black Wall Street, BLM, George Floyd, Oprah Winfrey, yeah? Kerry Washington, always crying. Meghan Markle, we're winning the game out here. You know, AOC, we claim her too. All right? We claim her too. Don't listen to my chat. My chat is full of racismus, okay? Don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what funny is, okay? I was sitting there thinking, hold on, am I laughing because he's funny or am I laughing because he's black? I was like, whoa. I caught myself there. I was like, hold on, is that actually funny? Or does that sound relatable? Because, you know, I'm from the ghetto. I know black things. Cornbread, tater tots, chicken and grits. Anyway, moving on. I'm gonna have to do these little sips of beer often, man. I'm nice and loosened up now. I'm loose as a goose, mate. Honestly, you give me a couple of nice words, mate, I might jump in. I might go crazy. I mean, I might spread those cheeks and go fucking crazy town. Let's fucking go. Let's watch Comedy Enforcement quickly. I want to see this video. This is called Steve-O calls out Bert Kreischer on 2 Bears 1 Cave. I want to quickly see this. Let's see what Comedy Enforcement is saying. I ain't watched him in a while. Let's put this on. Let's see what he's saying. Comedy Enforcement, my G, my driller. I know you guys in the stream chat hate him, but let's see what he's saying. Let's see. Come on, load. Yeah, let's just start from. Let's just start from 3 minutes. Doesn't really matter where we started from. Let's see what he's saying. Let's see. Bang bang, Comedy Enforcement gang. Let's go. Come on. Full of clips, exactly, Jared Millerick. What's that?
All about himself, which eventually
I like
led to
AZ
the
Buzz.
conversation
Yes,
about
big up
him
Sarlax.
drinking.
Comedy Enforcement is your competition. Nah, Andrew Tate. There's no competition in this game. I'm just here chatting shit. No one's competition. I'm just talking shit. There is no competition. We're all out here talking shit. We're all out here talking shit on people who are far more successful than we are and just having shits and laughs because we want to have shits and laughs. And like I said before, this is our reality TV. Let's take it for that. It's not about competition or that sort of lame GAY stuff. Have some fun, fuck around, laugh, go to bed, have a wank and keep it moving.
Now, I don't think Steve went there with the plan to call out Bert Kreischer about his problem, but instead he slowly started getting fed up and getting tired of hearing Bert Kreischer's nonsense. For example, one of the first things that Bert Kreischer said that was pretty wild was asking Steve if he actually had a problem with alcohol or if it was ever his thing. It's almost like Bert Kreischer forgot who he was talking to because Steve-O has a video with over 6 million views on his own YouTube channel where he goes over all the times that he got completely wasted on camera, just on camera. Now imagine
quickly load a bit right quickly. Bear with me a sec.
all the times that he wasn't. Obviously, he did have a problem. So that question was pretty silly.
But like, I knew even then that my bone's connected to my booze bone and my booze bone's connected to my coke bone and my bone's...
Have any of you guys actually watched Steve-O's stand-up special? Is it actually any good? Because I haven't checked out anything from him. Have you checked out any of his comedy specials? Is it just him doing pranks on stage and like stuff, or is he actually telling jokes?
Can't not...
I thought my bone was connected to my booze bone. I really did. And that's why I was like, when I stopped partying, I went...
I mean, you get cotton mouth, you're thirsty, you need a drink.
Oh, no.
As soon as you have a drink, then you need...
And then I said to Tom casually, we're talking, and I was like, what's the longest you could go without a drink? And he was like, I don't know when the last time I had a drink was. It was like a game changer. I was like, sweet. You don't like have a...
Isn't a question, if you have to ask yourself questions like, how long can I go without a drink? Isn't that really like a sign of alcoholism? Right? Isn't that like a telltale sign that you're alcoholic? Because regular people don't think that way, right? Regular people that don't have an issue with drinking. You just drink when you drink, and when you don't, you don't. But you don't think, how long can I go without one? You know, it's a bit like, that's a bit of a dark question to ask yourself, isn't it? Like, how long can I suffer without having a drink that brings me so much joy and happiness? Temporarily, of course. That's a little bit of a dark question.
A drink at the end of every day? And he's like, no. I was like, how do you like dial down? And he goes, I just sit on the couch. And I was like, oh, that's interesting.
He can't imagine just dialing down, sitting on the couch. Exactly, Timo Kazi. It occupies too much headspace for him. Exactly. That's the issue. You're thinking about it way too much. That's definitely the main problem. When you're overthinking it, like when you're legitimately looking forward to the drink at the end of the night and you can't wait, you know, as soon as you wake up, you're already looking forward to your drink at the end of the day. That's probably an issue. When you just grab a drink on your way home because you want to grab a drink and you don't think anything of it, you know, that maybe isn't much of an issue, but his is fucking weird. But that's the thing with Brendan. Sorry, I think Bert. I think Podcast Cringe mentioned it. He's very self-aware, but also unaware. It's a strange thing. So I'm not too sure if his self-aware thing is almost like a... Yeah, this one I'm going to say aloud. I wonder if Bert Kreischer's self-awareness when it comes to his drinking is a weird defense mechanism. So you don't grill him or you don't question his lifestyle choices. Like, you know, people who want to protect. Yeah, exactly. Defense. There we go, Timakazi. Like, you want to protect your peace or your little thing that you do. You don't want people to ask you so many questions. So you have an excuse or you say something that you know that they will agree with, so that they stop kind of probing you for more questions, or they want to probe you to get to the heart of what's going on. So maybe he does that whole self-aware thing as a bit of a defense mechanism. So you just leave him alone. Maybe.
Because I think the majority of people listening right now, I would argue, I put it on my social media, the majority of people probably have more than one drink a week. I would think, or they don't drink at all.
I think that
no one even thinks about that, but I think the majority of regular people, probably if you have to ask them, I know having worked in a regular job, usually the days that you actually want to drink are usually the stressful days or any time after Wednesday, right? Like hump day. Like usually in the office I've worked in, people will want to go for drinks after work on like a Wednesday to a Friday. Usually those are the main booze days. But if you've got a family, they might be the days you can get away with it because your kids are going to school. By the time you get home, they may be already winding down their day, going to bed. So you can get away with having a couple of drinks during a weekday. But when it comes to the weekend, you probably can't because you're going to be with your family and you're going to be with your partner and stuff. So that's when you kind of tone it down. So maybe you kind of oscillate between those two things. But again, you don't think about it much. You just drink when you can, and when you can't, you don't. It just is what it is.
the difference is like a normal person doesn't think about how many drinks they have.
Exactly. A normal person doesn't think at all about it.
Yeah, doesn't. It never even enters their mind. Like
someone told me they went to
only an alcoholic will ever even wonder or think about if they're an alcoholic.
Now, this was about halfway through the podcast, and this is when things started to get pretty awkward, and the whole show starts.
Can you get a feeling from that little clip there? Do you get the feeling? I guess when you go through AA, there's a lot of like confronting your demons. But you also, I guess when you go through AA, yeah, I bet you when you go through Alcoholics Anonymous, you probably end up noticing when people are doing the thing that you used to do. The sort of deflection, the excuse making, and that weird thing that Bert does where he kind of talks about himself, but doesn't. He kind of does this weird little kind of like almost trick where he kind of is being vulnerable, but then he's also putting up walls and he's also sort of like, you know, dodging. So I think that little smile from Steve-O, he knew exactly what Bert was doing, and he actually tried, no, let's put it back to you. Not some people, not them, it's you. You're the fucking problem. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Like, I think when you go through AA, you probably unconsciously can spot people. You can call out their bullshit because you know you used to do it to excuse your own drinking, and you see and you can notice it in other people too. I bet you that's the thing, because Steve-O did that really wry smile like, this guy's full of fucking shit.
To go south for Bert Kreischer, because by this point, he could have moved on. He could have changed the subject and remember that he...
Sorry, just stop it again. And I bet you it's probably insulting to people like Steve-O, people like Bert, because at least Steve-O went and addressed these problems. But people like Bert are usually the most annoying ones because they try and act like they don't have an issue. They try. It's almost like Bert is saying like, I'm a better drunk than you. I'm a better drinker than you because I don't have a problem. It's almost like a weird flex. So I guess when you're a Steve-O, when you're addict and you're a recovering addict, you probably get offended. It probably annoys you when people who don't want to admit they have a problem try and act like they're better than you because they haven't gone through AA or they don't, you know what I mean? They haven't hit rock bottom just yet. It's kind of like how dare you? Like, you've actually got a problem. You just don't know it yet. You're not better than me because I have admitted my issue and now I'm kind of dealing with it. You're just in denial.
Was doing a comedy podcast and then had a different conversation about it. But instead, Bert Kreischer continues to talk about it and pulls the most insane bro science by essentially saying that he made a poll on his Instagram or Twitter where he asked his fans if they drank, and turns out that they all did. Now, this is when Steve-O drops a huge bomb on Bert Kreischer and obviously caught him off guard because he had no answer for that. Because essentially, Steve-O indirectly made the point that if Bert Kreischer wasn't an alcoholic, they wouldn't even be having that conversation in the first place.
Then I'm not an alcoholic. People have asked me that so often, and I go, no. And they're like, really?
I think that you've told me directly that you think you have a problem.
No, I have a problem with everything, with food, with sex. Like I everything. I have a problem with everything. That's just my personality. Dr. Drew kind of analyzed me, and he was like, you're not an alcoholic, but you definitely drink too much.
I'm sorry, but if you have to use your celebrity doctor guy to justify your drinking, I don't think that's, especially somebody that is indirectly an employee of yours. I know he's not really an employee, but Dr. Drew is kind of an employee of Bert indirectly because of your mum's house. Justifying your drinking because of a doctor, and he does this a lot, but I remember this is the reason why I stopped listening to him. He does that thing where he kind of latches onto like one expert that kind of like, you know, justifies his existence and gives him an excuse and sort of like uses that. This doctor said, I mean, like, it's like, bro, you still have an issue. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Dr. Drew tried to tell you that you're not an alcoholic.
Dr. Drew would call him right now.
Give it a shot.
By the way.
Whenever I go to a doctor visit, they're like...
By the way, if he says I'm an alcoholic, edit this out. Keep going.
And Dr. Drew does call back towards the end of the podcast, and they have a pretty tough conversation. But I think it's so wild, the fact that Bert Kreischer actually triples down and tries to prove that he's not an alcoholic by calling Dr. Drew. I mean, I don't know what he was expecting from that conversation, but it didn't go.
And also, think about this way. Dr. Drew's been accused of being a bit of a scammer, right? He's been accused of being a little bit of a fraud. I would imagine if you're Dr. Drew and you're faced with the question of, is Bert Kreischer an alcoholic or not, from Steve-O, a recovering addict, and it's on the record, you're probably going to think twice about grifting or lying or trying to massage Bert's ego. You're going to be like, you know what? I can't afford a viral moment that makes me look terrible. I'm going to be honest. You know, I'm going to be for real, and I'm going to say what the truth is, which is most likely he is, but he's in denial. You're not going to, it's actually a dumb thing to Bert to do, because he put him on the spot and he obviously didn't want to, you know, make himself look like an idiot and, you know, call into question his own, you know, him as a doctor and whatever it may be, his judgment call. He didn't want to call it into question. So it was a really bad move from Bert, this.
Well for him at all. It was just a pretty bad look. Now, I do respect the fact that they left all that in and didn't take it out, but yeah, it wasn't a good look, and it doesn't stop there, because after that, Bert Kreischer shares the most insane theory about how he feels about people that are sober or in recovery.
Yeah, no, Dr. I've talked. If you don't think I've talked to Dr. Drew about my drinking before, you're out of your mind. I also have a theory. You're not gonna like this theory.
Okay.
I believe everyone who is an admitted alcoholic sees everyone's drinking problem. I think it's like they're hyper aware of everyone's drinking problem and see everything as a problem.
What? Hold on. The first part makes sense. If you're in recovery, you can probably see people's problems clearer because you've gone through the fucking, you've walked through the fire. You've gone to the darkest depths. That makes sense. But to say that recovering addicts see everyone's drinking as a problem is insane. That's an insane justification for your own drinking. That's essentially gaslighting, isn't it? Bert's incredible, man. Bert's one of the lucky people, because I think it happens in life, right? I think these examples, I personally think, people like Bert, people like Brendan, they're always going to exist in society because they, I think, should be a warning or an example of what not to do. Or like, no, a cautionary tale. So someone like Brendan is a legit redact, right? He might have a double-digit IQ. He's actually redacted, but he's a multimillionaire. But obviously, the way he got to be a multimillionaire, would you really want to swap positions with him? Even though he's got all the things that people want in these days, you know, how he's had to get there and the brain that he has, questionable. So same with Bert Kreischer. He legitimately might be like every other person that you know around your area, middle-aged guy, can't let go of his high school fucking life, is an adult fucking frat boy, drinks all the time. But that person that you know isn't a multi-millionaire. Bert doesn't sell out stadiums and arenas and shit. He's just a regular dude working a regular job. Maybe he hasn't got a job. Maybe he's, you know, on benefits. Maybe he's living on the street, whatever. So another person, the same Bert in another fucking, you know, in another fucking timeline doesn't end up being a successful comedian. So I think Bert is a cautionary tale for all of us to look at and say, he might have all the trappings of success and all the material fucking rewards that come with it, but it doesn't necessarily mean his life is all hunky-dory. And would you really want to swap roles with him, really and truly, given what the things that he's gone through and the things that he's kind of suffered from, blah, 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 blah. I think that's why these guys basically exist. They're always a bit of a cautionary toy, because I think it's easy to see somebody who's down bad and say, I want to avoid that. But it's harder to look at somebody who has like the trappings of material success, but their life's a bit all over the place. Those are the things that you should actually take more credence to, because it shows you that even though you have money and all this sort of stuff, it doesn't really help really if the insides, if the other things are a bit weird. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I think when it comes to sort of things. So I think they're quite beneficial, but when you hear them speak, it's kind of nuts, because you're like, whoa, man, you're like in your 50s and you have this incredibly backward logic. It's like, what?
Like, because it's really hard talking to anyone that's in recovery and not convincing you have a problem. I think recovery is contagious.
Okay.
Okay. Look at Steve. Let's do it one more time. That was a perfect response.
You have a problem. I think recovery is contagious.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. And whatever. My view on it is that it's like people who have diabetes, they're not mad at sugar, and they don't like.
Oh, I think they are. You don't think people with diabetes want to eat sugar?
Well, sugar's not a bad thing. It's just that they can't have it.
Yeah, but I think they live a life where they go, I would love to be able to eat cake at a birthday party.
Yeah, but they know they can't have it.
Yeah.
So it's not that sugar's bad. It's just that they can't have it.
Yeah.
Like I just can't have it.
Yeah. No,
you know?
I agree with that.
Alcohol's not bad, and if you're getting away with it, I love it. You know, like I'm not even saying it's a bad thing.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe you're not an alcoholic. I don't care. I don't know.
Exactly. That's the key term there. Maybe you're getting away with it. I don't give a fuck. And that's the key thing. I think people, even Brendan Schaub is a good example of this. They think because they're getting away with bad behavior and being pieces of shit, that it means that they're not that bad, that they're okay. And I don't think that's a good way to go about life. Just because you're getting away with stuff, it doesn't mean you don't have anything that you should be able to look at and try and fix about your personality, or maybe look at and think, okay, I can maybe, fix this. I can maybe change this. There's certain things you can maybe do better, maybe mistakes you could own up to, maybe wrongs you can rewrite. It's not, that doesn't mean that. Just because I honestly believe, my personal opinion is this. I don't think you need to hit rock bottom all the time to learn. You don't need to do that. You don't need to lose loads of money, lose a partner, have your kids not talk to you, lose jobs for you to learn a lesson. You can learn a lesson just from life and like feedback loops that you get from people. Okay, 2 or 3 people have had this reaction to how I talk. Okay, maybe I have to change this. Because sometimes it's not all the time they're the issue. Maybe you're the issue. Okay, people don't like the way I do. Okay, you could do these little things to edit and change yourself along the way and be a better person without having to hit rock bottom. Not everybody has to learn that way. Some people can learn just from, making little edits here and there. But it seems like Bert is a weird person. He has that weird, I just figured it out. Bert has that same thing that Rogan sometimes has when it comes to like podcasting or some of these like online, you could be a millionaire type of guys have. They think just because they did it, that everybody else can do it. It's that easy. Like it's like Survivor. It's not Survivor. What's it called? Not Survivor something. It's like because they pull themselves up by their bootstrap, they think everybody else can do it too. And you develop this weird, almost contempt for people. Because that's why I sense from Bert a little bit. It's almost like he's got contempt for addicts and for recovering alcoholics. Like, oh, you guys couldn't hack it. You guys let the drinks get the best of you. You guys got lost in the sauce. I am the sauce. I am the saucepan. I am the fire. I am the stove. I don't get lost in the sauce. It's almost like he has contempt for addicts, which is odd, But I guess it's part of the process of like maybe getting to a point where you admit you are. Who knows? But I can sense that little bit of disdain in his voice. Oh man, look at you. You had to go get help for drinking too much alcohol. Just handle it, man. Just have a couple of drinks. Go to sleep. It's not that big of a deal. It's almost like he has contempt for them,
Yeah.
Now, we won't even try to break down the insane mental gymnastics that Bert Kreischer just did, because I don't even know if he has actually thought that through or if he just said it because he was getting upset that, or maybe he felt that he was being attacked by Steve-O and felt like saying that to his face. Because keep in mind that by this point, Steve-O had already called out Bert Kreischer for essentially lying about him, saying that he didn't believe he had a problem, and then also for not getting an answer from Dr. Drew right away. And something I found very interesting and wanted to point out was the fact that only 3 years ago, Bert Kreischer was one of Steve-O's first guests on his own show, the Wild Ride podcast.
I didn't know that.
And it's now one of their most viewed episodes. So
really?
The vibe was great. They had a great conversation, and it was a fun podcast overall. However, in that episode, in the most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave, the vibe was definitely way off. And you can kind of pinpoint it to Bert Kreischer. Now, I could be wrong, but keep in mind that just 3 years ago when they recorded that podcast with Steve-O, Bert Kreischer was still doing theaters. And obviously during the past 3 years, his career completely exploded and he's now doing arenas and even has a movie. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but the vibe was definitely up.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think it's because he's more successful. I think in that 3 year period, Bert's probably had a lot of people, because that's one thing. If you think about it from Bert's point of view, as mongoloidy and redacted as he is, if you're someone like Bert and you're in denial about, big up Singer, good, appreciate it, brother.
My girlfriend thought you were Khalid Lowell.
Respectfully, fuck your girlfriend, Stinger Goo, and tell her that I'm not gonna eat bread for the next week now. Because of her, I'm gonna starve myself. I'm not eating bread for a week. If she thinks I look like Khalid, tell that fucking lady I'm not eating bread for the next week. Okay? I'm gonna have an eating disorder now for a week, and tell her it's her fault. Tell her it's her fault. I'm having an eating disorder for a week. I'm not eating any bread. Fucking Khalid. Big up Stinger, I'm gonna appreciate you. Fucking hell, mate. Khalid, you know. Oh, God almighty. Okay, cool. Whatever. No more cornbread for me. No more tater tots. Oh, fucking hell. I'm going for a 5K run tomorrow. I'm literally going for a 5K run in the morning. If you see me on fucking do I have my my Strava? Yeah, I might have to put my Strava up as well, so you can if you want to follow me on Strava. I'm gonna go for a 5K run tomorrow. Fuck this shit. No more Khalid jokes. I'm not having it, mate. All right, I want to come back with fucking Ozempic cheeks, hollow cheeks. Anyway, I was saying, I think if you're thinking about it from Bert Kreischer's point of view, think about it this way. I think if you're an addict but you're in denial, it's probably really annoying when people keep trying to tell you that you have a problem. So I think in that 3 year period, Bert's had a ton of people tell him, you have a problem, you have a problem, you have a problem, you have a problem. But he's obviously in denial. So I think that's what's happened. And then when it finally reached someone like Steve-O, who's actually in recovery and is a no-nonsense type of dude, he just got defensive and he's been a little bit of a baby. I think that's what's happened. I don't think it's because he's more famous. I don't think that's the case. I just think he's had 3 years of people in between that time telling him, he doesn't like it.
Off.
And then, so you rent the theater,
No.
or you're not renting it yourself, but you pay the rental fees, whatever. So it's when you get into that second show, you sell out the first one, you add the second show.
I love this talk.
And obviously, Steve-O didn't agree with Bert Kreischer's theory about sober people and people in recovery. And after that, he clearly started taking shots at Bert Kreischer and feeling more comfortable with, taking shots and telling him exactly how he feels.
I went to one of those doctors where you get ready for a TV show.
Who are we going to call next that's going to not fucking blow us up?
No. Drew must be with a patient.
I don't know that this was a bad one. I mean, we were a little bit all over the place.
Not a bad one.
I mean, I was telling great stories and you all up, but well, because I got there, I remember I was talking about it a bit in the psych ward. That was the juiciest shit ever, and then you derailed it.
Don't you?
How many fans do you think Bert has lost over the years just from interrupting and railroading conversations and making them all by himself? Because that's when I lost interest. No, sorry. I lost interest in the Bert cast because I still think, oddly enough, hot take, I still think Bert is one of the best interviewers when it comes to interviewing comedians, because he's so obsessed with selling tickets, because he's so much, you know, involved in the whole marketing thing and branding thing. He actually does really good interviews with other comedians, and he's actually a comedy fan. Like, he watches other comedian specials and stuff. He can quote jokes and whatnot. He actually comes across well, but because of his inability to just step aside and let the person speak, and he was just to feel like he has to be like, no, but and me and me and me and me and one up you, it makes it intolerable, like it's insufferable. But the one thing that really bugged me was this whole, like, it's a bit of a neurotic, it's a bit like, you know how I say that I've got that ADHD brain where I'm always scatterbrained and thinking about different tangents. Bert's got this other thing, I don't know if it's a version of ADHD where he's neurotic, but then he vocalizes it and then he starts spinning. What's that called? So he'll start mentioning something about, oh yeah, this, and that sort of stuff was giving me legitimately anxiety. It was making me feel fucking, like my heart was beating out of my fucking chest. I don't know what the term is for it, but he kept like just oversharing things and then spinning about it, like going on different and it became, that's when I stopped listening to the Bertcast. That's when I had to tap out. I was like, you know what, I can't do it anymore. I don't know if it is neurosis or whatever what it is, but it's something odd because he just kept going on and on and on about his issues and wouldn't fucking shut up.
I just heard that, dude.
And of course, Steve-O had to play it off as if it was a joke, but it was the truth. Because before that, Steve-O was getting into one of his many stories about rehab and psych wards and all that stuff when Bert Kreischer clearly cut him off and started talking about himself. Which, funny enough, if Bert Kreischer would have heard the story, he probably would have never called Dr. Drew in the first place. Because the story was that Dr. Drew was essentially running the rehab center that Steve-O went to and got help from. I mean, I've heard some pretty bad stuff about rehabs and some good stuff about it. I mean, Steve-O is living proof of that. But I'm just saying that if he...
I've heard some pretty good stuff about... Oh yeah, I've heard some actually pretty bad stuff and pretty good stuff, like, from other sources. You know what I've heard about rehabs from people, other extended people and stuff? Allegedly, they're also a place where people legitimately go and have, like, funds. You go to like a rehab, like a center where you kind of stay there, and people end up like doing a bunch of drugs, fucking everyone in the fucking building. It can depend what way you want to go. It can actually end up being a place where you get clean and you get the straight and narrow, or you end up getting enabled by other people. That's what I've heard from people. Like, legitimately, it turns into like a bit of a freak show where you all kind of pretend when you get around in a circle, but then when you go back to your rooms, you're all fucking sucking and fucking each other. It's kind of crazy.
He would have heard that story and knew that Dr. Drew was actually running a rehab center in the past. I don't know if he would have called them to ask if he thought if he was an alcoholic.
I had a roommate.
Dr. Drew.
Yeah,
Dr.
there
Drew.
he is.
Hey, Drew, you're saving my life here.
Okay.
Yeah, Drew.
Hello, Steve-O. What's happening, buddy?
Hey, my knuckles.
I didn't
Hey,
like
did
that.
we have another question for Drew? Oh, is Bert an alcoholic?
Well, you know, we have a saying in the program, right? You spot it, you got it. So I'm curious what you think.
Oh, come on, Dr. Drew. You can't just pass it off. They're asking you. Do you think he's alcoholic, yes or no? But again, he knows that his bread is buttered, so, you know, it is what it is.
Hold on. That's actually my argument. I think everyone in recovery only sees alcoholism because they couldn't. Yeah. What do you want?
I mean,
nope.
the literature tells me that it's not my role to diagnose another alcoholic.
Okay,
We just say, hey, if you find that once you start you can't stop, we have a solution. I'm not pushing it on you, but we're here when you're ready.
Too. But back to Bert. Bert has a binge issue for sure. Whether that's real deal stuff, it's hard to tell. He gets it under control on his own, so it's hard to, you know what I mean? He actually does get it under control, right? So when people can do that, it's hard to say, well, you got to follow me.
Hold on. Isn't it quite black and white, though? If you're a binger, you're a binger. No? Like, if you binge, you binge. Like, I have my moments where I go and party and I go crazy, but it's never been a daily thing. It's never been a consistent thing. It's just a literal burst, like a binge. Like when you have a good diet and you end up eating fucking a ton of terrible things on one day. But if you're an alcoholic, you know you are. You just know how to fucking keep it in check. It's like, that's why I say you're a functioning alcoholic. So you could be a functioning alcoholic where you just make it work, but it's kind of black and white whether you binge or an alcoholic. There's no like in between. That's an odd thing. That's a very LA way of looking at things, maybe, isn't it? Like you don't really want that label of being an alcoholic, so you kind of say, I'm in between, I'm binging, I like to enjoy myself. It's like, it's pretty black and white, really, isn't it?
We've got some ideas. But we'll see. You know, if he wants help.
There we go, exactly. We say, big up Gio or Go. I'm not a doctor, but Bert is 100% alcoholic. As an alcoholic, we can identify each other. That's the thing I'm saying, though. As a party boy, right? I can see when somebody's on something because I've been around them and I've been that person. I can see when somebody's lost in the sauce because I've been that person lost in the sauce, and I've been around people lost in the sauce. So if you're an alcoholic, you can spot alcoholics. It's easy to spot. Like you know, smokers know who smokers are. Drinkers know who druggies know who druggers are. It is what it is. So why are you trying to deny it? It's like, huh?
There's help available.
There you go. I love it.
I'm good.
I
This is the weirdest episode of a podcast I've ever done. I'm holding a phone talking about my drinking with Steve-O and Dr. Drew.
Yeah. Well,
Now, Steve-O was a little bit too excited to ask Dr. Drew if...
Okay, let's fast forward a bit and then move on. Let's see what Drew says. Let's see what the last bit is, and we continue on.
You guys do this to me.
Do
you
what?
both scare me. You're my friends, and you do, yeah. And you
First
do
of
stuff
all,
that
my
I-
blood sugar's at 82 today. My fucking blood pressure is better than it's ever been. I'm down almost 40 pounds. Like I'm
proud of you.
Yeah, I know.
And you look, and you guys look. Steve,
I love when he used to say that. When I listen to the Bert cast, you'd say, I'm down 40 pounds. I haven't drank in 74 days. And then they'll drill him and be like, oh, I did have a drink on the weekend that other day, though, because it was my, I just sold out a show and I had to have the drink with my steak. The way he equates stuff is like so infantile. It's so bizarre. Like, how can you say you're sober for a number of days, but then you had a drink yesterday, but it was only one and it doesn't count? It's like, what? And at first I used to think it was like a little bit he did, like a little skit thing to be funny, but what's I say? Jesse, exactly. There we go. Exactly. Jesse L just said it. I didn't even see your comment until now. Bert also lies about the amount he drinking he does. He doesn't count airport drinks and he counts doubles as singles. There we go, Jesse. Exactly. That's the thing with him. It's not even I don't know. The guy's fucking weird. I've never clicked on the Dr. Drew video, Steve video in my life. Yeah, Dr. Drew's a weird one. He obviously has got a big history and a very legendary one when it comes to HIV and and AIDS advocacy and shit. He was at the front line of that sort of stuff. Like, you have to give him props for that. But his content career since then has been a very, very dubious, to be fair. I think Bert has an obsession with being an outlier in every situation. That's a very good diagnosis there, Go. Unathletic but pretends he can do more push-ups than Joe Rogan. Drinks heavily but non-alcoholic. Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. He does have that. He carries that Mickey Mantle gene thing, mentality, into everything that he does. He is the exception to the rule. That's what, you know what? That's maybe his whole life. Think about it. Wasn't he the guy that was in college for like 7 years or something stupid like that? But then he ends up being a multi-millionaire touring comedian and stuff. Maybe he feels like he legitimately has some sort of like luck. He's just been blessed and gifted in that way where he makes it despite all of his shortcomings. So even though he's like a terrible dad and doesn't really stay at home too much, he's always on the road, as he says, self-admittedly, his family still loves him. His daughters don't hate him. His wife hasn't divorced him, all the stuff that would happen to regular guys if they didn't stay at home long enough and was on the road, he kind of gets away with it. He drinks a lot, but he hasn't lost any jobs because of his drinking. We haven't heard any stories about him losing jobs because he was drinking. We haven't heard him losing any comedy show. Like he's been rewarded for his drunken behavior, right? And his personality of being this adult frat boy. So maybe that's why he's had a run of success despite all of his faux pas or despite all of his personality defaults and his personality kind of hinks and stuff. The interrupting is a good thing. He interrupts a lot. He's a main character, but he still has all these friends. He still gets great guests on his podcast. He still has a very successful podcast. So maybe that's why he has this outlier thing, because life has shown him he's an outlier. That's why I think I said, you don't have to hit rock bottom because life will eventually humble you. Eventually it will. It just is the nature of the game. You don't get away with it forever. But I don't think you need to get to that point, though. You don't need to lose everything or lose something for you to realize. It's like you don't have to have your wife leave you for them to finally realize, oh, maybe I should have been nice to her. You know? You don't have to wait for your wife to leave you or for your kids to start talking to you to be like, oh, maybe I should be more present, you know? You don't have to get to that point. You could just get there by, I don't know, maybe realizing that they're a bit distant and don't want to hang around with you too much. I don't know. I don't know. Yo, big up Uche in the chat. Wagwan. Sir Lux, it's a party I can tell Gerard is on something tonight. Big up Sir Lux. Timo Kazi, he'll die early. I disagree with that. This is another one of my hot takes. Another one of my crazy, terrible Agostino Zinga hot takes. I think Bert Kreischer is going to outlive most of his comedic peers. That includes Joe Rogan. That includes every other comedian that cares about their health and shit. He will probably end up outliving all of them. That's the really sad part about the situation. I bet you any money he outlives them.
Evo's years into recovery. His recovery is a inspiration.
Very much so. I sent him a text of that. Trust me, I've talked to Drew a lot.
Well, I'm allowed. He used to tell me that
you didn't miss much from Uche. I was trying to convince the chat earlier on that Malik B is a better stand-up comedian than Brendan. Then we quickly realized that I probably only thought that because Malik is black. We quickly realized that I have a black bias when it comes to comedians. And now we're here trying to psychoanalyze Bert Kreischer. But that's what happened.
because we were friends, he wouldn't be my doctor.
Oh, yeah.
But now he's violated his own rule.
Do you wish you had done the episode with Tom?
No.
You sure?
I mean, I would like to have that experience at some time.
Wow. Do you know Tom?
I know.
Okay, this is awkward. I'm gonna stop there. So, big up Comedy Enforcement. Appreciate you, brother. You're a fucking G. Keep doing your thing. Obviously, subscribe to Comedy Enforcement. I'm subscribed to him, aren't I? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. Subscribe to Comedy Enforcement. Like his videos. He's a fucking barnstormer. He's putting out content. He's analyzing things. Give him some love and appreciation. Our Middle Eastern, Mexican-looking G. Big up him. Big up him. Moving on from that one. Let's quickly talk about some stuff that I should have talked about. So, number one thing to talk about here. I spoke about it a little bit on my podcast called Taz, the Excellence English Show. You can find it on my channel and on all places where you listen to podcasts. But look at this news. Sean Combs, P. Diddy, is accused of the rape and abuse in a new lawsuit, right? But the update on this, the update is the one that we want, which I didn't get on here. The update is this. That Diddy has settled with Cassie. The day after that news came out, where I reported on the live stream, Diddy actually settled, bro. He actually settled. Look at that, in record time. Have you actually seen someone settle a civil suit like that with those kind of racy allegations like sexual abuse, harassment, rape, and all that stuff, physical shit? Have you ever seen someone settle so quickly? Especially someone prominent as fucking Diddy. Absolutely crazy, right? He settled in fucking record time. So let's read the article here. Sean Combs, the singer, and Cassie have reached a settlement just one day after she filed an explosive lawsuit accusing hip-hop mogul of rape, numerous instances of physical abuse. The parties announced on Friday evening that they had reached an agreement to resolve the case, though they disclosed no details about the terms of the settlement. I decided to resolve a matter amicably on terms that I have some control in, Cassie says. I want to thank my family and fans and lawyers for their unwavering support. In a statement, Mr. Combs said, "We have decided to resolve this matter amicably. I wish Cassie and her family all the best." For Mr. Combs, the settlement quickly shuts down what would have been a risky, potentially embarrassing process of legal discovery in which reams of evidence are made public and a possible trial. And for Cassie, who was already aired out accusations through public complaint, avoids a cross-examination by Mr. Combs' attorneys. Now, for me personally, talking from an outsider's point of view, I personally think a settlement out of court for the accusations that Diddy has been leveled against him is proof that he probably did it. most likely he probably did the things that he was accused of. With the rape and the abuse, you probably, you know, it tends to skew that way when you're settling out of court. Because I think as a man in this current society we're living in at the moment, if you get accused of something like this and it's false, and you know it's false, you have to do everything in your power, even if it bankrupts you, even if it makes you lose your family, lose your partner, whatever happens, lose your jobs. You have a moral and you have you just have to clear your name if you are innocent. But if you're guilty, it's probably for the better that you knock that on the head quickly. If you did do what they said you did, it's probably for the best that you quickly wrap it up. Because the problem with this, with the Diddy thing, because again, it's a civil case, like I mentioned previously, most likely with a civil case, the whole point of, you know, suing somebody in this lawsuit, because I think the total amount she wanted in the original lawsuit was like 30 million. So you're clearly going for the money and the reputational damage anyway. So she got what she wanted, right? She killed two birds with one stone. You got the money and you got the reputational damage and quote unquote revenge on your accuser, because now they've been publicly shamed, they've been exposed online, everyone knows how much of a monster they are, blah de blah blah blah. But I think if you're Diddy, this is a smart play, because what's happened since those allegations come out is that you've had various people who are surrounding Diddy who've now been exposed, whether it's Joe Budden's inability to call it out and people are kind of questioning his motives and incentives, whether it's who else I was talking about, whether it's other rappers and personalities maybe, you know, validating what Cassie said or arguing, you know, arguing in fucking Diddy's defense and exposing themselves. Many people have come out of the woodwork and said little things, little murmurs and little things have been put out there, right? I even heard one person say there's suggestion out there that allegedly Cassie met her husband, who she's with at the moment, through those freak-offs. Some people are suggesting that her husband now, who used to be a model, was one of those escorts that Diddy used to hire to bang her and stuff when she was under the influence and he was jacking off in the corner. That's what some people are suggesting. So loads of things came out. So I think it's probably for the best, especially for Cassie, that she gets knocked on the head, she gets her money, Diddy's reputation gets completely damaged, and she could go back to living her life as her family. It's actually for the best this overall situation happens. But the funny thing is that the hip-hop media silence and their inability to talk about this openly is very, very telling. And it just goes to show that my common thing that I always say, that the worst thing in this society we're in, where we're surrounded by monsters, whether it's kiddie diddlers, whether it's rapers, whether it's murderers and stuff, isn't the actual monsters, because they're always going to exist. They're always going to be a fundamental part of society, in the same way, you know, fucking Adam and Eve was together and stuff and, you know, got tempted by the snake and all that malarkey, right? It's a founding principle, you know. It's like, what you call it, Cain and Abel story, all those things. We're going to have evil people. They're always going to exist. The point of us being regular, decent humans is that we have to call out that shit. If you can't call it out, if you can't bring those people to an account, if you can't expose them, then we might as well not live in a civil society. But if we want to live in a civil society, if we want to live in a world where we are looking after each other, we have to look after each other by calling out the monsters. And the fact that people are turning a blind eye and burying their head in the sand when it comes to Diddy because of his power, reputation, clout, and whatever it may be, is disgusting, because it shows you that if you have enough clout, enough power, enough influence, you can legitimately get away with murder. It makes me always think that thing that Trump said, where he said, oh, I could go in the middle of Times Square, shoot somebody, and my supporters always support me. I know it was a flippant thing for him to say, but with a lot of things that Trump says, he was actually right. When you're a level of fame, and he even said that about the woman, right? About the fucking grab her by the pussy. If you read the entire quote of that clip, the entire context, he says something along the lines of, when you're famous, you can get away with anything. She'll let you grab her by the pussy. And he's actually right, because figuratively, that's actually what happens in society. Metaphysically, you know, like that's what actually happens. People actually get away with murder because of their name, because of their position in life, because of their status, because of their money, because of their bank account, because of their connections. And it's fucking diabolical. And the really reason why it's diabolical, because it's the victims that suffer the most. When you don't call shit out, you have a bunch of victims coming behind them that are going to suffer from it. You have families that get torn apart. Like everybody suffers because you don't call out shit. It has a legit quote unquote butterfly effect when you don't call out evil or when you don't point out when they're doing sus shit. And me personally, I would have thought, fair enough, you're a bit intimidated because Diddy's a big name in the scene, big name in the industry. He's got a reputation. He's got power. He's got this. Fair enough. But I would assume, or I would have hoped, there would be a line or there would be a thing that you just won't let people get away with, no matter who they are. And I would have thought kiddie diddling and rape would be quite high on your list. That's why I remember when that whole Balenciaga thing happened with the whole like BDSM thing, right? It wasn't that the whole thing was a bit overblown. Big up KP, appreciate you for the super chat.
What else you got?
Big up KP. What else you got? Big up. It wasn't that oh yeah, because you were here before and that's why. Big up KP, appreciate you for the super chat, bro. Let's quickly get through this now, move on. But it wasn't that it wasn't, thank you for the super chat, bro. I appreciate you. It wasn't that what was I gonna say? The KP did he did this, he did that, he went off. The fucking people that going silent. Yeah. So if you're silent about that, I think you're almost, you know, you're almost an accomplice, right? You're almost helping, aiding and abetting the awful and disgusting behavior. So I wanted to quickly go over the actual allegations that were levied against him because I don't think we actually went through it, right? Just quickly go through it in this fucking court documents, right? So these are the actual court documents that were fucking submitted. So let's actually read through it because I think these are really crazy. When you actually read through them and the detail that's included, you can understand why Diddy said, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. So let's see. The plaintiff is the plaintiff is Cassandra Ventura, which is obviously Cassie, and defendants are Sean Combs, Bad Boy Entertainment, and Epic Records, Coleman Enterprise, LLC, and Doe Corps. So it says here, Cassie hereby alleges that for her complying against defendant Sean Combs, Epic Records, together as followers. The defendant Sean Combs is a rapper and a record executive popularly known by stage name Puff Daddy, Diddy or Diddy. He rose to prominence in the music and entertainment industry. In 2022, Combs received a Lifetime Achievement Award from BET. The truth, however, is that Cassie was held down by Mr. Combs, endured over a decade of violent behavior and disturbed demands. For Miss Ventura, the dark times were those that she spent trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. Let's get that out there too, right? You'd think the line should be sex trafficking also. I know, that's all I say. So with the Kim Kardashian thing, the thing that was really illuminating about that stuff, it showed that there are some people out there that have no moral compass. They have no principle. There is no like line in the sand that if somebody passes that, then you're kind of dead to me and you have to move on. So the BDSM Balenciaga bear things involved children, and there was some documents on the table that people are getting crazy about. You would have thought with Kim being a mother, that she'd have a line in the sand, but not really. They kind of turned a blind eye to it, pretended it didn't really exist, and made some excuse and made some fluff piece. So I think this is one of the main things that's kind of disturbing about this is like, you'd think rape would be one that you would kind of draw a line under and say, hey, I don't care who you are, even if you're a friend, if you rape somebody, you're kind of dead. But who do I know? Let's continue. So Combs endured Mr. Combs' cycle of abuse and violence. Among other violent, unlawful acts, Mr. Combs did the following. Raped Cassie in her own home after she tried to leave him. Raped. Often punched, beat, kicked, and stomped on Cassie, resulting in bruises, burst lips, black eyes, and bleeding. And I mentioned before, if you were around when Cassie blew up in terms of a hip-hop R&B type of field, you would have known, if you were paying attention, she often had the tendency to disappear. I don't know if you were paying in mind, there was always a time when Cassie would not be around anymore. She'd be all over social media, she'll have a video out, there'll be some cute picture of her, and then she'll disappear. And I was just wondering, why is she disappearing for? Like, she's hot in the streets, why is she da-da-da? But now it's making sense. Most likely she was in a freak off somewhere, or she was recovering from abuse, and Diddy didn't want to have her out in public with bruises and black eyes and shit. That's the actual truth. That's the actual sad part about it. Or she was running away or going through something. Because I used to always wonder, why is Cassie disappearing randomly here and there? Now we know why. Or that's my theory anyway. Blew up a man's car after he learned, that he was romantically interested in Cassie. And again, think about this, right? This isn't like Cassie cheating on Diddy with Kid Cudi, because that's the person it was. It's Kid Cudi having a crush on Cassie. Maybe they hung out, maybe they fought, it doesn't matter. But it wasn't like she went behind his back and Diddy still had his car blown up. Crazy. Forced Miss Cassie to engage in sex acts with male workers while masturbating and filming the encounters. Ran out of his apartment with a firearm in pursuit of a rival industry executive whom learned was nearby. Allegedly, they're suggesting that this story is a story that is funny because this whole entire time in hip-hop history, we always assumed that Diddy was scared of Suge Knight. But it's actually transpired now that most likely Suge Knight was the one that was scared of Diddy. Because obviously he got his man killed in terms of Tupac, and he was actually running around the streets looking for him actively, to the point where he, you know, ran out of the house one day with a gun himself to go and get him when he heard he had a drop on him or something. Imagine that. At his peak, at his pomp, being the businessman, the mogul, Diddy's out here pulling at the strap, running after people. Demanded that Cassie to carry his firearm in her purse just to make her uncomfortable and demonstrate how dangerous he is. This is the same thing he tried to pull with J-Lo, innit? Now we know why J-Lo didn't want anything to do with him. He tried to pull this stunt with J-Lo and she was like, I'm out. Fuck niggas. And she hasn't dated a black guy since, I don't think, has she? She's like, fuck these niggas. Introduced Cassie to a lifestyle of excessive alcohol, substance abuse, and required her to procure illicit prescriptions to satisfy his own addiction. Am I the only person who just assumed Diddy was a massive cokehead or something? I'm surprised to find out he was more so on the prescriptions, pills, and Molly. It goes to show that in America, you have a very complex relationship with prescription pills, because I always just assumed because he's a party boy, he most likely just did coke and MD. But I guess over there, you can get some pretty gnarly prescription drugs that probably do the same thing or probably aren't as hardcore as coke and stuff, because that might just take you out. But a prescription drug could have you nice buzz while you're into some freak shit, but you can also conduct business. Maybe that's the case. And obviously the saddest part about it was that Cassie's first introduction into the scene was meeting Diddy. You know, that's a sad thing. You know, that's the fucking sad thing. What are you saying in the chat to me? Diddy is actively searching for men. The abuse is atrocious. Regards, exactly. He violated Lil Bow Wow. He doesn't hide it. It's just called out. It's scary for him. Everybody in the closet. Meth smoker, party drug. Yeah, meth. I've discovered. Big up Jared Merrick. I've discovered throughout the clip I put out, the comments I got on that clip about meth in fucking crystal meth in nightclubs. I didn't know it was that prevalent. The people in the comments were schooling me, boy. I had no idea that crystal meth was that popular in nightclubs. But it makes sense though, because I remember back in the day we used to do a thing called meow meow, which is basically methadone. It smelled like fucking cat piss. That was like our first kind of party drug when we were like all like, I don't know, 18, 17-ish, whatever. It was fucking horrendous, but that was the thing everyone used to kind of do. I think you used to get it from like India or something. I forgot how they got it. But yeah, boom, that's the article. So yeah, I'm happy for fucking Cassie for getting it fucking settled. I'm not going to read the entire thing because I think most of you are aware of what happened. But yeah, it's just disturbing, man. It's really, really sad. And the details of it are fucking horrible. You walk through the entire thing, but I'm happy she's settled. Hopefully she got her money and she can move on and live a somewhat whole life after the fact. I guess not, because you've gone through what you've gone through. And now, you know, it's going to be with you forever. But if you can get some monetary gain from it, then fair play to her. Do you know what I mean? Fair fucking play to her. Fair fucking play to her. Diddy got BGL on the speed dial. Exactly. Ice is everywhere, Uche. Yeah, exactly. I didn't know this. I'm naive, bro. I didn't know people were doing crystal meth in clubs. I just assumed everyone was doing the same thing I was doing at the time, which was fucking, you know, the kets and stuff and whatever it may be. But I guess everyone, to be fair, I guess you can't really look down on people doing crystal meth if you're doing ketamine, innit? It's a bit weird, innit? I love how people, I know a lot of people that do this. I've kind of done it sometimes myself. Like, you have this weird, like, superiority because you do other things they do. So, bro, like, ket is probably as bad, if not worse, than fucking crystal meth. It's all the same thing, really. It's all, you know what I mean? It's all tweaker shit anyway. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one's better than each other because one person's doing that, one person's doing that. Come on, let's be real. Also, the Don, the Dangorgan, Ron Jeremy is getting released. Imagine, Ron Jeremy is getting released. Look how it looks, bro. Prison can do a number on you, innit? Cancel as well. Look, he's like a fucking ghoul. So it says, courtesy of New York, Los Angeles Times, former porn actor Ron Jeremy is to be released on private residence with rape case frozen, health deteriorating. It says, former porn king Ron Jeremy is in such poor health that he will now have to be released at a private residence less than a year after he was formally declared incompetent to stand trial. So he's actually got. Do you think he's faking it? What do you think in the stream chat? Do you think he's faking being incompetent, or do you think he's actually lost it? Because if he's faking it, well done to him. Because that was a serious charge he got to get off on it and fake it and do the whole lot. Do you think he's actually faking it, or he's actually incompetent? He's 70, yeah, exactly. He's lost. Jeremy, who is suffering from dementia and was placed under conservator earlier this year, has been in Men's Central Jail in Los Angeles for months while awaiting. He's been in jail this whole time. God damn. But on Friday, a judge granted a request to release a 70-year-old on a private residence where he will receive round-the-clock medical care after it was determined that no medical facility will take him, according to an email. Why do they want to take him medical facilities? Is it because he's too famous and it will attract too much attention? That's interesting, isn't it? The email written to victims of Jeremy's criminal case noted that Jeremy's medical condition was deteriorated to the point that he is essentially bedridden. Thompson cited public safety concerns in objecting the motion to release Jeremy, which was filed by the defendant behalf by the County Office of Public Guardian, but was overruled. Thompson declined to be interviewed and Jeremy's conservator declined to comment. A spokesperson for the Public Guardian, which is part of the LA County Department of Mental Health, has not immediately available to comment on Friday. Jeremy's attorney has said he did not know exactly what type of private residence his client would be at. Jeremy was first charged with multiple counts of sexual assault in 2020, accused of attacking 4 women he'd met in bars along the Sunset Strip in Westwood Hollywood, sometimes in bathrooms. At the Rainbow Bar and Grill was said to be his primary haunt. Do you know who else he met at the Rainbow Bar and Grill, guys? Your boy Agostino. I don't have the picture here, but I have the screenshot. But I met Ron Jeremy. That time I went to LA. Can you see the picture here? Can you see it? Let me get my camera off. Can you see me there? Can you see me? Let me take off the. Can you see me there? I met Ron Jeremy. Can you guys see? When I went to LA, I went to the Rainbow Bar and Grill. And I met Ron Jeremy. I think I bumped into him there in the bar. Can you see that? It's an Instagram picture, right? From back in the day. That's when Instagram was like this. Look, I met fucking Ron Jeremy and he liked the image. Can you see that? The real Ron Jeremy liked the image. I'm on the wrong side of history. I'm on the wrong side of history. Look at that. Oh, mate, I'm on the wrong side of history. Unfortunately, I'm on the wrong side of history. Oh, big up, Pete. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, super chat.
Dude, as an American white boy who grew up in black neighborhoods, your observations are fucking hilarious. As far as the sissy stuff goes, Brooke, please check out Armin Wiggins. You won't be disappointed. In a trade, Agwan.
Yeah, thank you. Armin, okay, cool. I'll check it out for sure. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate your super chat, brother. Thank you for being so generous, and thank you for supporting the show and giving me nice compliments and shit. But to be fair, you know, I think us blacks are all the same all over the place. You know what I mean? I think blacks in Scandinavia, the ones in Southeast Asia, the one in Central Asia, the one in the Americas are all kind of the same. So I think that collective experience, those PTSDs of the slave ships it kind of traverses across the planets, across the globe, and we all kind of connect with each other. But yeah, big up you, Pete. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for the super chat. Big up. Actually, excuse me there. Big up. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. But yeah, me and Ron Jeremy are boys, man. Me and Ron Jeremy are fucking boys. So, hey, you know, what should I do? Should I make an excuse for his behavior? Huh? Should I get him on the pod? Should I interview him? No, I'm good. I don't want that smoke. But yeah, I met Ron Jeremy a long time ago. I wish I could get his picture. You can see it properly, but I don't know why it's doing this. But let me see. Can I get it up so you can see it? Because maybe I can do a little print screen to see it properly. But yeah, I don't know when this might have been 2017 or 2018 when I went to LA to go to the first Camp Flagnar Tyler Creators fucking festival. And I decided to go out there. And yeah, I bumped into Ron Jeremy at the Rainbow Bar and Grill. It was funny because he was with all these like really hot women, and I think a couple of the boys because I was staying in some hostel around the corner, and a couple of the lads I was staying with in the hostel were trying to chat up these girls, and then they all started handing them business cards, and we quickly realized that shit, they were ladies of the night. So everyone was trying to get lucky, but it's like, nope, these women are professionals. They don't want to just talk to you for free, mate. If you got money, they'll fucking suck your dick. If not, shut the fuck up and leave them alone, you know? That was basically the fucking name of the game. It was fucking funny though. But it was actually a good time, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, he was in there for a long time. One thing I remember though, he was trying to bump drinks on people. He was trying to get us guys to buy him drinks a lot. So he clearly didn't have a lot of money to go and do what he did. But for some reason, he was around many escorts. Many escorts. So maybe that was his game as well. He was running like, you know, being like a pimp on the sly, getting them to suck random people's digs, and then you'd obviously keep the money as well. Maybe that was part of the game. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, met Ron Jeremy back in the day. And yeah, interesting experience. I wish I still had the picture though. I think I might have the picture somewhere in one of my hard drives, but I do remember that being an occasion when we were all out there having funs back in those days. So yeah, Ron Jeremy. Exactly. Me and Ron Jeremy are boys. Imagine. I wouldn't go that far. I think, you know, I don't think he'll even remember who I am, especially now that he's got dementia. Allegedly. You know what I mean? That's a funny game. Anyway, going back to the whole Cassie and Diddy thing, people have not been happy with Joe Budden's response to the whole Cassie and Diddy thing, because if you're not aware, Joe Budden and Diddy are friends, which is odd because they're not really friends, really, if you think about it. I think the whole Diddy and Joe Budden relationship is something that I remember Mal saying when the breakup happened. Mal made a little flippant remark like, this guy, Joe, no, I think he was talking about Joe Budden. Basically, he was saying that, oh, he thinks all these guys are cool with him because they like him, but it's not. It's because he's got a popping platform. When he was a failing rapper and musician and artist, none of these guys cared for him. But now he's got one of the biggest, if not the biggest, you know, hip hop based or urban based podcasts out there. That's why everyone wants to be his friend. And I think that also was at the time when they were kind of going through their drama, of course. But obviously before that, when they weren't going through drama, Diddy was the first person to kind of give them a big check, I think, right? To like recognize Joe's, you know, contribution to the urban media space, whatever it may be. So he got to deal with Revolt. And then if I'm not mistaken, that's when Joe did that show. I forgot what the show was, but Joe did a couple shows on the Revolt, and obviously got a check from Diddy. So in that case, he's now become Diddy loyalist, which is, like I said, which is odd because they don't really have a relationship before that. They kind of became professional friends. And then since then, he decided to be the Diddy apologist or just turn a blind eye to all the fuck shit. The problem is with Joe is this. Joe's podcast is about talking about fuck shit. He talks about everybody's fuck shit in great detail. So when he then turns around and refuses to really get honest about Diddy's accusations or allegations around him, especially when it came to the Mace stuff, when Mace was going through these issues with Diddy in terms of not getting his royalties or feeling like he was, you know, scammed or, you know, whatever it may be with the deal with Bad Boy and whatnot. And, you know, we all know Joe Budden's history with record labels and how he felt shafted. People are looking at it thinking, hold on, you went through all that shit and now someone else is going through that even worse, and you know, someone that you know, but you're not willing to call it out because of your bias, your friendship. And now this issue happens where he's been accused of fucking rape, and now you don't want to talk about it, but you're willing to talk about fucking Megan Thee Stallion and Tory ad nauseum, right? But now you don't want to talk about Diddy. People are basically calling out his hypocrisy. So Joe decided to respond to the, you know, the chatter online, people demanding or requesting he respond to this Diddy and Cassie thing, and he then in part decided just to comment on the whole thing in general. But he did a whole Joe Budden thing where he put the fucking response behind a paywall. So because he does this often now, whenever people are baying for his blood or want him to respond to something, like the Drake's a big Illusionary Commission, appreciate you, brother.
Been on any private jets to islands, Agostino?
No comment, Illusionary Commission. No comment. No comment. No comment. Okay? I'm a poor, working class, black immigrant from an undisclosed location in Africa. You know, hey, I have to do what I have to do to feed my family. I have 4 kids, a dog and a cat, and then, you know, and then incapacitated parents and shit. They need money. They need Gucci. They need Dolce & Gabbana, right? They need Louis. So I had to do what I had to do, but no comment. No comment. Big up Illusionary Commission, appreciate you. So anyway, Joe had responded on the Joe Budden podcast. He did a really scummy thing by putting his response behind a paywall, which just comes across very distasteful. You know how it is. And he then decided to dance for 6 minutes around the entire topic. And so did some of his co-hosts. So let's see Joe Budden's response on the Joe Budden podcast regarding the Cassie and Diddy civil case and what he had to say. But it's kind of disappointing. I've seen some clips of it already, and yeah, it's not going to be a good one. Let's see how he dances and tap dances around this.
enough. You gotta take my word.
Yeah.
I think. All right, so nobody ready to say it. All right, come on, move on.
Nah, I'm with.
We got it.
All of this shit is fucked up with there.
Yeah, it sounds like
all this shit's fucked up there. Let's go. Bro, you guys have got a podcast where this podcast especially is a proper gossipy platform where they talk about all sorts of shade room adjacent topics. Now, because it's Diddy, they all of a sudden, oh, this is really bad. I just pray for peace. I pray for healing. No, bruv. One of the biggest prominent people in hip hop is accused of rape by one of his longest serving fucking girlfriends, concubines, whatever she was kind of deemed as, and you don't want to talk about it.
It's like a toxic situation in general.
Shut up, Parks. Fucking hate Parks as well. Parks can go jump off the nearest building. He's such a fucking Joe apologist.
Ish and I was discussing that people have been calling our phones that don't watch podcasts.
I don't think niggas even watch podcasts. Niggas blowing my phone up. Yo, y'all niggas better keep it real on Diddy. Don't let Joe be skating by.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, fam.
Somebody
at
put-
least they let y'all do. Niggas are telling me, yo, what Joe gonna say? I said, nigga, ask Joe.
I hate this faux. I hate this this fake disbelief thing they do as a defense mechanism. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Why are you guys on me for? You're a podcast that's known for giving it up. Joe constantly puts these guys on notice that if they don't give it up enough, he's gonna fucking replace them. They have to be crazy detailed, crazy authentic, crazy real about all the subjects you talk about. You can't tap dance, right? You can't put your cape on. You have to give it up, as they say. Give it up. But here they are acting as if they don't understand why everyone's kind of on their nuts about it.
Why are you asking me what Joe gonna say?
Or tune in.
Yeah.
Fuck, yo, are y'all stupid? Like, let's have a moment. No, for real.
Turn up,
Y'all
man.
gonna make me take these
Pick up
fucking
Uche.
shit.
Turn up in your Travis Scotts while dissing Travis Scott.
I'm trying to respect the gospel clean version of this podcast.
By the way, I fucking hate Jordan 1 lows. I don't care if they're Travis Scott's. I don't care anything. I think Jordan 1 lows look so bad. I fucking hate the shape. I hate how the laces are spaced out that way. They just look terrible. If you're going to wear Jordan 1 lows, just buy Dunks or buy Air Force Ones. But I hate the shape of Jordan 1 lows. They look like a poor man's Jordan high. Jordan 1 should always be in a high. If you don't have a high, they don't exist. And only girls should wear mids. No guy should wear a Jordan 1 mid. If you're a guy and you wear a Jordan 1 mid, you probably have your mum cut your steak up into little squares before you eat it. Right? You should never wear Jordan 1 mids if you're a dude. Only women can wear Jordan 1 mids. And if you're a dude, only wear Jordan 1 highs. Don't wear lows. I don't care if they're Travis Scott's. They're fucking horrible.
But I be wondering this too at home. The fans echo some of that stupid shit. Do you
Calling your fans stupid, great.
y'all think podcasters are coming into work to say that domestic violence, rape, sex trafficking, and drugging women is right on some?
I love how they do this type of thing. It's almost like a gaslighting thing where you go to the most extreme end. No one is saying you weren't saying it's right, but you're a podcast where you try and give it up, where you offer your unfiltered opinion on hip hop topics. It's not without reason or outside a realm of reason to expect or appreciate you to say that as well. Maybe. Who knows?
Some fronts. Like, do y'all need anybody to say that all of those things are horrifically mortifying?
No, they are horrifically mortifying, but they're even more so horrifically mortifying when it's somebody that's a very prominent figure in hip hop who's been accused of it. People get accused of rape and abuse every day, but when it's somebody prominent like a Diddy, why do you have to spell this out? You know what the deal is. Come on, don't play games.
Y'all didn't need Joe Budden for that, right? Y'all don't even want me for a music review.
Oh, here we go. Victim.
So I know that I'm not.
Now he's playing the fucking victim. This guy, bro. He's a master manipulator, isn't it? Master manipulator, master fucking what's that thing called? Avoider of accountability. He can tap dance like the best of them. He is the gaslight Wayne Gretzky. Big up Danny from the stop.
Not now the rights.
The harbinger of truth.
Oh, come on, Mel. Shut the fuck up. Mel, I love her, but she probably knows about those freak parties too. Mel is acting brand new, but Mel was a video victim from the 90s and from the early 2000s. She probably heard a lot of stories about Diddy's parties. Did she go? Who knows? But come on, Mel.
Nah, you know what
And
really
morality.
Since we here, what really is like what you said. for Carisha to the podium. Like, why y'all? Yeah, you have a relationship with Puff. You're known to skirt certain things when it comes to Puff.
But that's the reason.
Exactly. That's why they're saying it. Don't get me wrong. The Carisha stuff is a bit out of the way. It's a bit too much. Young Miami stuff. But people are calling it out because she's been on record to be a bit of a Diddy apologist, right? She goes out of her way to defend nonsense that he's been accused of or look the other way or act like it's not me though. Personally, I don't think you should ask people like a Carisha in questions about Diddy. I think those type of girls, their moral compass isn't the same as us regular people. She might give you an answer that you don't want to hear. It might make you feel really bad. It might make you feel uncomfortable, and it might really fuck with your head because, you know, she's from the fucking, you know, she's from the trap. So a girl like that probably will have a very un-PC opinion about it. She might say, it's not me though. It couldn't be me though. I'm not some fucking bum ass bitch like a cat. Like, she might come out with some very toxic shit. So I think people should leave Carisha, aka Young Miami, alone because she might have an answer that you don't want to hear.
But nigga, it's people that signed to Puff that got a podcast. So if you want somebody to talk about Puff and you think somebody gonna pull punches or not say nothing, go talk to them first.
That's not that.
No, why would we do that? Why would we go and talk to people who are signed to his network to get an unfiltered opinion? You fucking donkey. Ice is a real dummy, innit? Of course we're gonna come to you guys because you're meant to be independent. You're meant to be the kings of giving it up. So we're gonna, especially Ice, unofficially, officially, unofficially, whatever his fucking name is on Twitter, he was known for being the fucking hot take McGee guy, right? He'd get on there and give you your unfiltered, fucking, you know, a hot take that you didn't ask for in the middle of the morning, middle of the day, middle of the night, and all of a sudden, I don't know why we're here. I don't know why you want us to say something.
See, because I want to add to that, though.
That's what I don't like.
Because that's my thing, right? Like, for as much praise as I give Hove and a Puff and a Dame and just for all of the praise, right? Again, back to podcasters keeping some of their thoughts private and just like not having to share everything. I don't feel.
Nah. These guys talk about every fucking nonsense on the fucking Shade Room, yet they want to now have like a principled moral stance on things. We have to keep some things private. Shut up, bro. Shut up.
I feel like I need to come in here and have word vomit about my discernment when it comes to some of the evil shit that goes on in the industry. Nor do I think I'm the mascot and spokesperson to be the deliverer of news for some of the evil shit that goes on in the industry or something.
So you're not going to call out the evil. It's just exist there. You're just going to turn a blind eye and pretend it doesn't happen. Cool.
The treacherous, some of the things that are not made not so public, right? Like, I don't think the public would react well if they knew all of the locker room behavior of football players.
Oh my God. We're getting into a bit of whataboutisms, right? Oh, this guy's, you can tell he talks to a lot of like those bird-headed women a lot day to day because he's avoiding accountability like some of these fucking, you know, big bum, big boon ladies that he seems to like a lot. He's avoiding accountability very well here.
I don't.
Oh, true.
That's poor, man.
But there's some wild shit in the music business.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Diddy. Diddy's been accused of fucking rape from somebody that was very close to him and somebody who people would think would be credible. She has not said anything beforehand. She came out with a lawsuit. It went straight to court. It got fucking settled out of court in record time. Most likely he did that shit if you put stories and things together from all the years of accusations and whatever it may be. That saying there's no smoke without fire definitely applies to him. And then we're all turning a blind eye. Come on.
I came in here with Skane, Webb, and Nitty. Those are the three people that you can tie to me. I have been without a cosign. I have been without the backing. I have been without all of the tricks, treats, and perks that come along with having the powerful people behind you pushing you. Why do y'all think that is? Like, I show up, do the gig, go. When shit start getting weird, when it start looking like an orgies around the corner, when it start looking like the Molly Fest is going on, when it start looking like the doofy people shit, I'm not talking about Puff. LA is LA still.
What is he talking about? Wasn't he a dust head for a long period of time? Oh yeah, by the way, talking about crystal meth, Joe is a Joe is a well documented and self admitted. You know, he used to be on crystal meth a lot. So again, my discernment when it comes to mething, my head's been in the sand. I was thinking everybody was on the same drugs I was on. I guess meth has been around for time. It's been a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Check New York's New York.
And New York's New York, but LA is different.
Yeah, true. That's true.
LA is different. That gets into Hollywood. That gets into
very belly of the
beast. The Holly plant. That gets into the Holly plant being used for spells and rituals. It just gets deep. It's weird over there. It's a weird energy over there.
Weird as fuck.
But whatever. But I say that to say, born alone, die alone with me. Don't put none of these niggas' weird kinks on me. Don't put them on my...
That's not a kink, brother. It's called rape. You're calling rape a kink. Sexual abuse is a kink. Cool.
My jacket, and don't think that I'm the publicist for none of it. I am not, because I come in here and do a podcast twice a week. This ain't gonna go like that. You want to ask me about something? Ask me about my mom, my dad.
We tried to ask you about Drake. You didn't want to talk about Drake. We want to ask you about Diddy. You want to talk. So what are you going to talk about then? What are you going to talk about? Nicki Minaj, Cardi B again, Megan Thee Stallion, Vittori. Come on, bro.
My kids and shit that I know a little bit about. I don't give a fuck what none of these people is doing outside of this. I'm here for the music. I say it repeatedly.
No, they don't even talk about music. That's the problem. This podcast was actually great when Rory and Moore were on there because they'll call each other out on their shit. It was actually good when Rory and Moore were on there too because they actually spoke about music. And I've seen clips of this new lineup where Joe gets annoyed when they start talking in detail about music. You'll say, "Oh, that's boring. Let's move on. You're losing listeners." Like he actually doesn't like the music talk. He actually makes them have little conflicts, or he gets on his content on the over everything thing and content over everything wave, starts screaming and shouting. They don't actually talk about music. If they spoke about music, this pod would be fucking incredible. It would be back to its regular, you know, how it was in the past with Rory and Moore and those guys and whatnot. So now going back to we talk about music thing. Come on, bro.
Not the people. None of the people.
But if you kick other people's back in and then somebody that you're familiar with, you don't have the same energy, they're going to question you.
Exactly.
Please, question away. What that do?
Exactly. But he didn't answer the question. See how he didn't answer the question? If you do kick someone's back in, why don't you want to kick him? Come on.
My thing is that everybody do that.
What does that do?
Same thing with me.
Everybody do it.
Question away.
Everybody does.
I do.
You're allowed to get caught. This is the thing I don't understand people like this. If you don't want to comment on something because it's your friend, that's fine. Just say, "This is my friend. I don't want to comment on it. I don't want to comment on it because this is my friend." But then don't get annoyed when people get annoyed that you don't want to comment on something because it's your friend. But then when it's not your friend, you go crazy hard. Because these aren't nuanced people. These aren't balanced people. These are people who go all the way in on people they don't know. But then when there's someone they do know, "Hey, I can't talk about this, man. This is a bit too crazy. I can't go into detail." It's like, no, just be, if you're nuanced and in the middle and fair, no one will call you out on your shit. But when you go super hard on people that you don't know, and then you completely turn a blind eye and suddenly act like you got fucking, you know, amnesia, or that you can't see and stuff, or that you don't read the internet, when someone that you do like, that's when people are going to call out your shit.
Do it, but I can admit it. When it comes to my niggas, I ain't talk about them.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. That's
there
just
we
me.
go.
Suck my dick.
And also, your friend's being accused of scamming. If your friend gets accused of rape, I think if you're a media figure and people ask you for your opinion, you shouldn't be annoyed that they're asking you about your opinion if it's a fucking rape accusation. And you as a friend also, you have to look yourself in the mirror if you're going to still be friends with somebody who gets accused and is most likely guilty of rape. You have to be a real sick individual to still be friends with somebody like that, even if they got money. Surely there's other friends that you can have to replace them with. You don't need to have friends that have been like, I don't know, as a dude, I don't have, again, like I said, I could forgive murder before I could forgive rape, because you could murder somebody for revenge, to avenge your fucking sibling passing away, God forbid, or somebody, a member of family or something. You could easily forgive that. But fucking rape, how can you forgive that? How can that be explainable? How can that be justifiable? Really? Come on.
They got homies that's doing wild shit that they not talking about, that they don't say nothing about.
That's just me. Yeah, but I can admit that sometimes when you, all this shit, I admit it.
Dog,
I do understand the frustration.
Of the music industry is foul.
No, but you can't.
Talk your shit. That's a fact.
60% of
Joe's
the music
fucking awful,
industry is foul beyond belief.
Joe's
Only 60.
I'm being nice.
Yeah, that's conservative.
I'm being nice.
No, I think that's about accurate. Because there's a lot of
Shut up, Parks. Have your own opinion. Stop piggybacking off your fucking boss, Joe. Honestly, I fucking hate Parks. You know why? Not because of him, but because he reminds me of so many fucking do-gooders at work. Have you heard the type of people? The ones that are like, yeah, the boss is right. What she said is right, actually. Yeah, we don't actually need a break. We can actually work longer hours. Yeah, you know what? I don't actually mind coming in on our off days. It's okay. Yeah, don't worry. I could come in. I don't mind doing the sales stuff. I don't mind helping packing up. I don't mind cleaning. You know the type of dudes that's just eager to fucking please and, you know, slob on the knob of the boss. I hate, it's not even him, it's just his personality. He reminds me so much of those fucking do-gooders. Those fucking Randalls, those lick arsies. Hey boss, I brought you a coffee. I got you an apple. I got an extra pie because I know you like pies. Fuck you.
a lot of good. Yeah, there's a lot of major independent people. There are people that have majors that are good people and shit.
Yeah, but miss me with taking your fan conspiracy theories and think that I'm going to fucking question about the like
But
all that no, nigga.
Is it because of how society is though? And,
Yes.
and
Yes,
society is
100%
built
yes.
off of that.
Yes.
Right? Having power and using your power to
No,
get what you want.
I'm not even talking about that.
But
What? You're justifying rape because society is built in... Oh my God. What?
That's what I'm referring to.
But then the people who are without power, they want to hear the grunginess. They want to hear the dirty shit. They want to hear
because they want to knock people off their off.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Less of Mel on the fucking pod again on these topics. This is bird brain behavior. How can you be a middle-aged bird brain? How can you be a middle-aged bird? Birds are usually, it's usually a derogatory way to, describe a female under the age of 25 who only thinks about makeup and Louis Vuitton bags. But how can you be middle-aged and still be a bird? I don't want to knock people off their perch. He's really successful. Ciroc is really tasty, actually. I don't see why people have got a problem with it. Ciroc's really nice. I mix Ciroc with my cornbread. That's why I've got these big yams. That's why my boobs are so full and bouncy. It's because of the Ciroc and the cornbread. The cornbread goes to my legs and the Ciroc goes to my big juicy tits. Look at them bounce. You see these juicy tits bouncing? That's the Ciroc in me. Diddy, put the liquid inside of me, all over me. Cornbread on my hips, cornbread on my bum, Ciroc in my titties. Let's go. Big juicy fat titties, video vixen titties, motorboat these titties, baby, motorboat them. My name is Mel, video vixen. Fucking cunts.
A peg or two.
It's almost like, yo,
off the
see,
pedestal.
we didn't want to go do those things, and so that's why we don't have it, because I wasn't willing to sell my soul and
all that stupid old school.
You know what I'm saying?
And to be clear, some people need to be knocked off that pedestal, but some people are just...
Oh, shut up, fucking Parks, you do-gooder. Shut the fuck up.
Some people do.
Some good work.
Some people don't do.
But you know, in society, when
Joe, if you need your cock to be clean, my mouth is right here.
you get away
And are
with
also human.
when you get away with something, you tend to do it again and do it on a bigger scale. True. I don't know if it's a
Look how they're talking about Diddy. Diddy's been accused of rape, and they're literally sitting there like fucking PTSD victims, like as if they are like scared that he might blow up their cars too. In general, when people do bad stuff, it's bad, and we know it's bad, but we don't have to talk about it because it's bad. And yeah,
ego thing. I don't know what it is. But
No, it's money and power only enhances who you actually are, what your character is.
look at your guy next to you, Mel. That's a good example. But look at the turn the other way. Turn your video vixen head the other way. Turn your middle-aged bird brain head the other way. That guy next to you is the perfect example of it. Money and power does change who you are. When Joe was broke, he was for the creator. He was about rewriting the power imbalances, about shaking up the industry, right? About empowering creators and shit. And then when his friends asked for accounting, he fucking fired them. No accounting for you. You're not a part of the pod. The pod is mine. It's in my name. Go fuck yourself. Kick rocks. Scream that fucking chair. He's a classic example of when money changes you. Money changes him. He started wearing fucking shitty Amiri hats and horrible jewelry and even worse clothes than he wears usually, right? That's what happens when money changes you. He starts fucking eating steak and fucking deep fried shrimp every day. And now he's got a belly that looks like he drinks lean, but it's all full of food. That's what fucking happens when money changes you.
If you're a fucking piece of shit, yes, I do. If you are a fucking piece of shit, you're going to be a bigger piece of shit with power and money. If you are a kind-hearted person and you know have an upstanding character,
Joe's a good example.
then money and power is going to enhance that.
Anyway, Joe's a piece of shit. We know the deal. But this video is the best one because this shows the hypocrisy of Joe. So that's Joe now when the Diddy stuff. But look at this video from years ago. From years ago, look at this video, right? When Joe was actually on the grind up and he was willing to give it up as he saw it. Hear the different tone of Joe back then. Listen to this version of Joe. Because this version of Joe will be disgusted at the version that he is now.
Lastly on the Puff shit, again, like I said to Steve Stout, if Puff was still out here practicing some of those same business habits, I would kill him. And let me tell the audience that privately and in confidence, him and I have spoken, and he applauds that I come in here and say whatever the fuck I want to say regarding him.
That's manipulation, by the way, but hey, we move on.
He don't hold me to that. I'm respectful, but I tell the truth. You think he loved what I had to say when that May shit was going on? He didn't. But guess what? It's my job to talk to the people. I don't run and fucking hide when the topic comes.
Exit out.
I'm going to tell you what I think. And hopefully the people that love me and respect me know that I'm doing my job and it's nothing personal.
Nothing good comes from wearing a Miri, right? Who was that fucking drill rapper in New York who did a fucking drillage, you know, who did a fucking who got a lick back on an op, who bust his gun wearing, I think, Amiri jeans. Nothing happens when you wear Amiri. Mike Amiri should be burned. You know what I mean? Burn all your Mike Amiri because nothing good happens with Mike Amiri. Joe started wearing Mike Amiri and suddenly he started making no sense. That's it. K-Flock. K-Flock wear fucking Mike Amiri skinny jeans and now he's, you know, one of the most talented rappers of his generation, so he's probably going to be in prison for decades. Nothing happens good when you wear Mike Amiri.
The end. Rest of you niggas that think my character ever changes around any man, y'all got Joe real fucked up.
And I've said this before, right? As much as I criticize people like Joe about changing with Diddy and stuff, I've also never been around people of that kind of level of stature and shit. But I can honestly say from here, sitting in my parents' bedroom, or my parents' fucking basement, right? Covered in fucking Cheeto dust, that there's not a single human, even somebody I look up to like a James Jebbia, like a Nigo, like a Hiroshi Fujiwara, like a Tom Ford, like a Rick Owens, you know, like there's not many people that I will legitimately be shaking if I met them in real life. I don't really have that, you know, I don't really get starstruck in that way. And I also wouldn't change my personality or the way that I speak about things or my views on stuff because the person I look up to has a different opinion. It wouldn't work. It's not something that's ever a thing. But again, I haven't been in their presence, so I don't know if it's different. Because I've never understood people that do this sort of stuff who, if somebody is rich and powerful, it automatically makes them change their whole view on stuff. Like they change as a person, right? Their moral compass completely disappears. They become spineless. It's not something I could ever envision myself doing or being. But again, to be fair, I haven't been around people of that influence in real life and felt that and seen the, you know, the fucking, you know, the limits of their power or the lack thereof. Maybe it's different when you're around it and stuff. Who knows?
I mean, Joe, I'm one of the last ones. I'm one of the last that don't. You niggas live in a world of niggas that do that. You know how many men I've seen become somebody else around other men? Y'all want to have an honest conversation? I get offended when y'all talk to niggas such as myself like that.
Gaslighting.
You know how many of these new modern age men I've seen become somebody else around somebody else? If we're asking how I lose respect for people, that's how. Because I know you, nigga. And who I seen you being in this instance, that instance, that instance, that instance, it just looked different. Y'all don't do that. Now I'm on a rant. You were saying. Lastly on the Puff shit, again, like I said to Steve.
Okay, so that's Joe's response on things. And obviously he got called out rightfully. Some young lady on Twitter No, this is a quote I think from Instagram, but big up Milagro from Mob's Word for posting the actual screenshot. This young lady said as following. I'll tell you, this is in response, I guess, to the clip that we just saw of Joe basically tap dancing around the whole subject, right? This clip here. I think it's in response to this clip. So the young lady says as follows. I'll tell you what's idiotic, trying to insult people's intelligence to avoid speaking on a topic. I would respect you if you had the balls to stand on your shit and say that you don't want to address certain topics or people because it doesn't benefit or / is detrimental to you. Science is complicity. So yes, it needs to be said. Cosby went on national television and bragged about drugging women. No one checked him. To this day, people will say it was a different time, and we know exactly what that means. If you were there for the music, you'd give your opinion on Megan's Traumatized because it's about the music, not the people, right? If there was no need to speak on rape, domestic violence, etc., and it was just about the music, then we would never heard about your opinion on Megan and Tory. If it's just about the music, then what was the point of lying on Nicki and calling her a cokehead? DJ Envy is not a musician. He's more of a peer. So there was no need for you or your opinions on that either, right? If your podcast was ever really just about music and not for the people or the industry, there's a lot we wouldn't have heard from you. When you were going at Drake, people weren't tuning in to hear about the music, but you had no problem eating that up, right? People weren't idiotic then, right? Idiots. This woman fucking tore him to pieces. Really good to see. And then we've got another clip here, really toxic, with Slim Thug. Yeah, you know, Slim Thug, the fucking legendary rapper, right? Slim Thug has some very, let's say, dicey opinions about the whole thing. Cassie and Diddy situation. Very, very strange. Very toxic masculinity type of trait thing, right? Listen to Slim Thug's opinion on things.
With that coming back and getting Bill Cosby, coming back and getting Puff, I don't believe in it, man. When shit go down, speak on that shit right then, or it's out of it. It should be null and void. You should.
So you can only talk about your rape and your abuse or the trauma you've gone through at the moment it happens. So there's a statute of limitations on when you can speak about your experience. Maybe it's a year, maybe it's 2 years, maybe it's under 6 months, but there's a limit. If you don't talk about it then, it didn't happen, or you have to just eat it. You have to just take the L and go to bed. You got raped? Okay, when did it happen? Last week. Too late, can't talk about it. It's like, what, sir?
Shouldn't even have no type of nothing. You shouldn't be able to do shit unless you let the people know what happened immediately. What? There should be a time limit on this shit. What happened was
whenever somebody says what had happened was, as a man, you know they're gonna come out with some absolute bullshit. Especially when it's like black entertainers in America. Big up Illusionary Commission.
I'd like you branch out to review cookware next.
Yeah, exactly. You know how it is. Big up Illusionary Commission. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you for the super chat, bro. And honestly, whenever anyone says what had happened was, y'all know how I give it up. Y'all know how I give it up. You know what it is. They always talking shit.
You got around them up and stand up on love shit. This is what happened. I'm going to tell you what always happened, right? You was with $1 billion.
Hold on. So is he trying to say there's a conspiracy against Diddy to bring him down because he's a love guy? He changed his name to Love. They're trying to say this is the reason why he's trying to be. Oh my God! Please, if that's what is he trying to get at that? There's a conspiracy around it. There's a conspiracy to take down Diddy because he's preaching love, like that Dr. Sebi stuff. Dr. Sebi was about to cure cancer, man, with these fucking herbs and shit. Dr. Sebi was gonna cure cancer with fucking boiled ginger broth or something. That's why they killed him. Dr. Sebi was killed by the CIA. It's like, okay.
In there with all this bread all this time, and then you went followed your heart to with a trainer. That motherfucking apartment got smiled in the bitch. That lifestyle felt.
Oh, he's not only done victim shaming or victim blaming Cassie. He's now going after her boyfriend or the husband, Alex Fine, and saying that since she's with Alex Fine, they most likely live in an apartment and don't live in the Hollywood Hills somewhere behind a massive gate overlooking the hills and, you know, with different rooms where freak-offs happen. Now that they're living in an apartment, smaller, maybe less chic lifestyle. She's now missing the lifestyle where she had with Diddy, and she's now bringing up these stories to get back on that level of the lifestyle that she had that brought her so much trauma and pain. Okay.
Off now, it's struggle time. The love wearing off, and now you trying to come up with ways to figure out how to get paid.
Okay.
Now I'm healed and I can talk about it. I want to expose niggas in my books. You did that. You participated. You ain't say for nothing.
So because you participate in something that's downright evil and horrible, even if it's under duress, even if it's under the threat of violence, the threat of abuse, under the influence, whatever it may be, it doesn't matter because you participate in it. God damn.
Did that. So stand on that, man. Quit trying to expose people.
You have to stand on abuse. Huh? You have to stand on business when it comes to getting raped. You gotta stand on business, y'all. I know I raped you, but you know, you let me rape you. You gotta stand on business. What? As a man, how can I rape you if you let me rape you? It's like, sir, what? Honestly, let's not hear anything about Slim Thug because he might have some crazy accusations in his wardrobe because this is fucking wild, bro.
For money, like, what the nah, that apartment got small. You and that dude you left for love. You let your homegirls hype you up when you was with him. You let them homegirls hype you up to tell you, girl, he treating you bad. He cheating on you. He messing with them girls. Don't let him embarrass you like that. Like, I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, Slim Thug's got a very different opinion on that. And then we got the last opinion on the brain trust regarding this issue. Let's hear what Pete GUNZ and Rich Dollaz have to say about this. You know these two guys, right? Pete GUNZ and Rich Dollaz from the none other than fucking Love and Hip Hop. Let's see what they have to say about this. I'm eager to hear what Pete GUNZ and Rich Dollaz have to say about Cassie and the Diddy affair. Let's see what intelligent, nuanced, balanced opinion they have on this issue. Who do you think they're going to side with? Let's hear.
That they want to be the voice, so this doesn't happen to somebody else. So I'm doing this, and it's not about the money. It's about this not happening to somebody else. But then you get enough money, and you shut the fuck up. So which one is it? That's my question. Is, are we trying to be the voice, so this doesn't happen to somebody else, or are we gonna grab this money and shut the fuck up? That's what I was saying.
Okay. And my opinion on that is that if you listen to Cassie, agreeing with you, and that's fine. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't agree. This is what I'm saying. Number one, it was civil. Civil means money. So there was never.
This is who said it? Andrew Tate. This is Cassie. Her famous song. You must know who Cassie is. This is her famous song, "Me and You." You must know who this is. It's clear. You must know that intro. Do 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 do. It's me and you. No, I can wait it. Think I wanna make a move, yo. Baby, tell me how you like it. It's me and you.
What's going on here? There was never a dispute about what was the aim here. This is not a criminal case. He did not take a criminal case and make it civil. She did not start cooperating with the cops and then change up. She was in a civil case from the beginning, which meant she wanted money. If you listen to Cassie, Cassie's been saying, I've been asking Puff for money for years, and this nigga been on me. So I said, this is what's about to happen. I'm gonna write this book. I'm gonna get my money some kind of way. I'm gonna get my money some kind of way.
So it's a money grab. You agree with me?
I'm not agreeing with you because Cassie never came out and said that she didn't want money. What Cassie did was exactly what she was supposed to do. And I'm not saying nobody's guilty because obviously everybody knows our relationship with Puff. Everybody knows our relationship with Cassie now. So all I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that Puff is guilty or innocent. This is not about that. It's not about...
What is it about then?
Innocence or guilt. It's about what happened that we all know publicly.
Cassie said she opened the door. She opened the door. So now all these girls
She
that
asked
we've been seeing
for the money. He didn't do it. So she started putting the stuff out.
You knew what you know. There's a New York precedent that says that, and I'm gonna have to get Moniece on here because Moniece just broke it down for me. The New York precedent that is over next week. It's over on Thanksgiving Day. That said, if you have a civil suit that you want to do, that's how the girls get in L.A. Reid. L.A. Reid got the same going on. Because I ain't talking about L.A., but another girl came out from Def Jam or Arista and said that L.A. Sexy assaulted her. Another girl came out and said Bill Cosby assaulted her. The New York statute is over next week.
Yeah, well, the men of hip hop have spoken. Cassie only in it for the money. Nothing bad happened to her. She was okay with it when it happened, so we can't complain after it happens. Wow, fucking hell, mate. To be a woman in hip hop, bro. Some of the guys in that industry over there are fucking redacted. But hey, what can you do, bro? I guess why the only way to make it really is just to focus on yourself and make enough money that you don't have to deal with those guys. That's probably what to do. Inoculate yourself from all the toxicity by being successful. So you don't have to depend on them, you know? You don't have to be in a studio with them alone. You don't have to go and interview with them. You don't have to be anywhere around these type of dudes. That's the only way to do it. But then again, it's not easy to become rich and successful because, hey, it's a music industry. But yeah, big up Cassie. Glad she got her money. I'm glad she got her fucking money. Moving on from that one, let's talk about Tyler the Creator destroying Hot Ones. That was fucking interesting. So Tyler the Creator had an interview with Nardwuar, which was really good as per usual. I love the little pit stops they have together because Tyler does respect Nardwuar a lot for his interviewing skills and, you know, the background that he has and whatnot. And they always talk about the music. And he made a point here to stress that he wants a return to the music as well. And I think he made some really good points. But of course, people on the internet, I'm not too sure what's happening with Tyler the Creator. Maybe because he's become more successful and stuff over the years. But it seems like people online, especially on Twitter, they kind of find him insufferable. They kind of find him obnoxious. They find him up his own ass, which I don't get, to be fair, because I just find him really to be a really confident dude who kind of knows his worth and whatnot. But people don't really respond to Tyler anymore. They don't respond to Tyler as good as they used to. Before, it used to be like, unanimous sort of praise about what he says. But now you see a lot of people like nitpicking and poking holes on what he says and generally being a little bit more, disagreeable when it comes to the things that he puts out there. So this wasn't really received well when he said what he said. But I understand the intentions, what he was trying to say, and I get the core of it. But people didn't really take this too well. But this is Tyler the Creator on music criticism and whatnot.
Talk about music and I'll be like, oh, this was recorded at this studio, this is track this came out this year, and it could probably be annoying, but we're at a point where a musician who you know for music is being interviewed on a platform about music, talking in detail about music, his passion and what he's known for, and people are like, why does he keep doing that? But if I was on here gossiping or talking about so-and-so who got beef, oh man, people will feed into it. And it's like, no, we need to get back to talking about music. We need to stop fucking going sneaker shopping or fucking deep throating hot wings for an hour. Like, talk about your album, talk about music,
Exactly.
Talk about the 15 songs that you guys have spent time to get mixed and mastered and put your heart into and produced and did all these things. And then when the album comes out and it sells 2 copies, everyone's confused. But it's like, they don't want to talk about the music or the album. They rather fucking go eat chicken wings and sneaker shopping. Like, so I hope that overall, every musician gets to a point where they sit and speak about their music and the music that they love, and the conversation about music just comes back, because the fact that you get every song for $10, what that subconsciously I think does is have people like not respect music as worthy. And when people don't talk about it, that makes it. I just think that it's just not a lot of love in it, even from a fan perspective.
And I agree with everything he says. And I think that's something that I kind of have been annoyed with in general, because there's not really a lot of platforms that musicians want to go to anyway, where they speak about music. And they don't really like doing interviews in general because most of the platforms that exist out there are mostly all the salacious stuff, right? The gossip, the rumors, the baby mama drama, the beef between rappers and shit, the scandals, all this sort of stuff, right? But one thing I think that needs to be stressed is that I think it's also the onus needs to be on the musicians. They need to put more emphasis on the music. And if they go to do an interview with a certain platform, maybe stipulate, hey, I want to talk about the music only. Don't ask me about my baby mum. Don't ask me about my baby father. Don't ask me about this or that. Let's talk about the music. You should put that as a stipulation. But I also have been wondering, in general, why don't artists, a lot of them, especially in the hip hop space, do like listening parties on their live stream? Just rock up, just put your fucking iPhone up, go on Instagram Live, or you can even do YouTube live stream on your phone and just do a listening party for your album when it drops, and just have your fans from all over the world tune in as you kind of pause and stop the tunes and talk about it and say, hey, I recorded this last year. Oh yeah, this song I recorded that day. Do you guys remember when I posted that thing about I had a cold? This is the song I recorded when I had a cold. This song is about my partner. This song is about someone that passed away. Talk about it that way. I don't understand why more musicians don't do that. That's an easy way to actually get the music side of your album out and tell that story, because that might actually help some people resonate with your album more. It might make them maybe feel more connected with you personally because you've gone through similar things that they've gone through. It might just make them like you more because they see another side of you because you're actually talking about the music and the craft that goes into it. My theory is this though. The reason why most musicians don't do that sort of stuff is because the music they make is devoid of meaning. They just make whatever they think sounds good and they hope people like it. There's nothing really of substance in their music. So the last thing they want to do is talk about something that they don't really care about that much, or they don't really think too deeply about. That's the problem. I don't think a lot of them can actually articulate why they put that hi-hat there, why that verse comes in on discount, why the song fades out there and switches there, why they have a subject matter that says this on that verse and then it flips the entire one. They don't have any idea. They just do stuff like subconsciously, or they do it automatically, or they do it without even, whatever, any sort of intent in it. And then if it comes out and it's good, it's good. So then the actual drama is what kind of feeds into the hype and the, keeping the stuff in rotation, because there's not really anything to hold the music together. That's the actual point of it, which is sad. But I think in this question, or in this answer that Tyler gave, he mentioned Hot Ones, and I think that was a bit unfair. The deep throating of Hot Ones, the chicken wings and stuff comment was a bit out of left field, because if anything, ironically enough, even though that guy's show is the most hacky of one, it's also the best music platform, because that host, I forgot his name, he actually does research on the piece of people he interviews, whether they're actors or whatever. He legitimately does research on them. He actually asks some of the better questions. You'll actually get some of the best interviews from hip hop artists from Hot Ones, because he actually asks them questions about early mixtapes, random MySpace posts that they uploaded about he's really got some. He's quite Nardwari in his level of research that he does for his interview subjects. He actually goes a long way to actually, provide you with a much better information. I think so personally. But hey, what can you do? I did enjoy most of his commentary, what I have to say, and of course Tyler did clear up that, because I think a lot of people were pointing that the Hot Ones guy was actually good. So Tyler, the creator, did say this on Instagram. He clarified his comments after the fact, because people online, again, like I said, there's a weird movement online. I think Tyler probably recognizes it, of people just not being fans of him. I'm not sure why. Maybe because he talks really eloquently, or maybe because he's up his own ass a little bit, whatever. But the people don't really like Tyler too much. I'm not sure that the tone around them has changed online. It's very strange. It says here, in an interview I shared a thought about the lack of journalism in music and artists that seldomly speak about the music and only gossip, etc., and use Hot Ones as two examples. It comes off, so I like how he didn't apologize for sneaker shopping. He apologized for Hot Ones, but not sneaker shopping. I love that bit. It comes off as having so much disdain towards a show, which I don't. But I really was about. Really it was to be used as a broader example that popped in my head while I was trying to make a point. I could have said one of the podcast outlets that really pushes out more negative stuff, but in that moment I didn't. So Sean, you didn't really deserve the energy that comes off. Wasn't my intention at all. Quote unquote deep throated chicken sounds hilarious to me. I'm highly opinionated and outspoken, so it comes off as my usual quote-unquote complaining like everyone else does. Mine just gets shared more than regular posters or comment, even if most of the video is me giving praise and showing gratitude to a multitude of things. That's not what's going to get shared or spoken about. This will not most likely get lost in the clip, continues to get tossed around, but at least a few of you will see this. It won't change much since it's out, but yeah, really wish I used a different example. You seem like a really sweet old lady. So at least he apologized to the hot ones, dude. That was good to see in that regard. But I thoroughly agree with everything Tyler the Creator said there. I agree with everything he said there. Moving on from that one, we've got this picture that I want to talk about regarding Adam22's outfit for his birthday. So Adam22 had a birthday party. I'm not sure if there's any content on No Jumper around it. Let's see if they put any No Jumper content around his birthday party. So Adam22 had a birthday party, and it seems like a lot of people turned out for it. A lot of people on the subreddit are saying, oh, more people came to Adam22's birthday party than the FIGGMUNITY live show. Of course they did, because it's a fucking birthday party. It's not a fucking paid event somewhere, and of course more people would turn out for that than they would turn out for the fucking FIGGMUNITY thing. It makes complete sense. But regardless, anyway, the fans of No Jumper and stuff, the comparing of views and all this sort of stuff is very strange. This battle that everyone's having. If you're a No Jumper fan, you're comparing the live show fans, the live stream attendance with what the fucking FIGGMUNITY doing, and vice versa. It's a very strange world that they all live in. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find... No, okay. I don't think they have a clip. I thought they had some sort of video on their channel about Adam22's birthday, but I guess not. I thought they have something on there, but I guess they don't. Maybe it's on Adam22's channel. Nope. Is anything on here? I'm trying to check now. Nope, not anything on there. Just I'll see stuff about Baby Schmurder and some other donkeys and stuff, but I don't see anything else about anyone concerning his birthday party. No, we don't see anything there. Innit? Boston Richie clips. We've got an opening. What's this? We've got Punchmade Dave. Okay, they've got an opening day for their shop. We don't care about that. Let's see the live. They got anything else on there about the live? Nope, nothing there. Cool. It doesn't matter. So let's move on from that one. Let's just show you the picture of fucking Adam22's outfit. You see it? Look at Adam22's outfit. Look at fucking 22's outfit. Look at this shit. Who told him this was a good idea? Look at that shit. Holy shit. In his head, he probably thought he looked really fly, but in reality, he looks fucking horrendous. He's got, what do you call it? That cough syrup brand. I forgot that Desto Dub brand, right? For the jeans. He's wearing, I guess, a matching jean jacket, Air Force Ones, and an open shirt with like a really ratty white shirt on there. I don't know why he's wearing BB Simon's belt, something of that version. It's interesting how his inability to fucking wear clothes and look cool is funny, isn't it? I wonder why that is. He just doesn't look good in clothes. He just looks awful, just in general. It's something weird. And again, he's a tall guy, you know, whatever, but there's something that just looks strange when he puts on garments somewhere. He just doesn't look that comfortable. I don't know what it's about. Maybe it's the size. Maybe it's his body shape. I'm not sure what it is, but he should look better in this outfit because technically it's just a jean suit with a white shirt, but there's something missing. Maybe it's the trainers. Maybe it's the horrible branding on the jeans. Maybe it's the stomach with the tattoos. I don't know. But anyway, the outfit is fucking horrendous. Maybe the worst thing I've seen in my... Imagine coming out to your birthday dressed like that. Imagine. Let's see if he's got any other pictures of himself on his Instagram. Adam22 Instagram. Let's see if we got anything going on there. Bear with me a second. Let's see if I can find anything. Because I'm curious to see how badly he looked at his fucking party. Because that looked really gross. He looked fucking awful in that little clip that I saw there, mate. Not for me in the slightest. Not for me in the slightest. Let's see what we got here. It's loading. Bada bing, bada boom. Big up the stream chat. If you're tuning in, you're still here. Make sure you like the stream if you enjoyed what you see. Okay, we got some pictures from the actual premiere, right? From the red carpet of his birthday party. Let's see what the red carpet is saying here. What did he do? You got a picture here with him and the wifey, Leonard the Plug. Okay, also, so this is his 40th birthday. No Jumper, 40th birthday. Thanks to everyone who came out last night. Him with his wife. Okay, he looks a little bit better here in that outfit. Maybe that's just a bad angle. It looks a bit, but I don't think he needs to have the shirt unbuttoned. Just wear, you should have probably just put a t-shirt on. Have a t-shirt, tuck it in, and that would look way better. Or maybe even a wife beater, a really crisp wife beater. That would look much better, I think. He actually doesn't look that bad, you know? He doesn't look that bad here, but it's just a shirt opener that feels weird. And his headline is a bit disappearing, isn't it? His headline's going fucking places. So that's a bit of a shame. But yeah, there's Adam and Leonard the Plug there. Picture of him on Neon, the streamer. Yeah, when he's walking, he looks fucking awful, to be fair. Who's that? That's that's a porn star, isn't it? What's her name? The one that says that, the one that had that hilarious song about saying nigger. What's her name again? Riley Reid. That's it, Riley Reid. It's fucking horrendous. It's fucking so funny. That clip of her saying nigger and that rap is fucking so funny. It lives rent free in my head. I don't know who the black lady is, but I'm assuming she's maybe an actor, maybe a philosopher, maybe a scientist or some ilk, right? I also don't like this little grift he has going on where he's the awkward Indian guy and all these things. Like, bro, come on. Let's get over it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? This whole grift of like, hey, women, scary. It's like, come on, let's chill out. I don't know who's that? Is that Lena as well? Cool. That's Lena again there. More pictures. There's a birthday party there. I don't know who's lady here on the left. Who's this? Someone called Real Sky Bree. Cool. Many other people came out to the party. Who are these people? Do you recognize any of them? I don't know who any of these guys are. Who are they? Let's see. We've got somebody called Dab Brega Graham. Someone called Nick Strokes. Is that his real name? Nick Strokes. Interesting. Someone called Emma Mag. I don't know who Emma Mag is, but cool. Big up everybody there. And then we've got a person. Oh, this is Blueface, right? This girl. Why is he? Why does he? What is this about? Could someone explain Blueface's new thing where he wears like black rubber gloves and he puts the rings over them? Is that because like what is that meant to be? Like a scary thing? Like, oh, I've got gloves on because I've got a gun or something. Like, why is he wearing these black rubber gloves? I see him doing it all the time now. It's like a thing he likes to do. I saw him in that football. Like, what's with the black rubber gloves? With the rings on top. What's that about? Is that like I've got a strap on, I've got a knife, or is that just a fashion? It's so strange. Black rubber gloves, like, huh. Anyway, and that's his wifey, right? That her song is good though, right? What's it called? I've got the name of it, but that song is a banger. That song slaps. What is it? She's something. What's her fucking name? Let's see if I can YouTube. It's something. What's her name? Jaden, right? Jaden. Is it Jaden? Jaden. Alexis. What's her song called? Yeah, Barbie. Ooh, but I'm shaped like a Barbie. Oh, that song's good. Let's not lie. Let's see if I can play it. Let's see. Yeah, this song is fucking banger. I'm a bad little bitch, but I'm shaped like a Barbie. That's a fucking slapper. I don't care what anyone says. That song fucking slaps. And let's see the other vibe video, or other clips. Oh, 03 Greedo was there. I wonder how the FIGGMUNITY guys are gonna be feeling about that, and the community guys, because he's quite close to them, isn't it? Greedo turned up to the party, right? Oh, that's a bit dicey, isn't it? I wonder if they feel like they've been betrayed. Honestly, why would you wear jeans with words like that on the front? It looks so strange, isn't it? There's an awful lot of cost. Like, you have to really like lean to wear lean jeans, isn't it? You have to really fucking like lean to wear lean jeans. Like, lean must taste like fucking mangoes. I don't understand the hype on that thing, man. Like cough syrup, like, huh? Anyway, whatever. Next slide. We have Desto, the guy, right? The cough syrup dude, Desto there. Is that his name Desto Dub? I'm sure that's his name, right? Is that his name Desto Dub? Okay, he's not been tagged in the picture, unfortunately. And then we've got Danny Mullen. Okay, Danny Mullen's out of prison. He was in prison for a bit, wasn't he? Yeah, so he's out. So, okay, cool. Well, still, Adam 22's outfit sucks. You should have worn a t-shirt or a vest or something. As shown in this picture, it would have looked 10 times better. Maybe a wife beat or something, but, you know, the rest of it is a bit crappy. But what can you do? What can you do? Next, we need to talk about Dijon. Oh, yeah. My favorite guy, man. Dijon Mustard's outfit. You see what Dijon was wearing? Did you guys see what Dijon was wearing at the party? Fat. There's nothing more offensive than a fat person that can't dress fat. There's nothing more offensive than a fat person that can't dress fat. Like, this is an outfit that ASAP Rocky should be wearing, not Dijon. He's got what? Some sort of brand hat. He's got a Gucci jacket that looks small. He's got a shirt that doesn't fit. And look at the shoes. The shoes are bursting. Look at them. Look at the shoes. The shoes are literally going to burst. I think they might be Alexander McQueen's. I'm not really too sure. But the shoes look like they're about to explode. They're literally about to explode. He can't fit his foot in them. It's like, bro, like, why would you wear Balenciaga when you look like this? What's the point? Just wear brands that fit you well, that kind of complement your shape. And then once you lose a bit of weight, you can fit into all this stuff. Because I bet you he can't even zip this jacket up. I bet you he can't zip this. I bet you he can't zip this jacket up. I bet you he can't zip this from the bottom all the way to the top. He can't probably zip it. So why wear it? It doesn't make any sense. And obviously, if you're a fat guy, why wear a t-shirt that doesn't... You're wearing black and you still look fat. That's when you know you're fat. That's when you know you're fat. You're black, you're black and you're wearing black, but you still look fucking fat. There's no point. You might as well just wear a regular t-shirt and just keep it moving. But god damn it, bro. Dijon looks fucking terrible here. One of the worst outfits I've seen in my entire life. Again, there's nothing worse than a black guy. Imagine if I was white and I said that. There's nothing worse than a black guy, man. These fucking blacks taking my football positions, stealing my girls, all over my TV, marching everywhere. Anyways, nothing worse than the black guy. Sorry, I said it again. Nothing worse than a fat guy that can't dress fat. It's so annoying. But Dijon looks fucking terrible there. But hey, no surprise. That's Dijon. Moving on from that, let's talk about Pun threatening Adam22. So as you guys know, Adam22 has got beef with his former co-hosts, right? And one of the former co-hosts, or one of the people that associate with the former co-host, is Pun, who is AD's manager. And him and, you know, Adam22 have a weird back and forth all the time. So I guess the latest update here is that, what did Adam22 say? I forgot what he said. He said something that, of course, Pun saw, and now he's directly threatening Adam. Before he was saying it being in, you know, loads of innuendos, but now he's basically calling him out directly and saying, hey, you don't want these problems. You don't want these fucking problems. So let's see Pun talk about Adam22 a little bit here.
Hey, Adam, check this out, nigga. Stop playing.
It's the teeth. It's the teeth for me. I'm so happy that I got convinced by, you know, people close to me and some of you guys in the chat not to get the Turkish teeth, because I'm going to be for real. I was seriously considering it. I was seriously considering taking a flight out to Turkey and getting some nice Turkish delights, some nice Turkish chompers, some pearly Turkish things. Because I wanted to get that big Hollywood fucking Love Island smile, right? That fucking Colgate white shit, right? I mean, just like... you know, that's what I wanted to get. And I remember people in the stream chat and some people close to me saying, no, you don't want to get that. You're going to sound like you're whistling. You're going to have a lisp. And you're going to have that sound that Pun has where he sounds like he's wearing fucking dentures, right? Listen to him when he talks.
Hey, Adam, check this out, nigga. Check this out, nigga. Stop playing tough.
Hey, Adam, check this out, nigga. Stop playing tough. Hey, Adam, talk taking this out, nigga. Check this out, nigga. Check this out, nigga. I'm Crip. I'm Peru.
Nigga, because now I'm on timing, nigga. I'm coming for you, bitch. Ooh. Yeah, take it how you want it.
Check how you want it.
Play with me, nigga. Play with me, nigga. You was a bitch, nigga. I let you slide too many times, nigga. We on timing, nigga. And I'm out this bitch.
So who do you think would win in the fight? Who do you think would win in the fight between Pun and Adam22? Adam, I don't think can fight. He looks like he looks like a kind of guy that can't fight. He's big. He maybe looks intimidating because of the tattoos and because of that scowl on his face. But I don't think he can actually fight. I honestly don't think Adam can fight. So I've got my money set on Pun. I think Pun mops the floor with Adam. Pun is really fat and overweight and looks like a Teletubby. But I think he's been in way more fights than Adam, or could at least throw a couple of punches. I don't think Adam can actually throw a punch in anger. No way. I don't believe it. So I think Pun beats the brakes off of fucking Adam, And Leonard's probably one of those women that when she sees a black man beating her boyfriend, she'll probably start getting, you know, a bit excited, and she probably will leave him for somebody else. She's that she strikes me that kind of lady. If he gets knocked out, she'll leave. She'll jump in a Lamborghini Urus and she'll be gone with the kid in the back. That's the problem that Adam 2022 has. If he gets knocked out, Leonard leaves. If he gets knocked out by a black man, she's definitely going with him. So he has a lot to lose. So he has to make sure he wins. So if I was Adam 22, I would in secret, I'd be training jiu-jitsu. I'd be training how to fight just in secret. No one knows. And then when someone tries to step to me, I'm fucking, you know what I mean? I'm head kicking them. I'm getting them in guard and fucking choking the fucking life out of them. Do you know what I mean? Do all that sort of shit. But if he goes into it the regular way that he is, he's going to get fucked up. Personally. I think Pun mops the floor with him. What do you guys think? Adam loses, says Teju. These fools are 40 plus, exactly. Adam got scared when other people in the studio fought. Exactly. Good point. God, I completely forgot about that. He did, didn't it? Two dads fighting is hilarious. I love a good dad fight, though, bodybuilding news. I love it. Andrew Taint says they're both scared, obviously, but think about it if they actually had to fight. You know, honestly, I think Pun wins. There's no doubt in my mind about that. Adam admits he can't fight in the past. Okay, Sarlux, I didn't know that. Adam throws those dream punches that don't connect, exactly. Joe Violence Rogan, and exactly Teju. Anyway, move on from that one. Let's crack on. Then Pun decided to respond to Freddie Gibbs. I guess Freddie Gibbs says something about Adam 22 or no jumper, or maybe, no, I forgot what he said. He said something, I forgot what he said, but Pun saw it as an insult to him, and now Pun is talking about Freddie Gibbs. So Adam 22 once again is causing problems for other black men, as he always does. He has a way of kind of getting in between two black men and letting them war while he profits. Fucking lovely. You gotta love that shit, innit? You gotta love it.
Freddie Gibbs, you gonna have to step to the table, nigga. Step to the motherfucking front, nigga. Was that you? You want smoke, cuz? You want smoke, nigga? Stop playing. Stop playing.
Imagine being a grown man like this with kids, and you're doing this whole stuff like shouting and arguing into a microphone, into a screen. I think this type of gangsterism where you're trying to threaten people and you're looking at the camera like you're looking at a real person is on the same level of unhinged as those girls who sit in front of the camera on TikTok or Instagram and cry. You know, girls who record themselves crying and being emotional? That is unhinged and a form of mental illness, in the same way this is unhinged and a form of mental illness. If you're a goon and you're like talking to the camera, to a phone as if like you're talking to a person. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna. It's like, bro, there's no one on the street. It's different if you're just arguing over live stream, but if you're literally talking to yourself and you're fucking getting yourself worked up and you're arguing with yourself, you might be suffering from a form of mental illness.
Yeah, we up in this bitch, man. What's happening? Yeah. I see y'all. Yeah, Jake.
Look at him smiling to himself about all the comments. And there's nothing more cringe than Instagram live commenters who want to get on your good side. Yeah, man, tell them, Pun. What's that? Freddie a hater for sure. Step in. If anyone at the show tonight, go live. Yeah, man. Like, stop. How can you suck another man's dick on Instagram live through the comments? Like, don't you have any shame?
Okay. Y'all niggas going crazy. Look, man, we back on that bullshit. We took some time off. We let niggas look like they was the niggas out here. Like, talking that shit, but we back on that bullshit. What's up, cuz? What's happening? What's up, champ? Yeah. We back on that bullshit. You know what I mean? That's what we on. So fuck all this internet shit. Nigga, let's meet up in these streets, nigga. What? All you gangsters, dead homies, all that, nigga. Y'all know I don't get on live.
Look at Pun's tough face. I love that little tough face. The little head nod. Look at that little tilt. Bad boy Pun. Whee.
Y'all know I don't get on live like that, cuz, so I'm on live. Bitch, you got a problem with me, nigga, pull up, nigga.
Hey, pause. I think you might want to pause that one. Bitch got probably pull out. I don't know, bro.
Feel me?
What? And he say, feel me after. That's double pause, isn't it? Pull out, feel me? That's double pause. I think there needs to be a pause in between both of those statements there. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. KEEM TDE. KEEM, who's from TDE, has been a bit of trouble, right? Because it's now being alleged, or the narrative out there is that KEEM played a starring role in AKADEMIKS getting pressed at the FIGGMUNITY live show. And that's the narrative that's out there. That's what we're running with. That's what I'm running with, because haha is funny and it's funny, right? So KEEM decided to get on MacWop State, what is it, Apollo, and clear the air about what happened, because I played the video last stream where they're at the FIGGMUNITY live show and a fan comes on the mic and basically starts barking at AKADEMIKS, right? Starts pressing him, right? Starts marking him out, as they say in LA. And AKADEMIKS is there stuttering and whatever. AD gets in between them so nothing happens. But AKADEMIKS looks like he's uncomfortable, looks like he's a bit scared, whatever it may be. After the fact, he gets on stream and says he wasn't scared and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't a good thing to see because, you know, he was their guest and, you know, they're letting him get punked in front of everybody. Was a bit bad. They should have cut that guy's mic off. Anyway, KEEM then gets on stream after the event and says he's the one that did that or played a part in it, because AKADEMIKS, if you remember, was the one that was going super hard at SZA. And SZA obviously is on TDE, and obviously KEEM probably knows her, they're friendly, whatever, he's looking out for her, so he didn't forget what AKADEMIKS said or did to SZA and how he made her feel. So he's the one that got the goon to go and say that shit about AK. So now he's saying that that's not the case. So let's hear his point of view, what actually happened and why AKADEMIKS got pressed.
Hey man, shout outs to the live show tonight. Y'all got people coming and all that? I ain't got nobody coming. Y'all got people coming?
No, I got a few people coming.
I don't even got people coming, bro. That's crazy.
Why not?
I don't know.
I really wasn't even tripping on.
You don't got people coming to this show?
This one here tonight?
Yeah, but you had people coming to New York. You had nobody show up for this one, but you had niggas go to New York. Is that what you said? What's going on
So
with
that's
you?
what you was getting at. You was getting at. You said, why I do that?
Yeah, that's what he was getting at, nigga.
All right, so
yeah, why you implicate me in doing that?
Rat.
Why implicate? All right, so here's my response to that. I didn't implicate you. I didn't implicate you.
Okay, I want to say implicate because I provided the footage.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna run with that. He was being running with that.
And the context and the commentary. You feel me? But it would have just been that if you didn't say.
I did it on my vlog. KEEM didn't really do that, but I did it in my what's the name? My streaming space. I was reporting on
Nigga
live
got fresh
footage.
for academics. Crazy.
No, for live footage, right? Because implication is like, all right, I just set up from over there from New York. I'm way out in Cali, and I just came up with these things. You know what I'm saying? If somebody would have called back like, yo, hey, it was like this tonight, and I would have just came up and just made it up.
Nah, you did make that up, Nick.
Do you think that's a form of manipulation? Like, goons have this way of speaking, right? Guys from the streets sometimes, and they do it here in the UK too, where they don't really talk about the question at hand. They can't just say loads of filler words and just, it's not even dancing. It's almost, is it manipulation? I don't know what it is. It's a weird, almost like a hypnosis thing that they do, where they just speak about things without speaking about the thing. And it's like all kind of implied and vague and this and that. It's like, bro, either you speak about it or you don't. But what's this in-between thing? I wonder if that's a weird way that goons do, where they sort of like, it's like a manipulation tactic. That's how you probably get kids on board to join their things. Or I don't know. It's a very strange way of talking and communicating. It's like, are you going to answer the question? Did you set up KEEM? Did you set up AKADEMIKS or not? And if you don't answer it fair, because you don't want to implicate yourself or, you know, whatever. But, you know, like, it's a fairly easy question to answer.
Nigga, that shit wasn't real. That shit didn't happen like that, nigga.
No, you know that part. That's the part. That's the funniest part. That's what I'm saying. All this shit was made up outside of what was seen.
What? Oh, he's saying he made it up. Okay, cool.
But it's different because you know.
So he's suggesting that it was all a what you call it, a prank. I see the defense. It was a prank. I'm being a character actor. I'm being what's that? What did what's his face? Alex Jones say? I'm in character. It's a personality. Do you know what I mean? It's all, I'm fake. It's wrestling. Okay.
Me, nigga. You feel me? It like we do this shit.
Yeah.
So it looked like you had some insight, a little bit of insight. To
that's the part where for me I probably play.
That's good cookups.
I know
mind
it's good cookups, but that's why I get in trouble from in my whole life. This is where because I'm gonna go teeter that line. Because
people in LA, why do they like jeans with like all these words and graphics on them? Can someone explain what the fascination is with LA guys, LA goons wearing jeans with all these logos and like they love? It's like that brand that what's the thing Barry has, Endless whatever, with the graphic. They love words and shit on their jeans, innit? Like, what's with all this stuff? It's jeans. Just wear the jeans. Why do they have to be like covered in graphics? You've already got hoodies with graphics, t-shirts with graphics, jackets with graphics. Do you really want your jeans to have graphics on them? Odd.
To me, I'm like, this is light, funny.
It's light, but it also not though at the same time.
I was more so playing off bros, like how light he was having, like it was funny. The whole shit was funny. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, that whole thing would be something different. That whole live would be something different. But it was just all funny. So I'm like, yeah, this is funny. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of like where I come from, the space I was coming from. Like, this shit is funny. But it only teetered the line. I don't even know where it teetered the line, honestly, because the only people that don't believe the shit or believe the shit is the internet.
But didn't you say that you set up Akademiks on the internet? You were on a live stream, your own live stream on your own channel, where you said you didn't like what Akademiks said about Scissor, so you did what you did. Honestly, it's almost like they're trying to convince you that you didn't see what you saw. It's a very interesting way of speaking. It's almost like political speak, like a politician. Like, you didn't hear what I said. I didn't make that promise. That wasn't a part of my campaign. You're imagining things. This is the new, you know, this is a new print. This is a new fucking this is a new way we're going, new direction. Interesting.
If you, but everybody that know, but only people that believe it is
sure.
internet.
If you
everybody that know. What does that even? I don't know. What
no,
that
but niggas know you was bullshitting. Niggas knew nothing like that was real.
Yeah,
feel me. But if you didn't know, it's like, like what's up with this nigga?
Niggas knew, but niggas don't know. Niggas knew
for sure.
You gotta think.
That's what I'm saying. It's a thin line.
It's a thin line.
That shit could compromise.
It could.
I move.
It could.
Feel me? It could compromise. You know, a couple.
But and it also could compromise a lot of shit though, because it was real tension with Act.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was for real.
Yeah, it was real tension with this nigga. So you gotta always keep that in mind.
My offer still stands. Stone Cold Stunner.
I told him that. I told him.
That shit.
Hey yo,
yes, it is.
Hey yo, Keem. I told him, but I like.
Okay, so Keem is still on demon time. If he catches Ack, it's gonna be Stone Cold Stunner time. Okay, cool, fair play.
I said that you will. Keem is like.
Don't you find it interesting that Ack didn't attack Keem the same way he attacked Sosa Santana or Young Miami? Don't you find that interesting?
I would still Stone Cold that nigga because you still high. He blocked you.
The homie that was there, he want to call in and really get his narrative on.
Yeah,
He's like, bro, I don't give a fuck about none of that TDE shit, none of that shit you talking about, TF. Like, I was just telling that nigga he was pussy. I just wanted to get that off my chest.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
Bro, like, to me, I feel like with the Act shit, man.
Speaking your mic, Kimmy.
With the Act shit, it's just kind of like he's just that one kid or person, you know. Like, that's why he gonna keep yelling money. You go have to yell money because you feel small. Like, even in that room, you didn't feel as big as that 30 million you talking about. You felt small in that room. And now I go on the internet, I see you feeling small. Bro up there laughing, like, niggas is you funny to laugh at. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like entertainment. Like, you feel me? Like the
Okay, we got the gist of it. Keem did say what he said. Now he's taking it back. Now he's going to be Stone Cold Talent Time. Who knows what's happening? I guess if you're Akademiks, this is why you don't go outside, isn't it? Because really and truly, there are people out there that want to put hands and feet on you. So I understand why Act doesn't want to go outside. But I also, as much as I'm a fan of Akademiks, there's a part of me that kind of just wishes he would just get it over and done with. Because eventually someone's going to catch him and they're going to beat him up. So just get it over and done with. Either you get over and done with, or what I think he should do is this. Keep talking shit about people, but just stay at home. Don't even argue and say you are outside, I'm outside. No, say you are inside in your mansion, living life, loving life. Be okay to just stay at home and be a hermit and talk shit about people from the inside. That's perfectly fine. but he tries to like do both. He wants to be the hermit millionaire streamer, but also be the guy that gives no fucks and is willing to crash out. No, you can't be both. You have to be either the bully or the victim. At the moment, you're the victim, but you get paid well to be one. Just be proud and be the victim. Or what he should do, really, in the man's sames, you know, going back to what I'm saying again, just get over and done with. Meet up somebody for a fair one. If you lose, you lose. It is what it is. But just get it out of the way. So these people know you're not pussy. Because at the moment, he's ducking face from everybody. He didn't want to fight Blueface. Then he went to fight Lil Baby. He didn't want to fight Saucy Santana. Now he's not going back at like he's always ducking fades. But he wants to talk shit. When you're a man, unfortunately, you can't do that. Women can, because they just can. But I think with guys, I think that famous quote by Jordan Peterson is true, and there's always a limit with guys when it comes to altercations. There's only so many things you can say about another man until they're like, you know what, we have to fight. You just can't keep shouting and screaming at somebody. So I think eventually someone will end up putting hands and feet on him, which is unfortunate, really. But it's the nature of the game, I guess, isn't it? I just think he should get over it. I think he should do it on his terms, though. Just meet somebody up, buck them up, swing, have a punch up. If you lose, you lose. Keep it moving. It is what it is. People lose fights all the time. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, moving on to YURY. YURY, my favorite former co-host from fucking No Jumper, and somebody that really agitates me. More so because he's like the opposite of what I am as a man or as a dude or as a guy or as a human, in that he's super whiny and complainy. He likes to argue all the time, especially with women. He treats his girl like shit. He thinks he's smarter than what he is. Just everything that I kind of hate, that I kind of don't like to do. He obviously embodies that. And as a streamer, he's even more so annoying, right? He's obnoxious, insufferable personality, especially with him trying to copy the whole Ice Poseidon thing, which is obviously one of the worst sort of like role models you can have in terms of a streamer, because his entire career was based on just annoying people and being a fucking piece of shit and a cunt. So he kind of looks up to him. So that's obviously annoying. So this is an interesting clip because the title says YURY gets into an argument with a cashier. So I want to see what happens here because I haven't watched this actually. So we'll watch this together. I want to see what actually happens during this argument with a cashier. What happens? Because he's on live stream, does these IRL streams where he walks around the city causing havoc, hoping people fucking tip him. And that's how he makes his living. And obviously this IRL life, there's a portion of people who also just get into altercations for the content. They're getting exactly exactly Koala, exactly. M-Pond is he did that rug pull, didn't he? Ice Poseidon with the fucking cryptocurrency where he scammed everyone and he was completely happy about it. So there's also a side of IRL streamers that purposely get themselves in drama for content. So this is one of the things that Yuri's doing here. So let's watch this video because I guess this is part of the let's make content over everything type of thing. So let's see what happens here.
You're not drinking, you just all of our, I just met that guy like 2 seconds ago. I don't even know who he is. I just want to shop for myself. I'll take it right in front of you.
Did I threaten to kick you out if they're not 21?
No. No, you said you want all of their IDs. I just met this guy. It's really kind of strange, and I'm like, hey, you want to show him?
He's not with us. I'll show you my ID right now.
No one's threatening you. That's just a weird request of a guy I barely know. You're getting offended at my request.
So I guess the cashier is asking for ID from everybody in a group or something, right? And I guess he's trying to say, I'm not with the other guys, I'm here by myself. But she's still asking for ID. Oh, just give the fucking ID and get it over and done with. Guys like this are super bitch made, innit? Guys who like getting in altercations and verbal spats with women are so odd. As a man, you should just be able to just, suck it up and move on, or just try and diffuse the situation. You shouldn't be there shouting, exchanging fucking shouting verbiage with a woman. It's just so unbecoming. It's so unmanly. It's so ungentlemanly. Like, try to defuse the situation or try and walk away, but standing there arguing, like especially with a cash, like it's a job. Like, just help. Like, she wants an ID, give her the fucking ID. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Do you want a drink or not? If you don't, go somewhere else.
You can see my ID. I don't know about them. They're not drinking.
And I hate that condescending voice he has as well. He puts on. You can see my ID. I don't know about them. They're not drinking. Right? They're talking about obnoxious. I don't know why you're bugging out for. Calm down. Right? He's that kind of like obnoxious, fucking up his own ass, insufferable voice thing he's going on. Oh, he's so annoying, Yuri, man. And the thing about it, he's like 30. It's like, bro, grow up, man. This is cute when you're like in your early 20s, or you're a Kai Cenat type of guy. Even Kai Cenat is getting blowback for some of the stuff that he's doing. Or like I Show Speed. You're nearly 30, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Sip the same vodka. We're together. We're together. I'll show you my ID, man.
What the fuck is going on here, dude?
That smile he's got, that fucking... You don't see a more punchable face ever. You've never seen one. A more punchable face. Look at that. Look at this guy. You would never imagine this guy's from the Soviet Union. He's so bitch made. Like, he's a complete opposite of what you'd imagine somebody that's from that side of the world, right? You'd imagine like the typical Eastern European, sort of like Central European stereotype, right? Tough men, solid, dependable, principled, right? But not somebody that's here arguing with fucking cashiers and shit. Like, who is this guy? Look at his face.
Dude. So when you get served at a bar, it is a legal requirement that I check your ID and anyone that's with you.
I've been to a bar many a times.
At this bar, it is a legal requirement that I check your ID, his ID, and anyone that may be with you.
Isn't that like a typical thing though? Don't get me wrong, not all bars do it, but if you're acting like a prick, if they want to, because usually I think when these sort of occasions, if you act like a prick, a bartender can go out of their way to make your experience miserable. I know I've done it myself working in shops and stuff. If you're acting like a prick, I can then go down the rules. I can then abide by the rules and make your life miserable because you're making my job hard. So if you want to make my job hard, cool, I'm going to make your job hard. So there've been times I work in a shop where the manager's not in store and they're like, can I have a refund? If you're nice and you're cool, I might give you the refund without a receipt. If I'm having if you catch me in a good day. And we have a good initial communication. But if you come in with an attitude, I'm going to request you give me the receipt. And if the receipt is not legible, if I can't read it, or if it's ripped, I might tell you can't get the refund because you're being a cunt to me. So it's actually on you as a customer to try and, be a pleasant person so you can get what you want. Even if the guys around you don't have an ID, be like, hey, sorry to disturb you. I know we're being a bit noisy, and because Ruckus, I really do apologize, but it's my friend's birthday. We don't all have ID, but I just want to get him a drink. Is that okay? Like, if you actually approach it in a nice way, maybe you could get lucky and a woman, hey, I'm gonna keep an eye on you guys. Make sure you keep your friend in check, but I'm gonna give you the drink. But if he fucks up and I hear another complaint from somebody, I'm gonna have to chuck you guys out. Okay, no problem. Thank you so much. It's only me. I've only got that, and they'll kind of let you off. But if you're a piece of shit and you're fucking tickling her fucking, you're touching her pussy for lack of a better term, you're fucking touching her balls, she's allowed to be like, okay, cool, let's go then. Give me all your ID, and it all has to be within expiry date has to be more than fucking a year or something. You're allowed to do that.
With you, that's fine. But if he's with you, I need to.
You can see his ID. You just asked for his.
And they've all got the fucking insufferable streamer smile. We're getting into an altercation with a stranger. They've all got that same smile. Look at us talking to a stranger rudely. A person just trying to earn a wage. It's always service industry people. Just some of the worst jobs ever because you encounter all the worst humans. Look at us.
I can show you my
Yo, honestly, I wish some of those fucking missiles and bombs that are landing in certain places in the Middle East would land directly on where these guys are standing.
Berkeley is exactly what I told you guys it was.
Look at that voice. Guys, chat. Guys. Bro, please.
Here you go, ma'am.
If he's not in your party, that's fine.
Okay.
You can understand why I might think that, right?
Yeah, and all I said is I barely know him, and you said, why are you freaking out? It's a weird request. I've never heard this request.
Out, or did I say something else?
Exactly. Oh, I love that. See, Yuri thinks he can gaslight this woman the same way he manipulates and gaslights, what's her face? Barely there, fucking Riley, right? She's unfortunately barely there, and maybe it's the drugs, maybe it's the personality, maybe it's autism, who knows? But he can manipulate her because, she's barely there and she kind of needs him But this is a grown up. This is an actual well-adjusted grown up. You can't just say stuff and think you're gonna get into their head and, you know, whatever, do your little games.
You said, why are you, oh, you said something about like me, like having.
Oh, look, he's backtracking now. I thought you knew what she said though. You said something about like, you said like.
Do you think I'm gonna kick you out?
I'm not scared. I can go to another bar. I'm not scared about getting kicked out here. I just thought it was a weird request.
I think the point of me saying that was I don't intend to kick you out.
Okay. Can I just have the shot?
Can I see your ID?
Yes, here you go.
Can you take it out?
Yes. Dang, dude.
Honestly, I want to punch this guy in the face so bad. Oh my God, bro. Yuri is an insufferable cunt, isn't he?
Dude, this bar has the best vibes. I love it. This place is a hoot.
If you're not liberal, they get mad.
It's a college town. It's a college bar. She can lose her job after not checking.
I'm not exactly, and the customer has to say the same thing to her. Has to jump in and back her up. It's a college town. If he doesn't ask her, it doesn't matter even a college thing. Like, just give the fucking ID. It's annoying, we know, but give the ID. If they don't give the ID, go to another bar and say, hey, I don't have my ID. Can I have a drink here?
I'm not mad about her checking my ID. That's very normal. She's asking to check this random dude's ID that I just met 2 seconds ago. That's a little ridiculous.
How many college kids underage ask someone to buy them a drink?
If I bought it and I handed him the thing, oh my God, dude.
If anything, it's
Thank you.
good service because you know she's keeping everyone.
I think she should check everyone's ID because I could give the shot to anyone.
Oh, shut up, you fucking dick. Honestly, what a bitch-made guy. Who argues with women like this and enjoys this? This guy is like, I can't believe he literally made that girl. He made her tired. She turned like, okay, I'll give up. He's so exhausting. He made that girl turn around like, okay, I'll give up, man. This guy is beyond help. Whatever. She's tired. He tired her out.
At this point, bro, that's ridiculous, dude.
That's ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous, dude. That's ridiculous, dude. And I hate when he does his stung me with his fucking arms. Oh God, he needs to get run over by a lawnmower or something.
What the fuck? This is the first time I've ever had this experience at a bar, bro. I've been to a million bars.
Shout out to fucking everyone in the chat. What was going on?
I think it's because we're not wearing rainbow colors.
Bro,
Anyway, whatever. Yuri's a piece of shit. It's an easy situation to understand. They're underage. They start talking and looking like they were friends. She didn't want the situation where he's buying them drinks and getting them drunk and then she gets in trouble or whatever. They're just being cunts, and she went to make their experience a little bit more insufferable because they were making her life insufferable just for the ID. Just kill it, defuse the situation, agree with everything, give the ID, get your drink to keep it moving. And now he's talking about liberal consent. Like, shut up, Yuri, you fucking donut. Honestly, what a donut. Anyway, one more Yuri clip and then we'll leave. This Yuri clip is Yuri and Fulcrum get... Oh, so that's... Okay, Fulcrum's the other guy. He's a streamer too. I recognize his name. So Yuri and Fulcrum get chucked out of an Uber and lectured. Okay, let's see what this is saying. Oh my God, these guys, man. There's a side of IRL streamers that I hate, and there's ones I love. The ones I love are the HS Tiki-Tokis, even the Sneakos, where you just go around doing what they're doing, right? They go to casinos, they go to restaurants, they hang out, they talk shit, you know, whatever. The ones, the IRL streamers that I hate are this version, the School of Ice Poseidon ones, where they go out and try to make the lives of service workers horrible for the entertainment of their viewers and to get money. I fucking detest that. If you're going to go to a nightclub and just try and pull girls and shit and talk shit to people on the dance floor, that's one thing. But going out of your way to disturb the lives and, you know, whatever of service industry people who are usually working in dead-end jobs they don't want to be at, you know, waiting for the fucking clock to strike 6 so they can go home, I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it. But hey, let's continue. Let's see what this says here.
Guys, TTS is back on.
Yo, Fulcrum. Yo. I've been wondering this question for a long time.
Okay.
How many genders are there?
74.
Is that the real number?
Yeah, if you Google
I
it.
think it might be more.
It's more?
I want to be correct here. Do you know, ma'am, how many genders there are?
You're asking that in a very rude way where you're like making
Exactly.
And to be honest, I really hope that you guys learn how to have more respect for people. I'm a young woman who has two strangers, men in my car, and you're talking about jerking off and you're saying dicks, and then shout out to the homies, I'm spiritual.
Who said anything about jerking off? When did we do that?
And then you're doing this like fawning.
I love it. It's a woman. That's their Uber driver. And she's now giving them a lecture. She's giving them a dressing down. And telling them, hey, you guys might want to grow up a little bit. They're probably, you know what's funny? She's probably the same age as Yuri. He's acting like he's the same age as Fulcrum, because I think Fulcrum's in his early 20s. Yuri's acting like Fulcrum, but he's actually probably the same age as the driver. I bet you. That's a funny thing, because Yuri, if I'm not mistaken, he's like in his 30s. Maybe he's like late 20s, but he's definitely not under 25. So he's trying to act like the edgy, you know, kid streamer, like an iShow Speed, like a Neon. Well, I'm young and dumb, but he's not. And now he's embarrassing himself in front of a woman who's probably the same age. He's more of his age mate and being told to act like a fucking grown-up.
Thing where it's like, what? Who?
When did,
you're very disrespectful.
Did I ever say anything about jerking
I
off?
hope that you guys know that you're very disrespectful. Even just me waiting for you outside.
You waited too long?
Me asking if that was even you. I don't know who you are. I'm wondering if there's someone I'm supposed to be picking up somewhere else.
Is it his outfit?
I didn't even see what you're wearing. Like, the fact that you can't even have a serious conversation with me as a human being.
It seems like you don't want to talk to anyone.
As just like some random Uber driver giving you a ride. Like, I'm a human being.
You are a random Uber driver.
You are a human being too, though.
As well, but
Jesus
also
Christ, bro. If ever there was a person who you looked at and thought, you know what, this guy's never been smacked in the face, I think Yuri's a good example of it. But I just forget the smack in the face thing. There's something about a dude who takes pleasure in winding up regular people, especially women. Like, he seems to have a real penchant for having these back and forths, because when he had that run-in with the guys at BAPE, he ran away on his little e-scooter like a bitch, right? He didn't want to get in a back and forth. He really was a bit awkward. He felt uncomfortable when those guys at the BAPE store kind of gave him a bit of a telling off. But when it comes to women, he seems to have a real enjoyment in kind of like riling them up and get, you know, for no pun intended, with Riley barely there. But he seems to have a real love for like riling up women. There's something about this. I don't know what personality trait it is, but he seems to enjoy getting under the skin of girls. It's odd and it's disturbing and it's disgusting as a dude, to be fair. You should be diffusing the situation, walking away from it or whatever else, but you shouldn't be gleefully getting involved in this sort of shit.
we
turned it off.
Yeah, I turned off the speaker for you when you asked, and I don't remember talking about masturbating.
To, like, be real and like listen and like empathize and like then I don't have any.
How did I not empathize if I turned the speaker down?
Listen to the way you're arguing. Like,
exactly.
I honestly have no desire to talk to you anymore. You're 2 minutes from your location.
Thank you.
I'm gonna drop you off. I hope that you guys learn some respect for the people who are driving you at 9:30 on a Saturday night somewhere. Like,
if you were like scared of driving Uber drivers, why would you be an Uber driver? I mean, like, you just say like, oh, I'm worried about having you guys in my car, but you chose to have this as a job.
Oh, I fucking hate him so much, man.
You're gonna have to strange people in your car all the time as an Uber driver.
$2. Uber driver, you can't silence us. You're the worst Uber driver ever. You tree hunters very sensitive out here in the Bay. It's not my fault you are an Uber driver. Get his hard destination now. This is a horrible ride, you sensitive fat girl.
Dude, what the? No. Okay, you see, I'm turning that, dude. That was rude. That was rude. Okay, all right, we'll get out here. Thank you. Oh my God, dude, bro. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. We're never getting home, bro. Let me make sure I have all my stuff.
Shine a light now.
I don't want to. All right, bye. Sorry. Dude, what the? We just got kicked out 3 times today. 3 times. Oh my God.
That's the thing. There was a time, right, where when you did a vlog or like a live stream, you would purposely put yourself in interesting positions. Like you'd go and seek adventure. You'd go and travel. You'd go to a really crazy bar. You'd go to a crazy live show. You'd go to a fucking fun fair, circus, whatever it may be. You'd do things. You'd go to experience things. And then in a way of experiencing those crazy things, you might bump into interesting people that you want to speak to on your live stream. That's what streaming was kind of like before. And now with these donuts, they're living a boring life, and instead of living an interesting life, they're living a boring life and then making other people's daily lives hell by trying to involve them in their content, or trying to goad them, or trying to provoke them, or trying to get under their skin for their entertainment and to line their pockets with the TTS and whatnot, right? Because they know how much it annoys people, right? It's already intrusive anyway, having this loudspeaker that reads out tips and donations. It obviously incentivizes the viewers and the trolls to, to send in tips that have offensive things in public. It's one thing doing it on stream, but when you're doing it in public and you're invading everyone else's privacy, it's annoying. It's obnoxious. Everyone knows it. You do it anyway because it obviously makes you giggle, and it obviously lands your pockets, and it makes the stream fun, and the fans enjoy it. But then the real people that you're interacting with have a horrible time. They have a horrible time. They get to feel like shit while you get to continue giggling along the way. Diabolical.
Okay, now we're in the ghetto. Oh no! Now we're in the ghetto. How far are we? Are you fucking me, right? No.
Honestly, I detest Yuri, man. He's such a piece of shit. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Moving on, let's talk about some Brendan stuff then. Brendan stuff. So let's crack on with this stuff. I've not seen any. It's not. Oh, that's it. The latest one. I need to see that. What's that one about? He's 7 tickets. What's that all about? 17 tickets, fucking Brendan. Let's see this. Big up Uniques. Big up my guy Uniques. What's Unique saying? Let's see what he's saying about 17 tickets, Brendan. I don't know how this is. How do they find this information out? How do they find out he only sold 17 tickets? I love it, man. It's fucking incredible. Let's see what happened here. Allegedly, he only sold 17 tickets. Wild one for Unique. Yeah, KP. Unique is literally redacted. I know, but he's covering something that I don't really know much about, so I'm just going to him for that information. I get it, but let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance. Come on. Maybe he might redeem himself here. Let's give him a chance.
A guy went to see Brendan Schaub perform stand-up comedy. May God have mercy on his soul. And he went to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit to explain what happened. So let's check it out. Legit, Bappa destroyed the little career he had as a stand-up comedian.
Okay, maybe I might read this myself then, so I can hear what he said. Let's see what he says here. What does it say there? Maybe I can search for it myself and see if I can find it. Bear with me a second. What thread is this? Let me see. Maybe it's on the front page. Bear with me a second here. Bear with me a second here. Let me. What's it called? It says, was that legit Bappa destroyed his career? Let's see if I can find this on there. Maybe it's on here. Bear with me a second as I try to get this up on here. Water. Or maybe I just read it from his screen. What I do? Let me just read it from his screen. I don't know why I'm doing this. Read it from his screen. So, okay, big up Unique for the video. I'm just going to read it from your screen. Sorry, my friend. Let's see what he said here. He says, legit Bappa destroyed the little career that he had as a stand-up comedian. We heard about the show on TFAT K and thought, why not? Let's give him a chance and not listen to the homeless cats. It was a serious embarrassment. For a room that was capacity of over 100 people, there were 17 of us, which also included the bartenders and the servers. Yo, big up K-Sod Moses. Wagwan. Youch. Including the bartenders and the servers. 17. Yikes. Bappa didn't even headline for a show that was built around him. He went second to last and opened with a joke about dick pics and OnlyFans. Real quality material from a quality guy. As usual, Mexican and Family, a staple of his stand-up set, received the other majority of the bashing. It didn't come off as well as 15 of the 17 of us were Latino, and this gringo papi is telling us how much he hates Mexico, Mexican and his Mexican in-laws. Exactly. It's so strange, that whole grift, that whole line of comedy he does anyway. Additionally, let's just say the overly done Botox rumors are 100% legit, along with the lip fillers. Sitting along a couple feet away, not only did he look greasy as fuck, he's just for men mustache and the in-back seat hairline. I agree, he definitely does look deformed. The set dragged on for an entire 10 minutes. I was just hoping that he'd walk me to my truck and put me out of my misery. Alas, he dipped before we could slow clap his exit. 17 people. God damn. That might explain why he's doing the Toontown thing, to be fair. I've always said, like, whenever I was doing my DJ gigs, when I was playing in bars, I'll be in pubs where people didn't want me to be there. I'll be literally playing there and performing I was at the Berghain. I'll be performing like I was at the biggest nightclub in the world, the biggest festival. I didn't care. I was going for it super hard, right? But that's part of the grind. You kind of start, you know, with one person watching you or coming to buy your tickets, and then you kind of grow. The thing with Brendan and why this is funny is because from the moment he started, he kind of used numbers as a way to justify his career. Or because you guys don't think I'm funny, but I sell out. He justified his existence with the numbers and the sellout. And obviously he tried to like stunt on, you know, other comedians too with that, because I think, you know, some of them just didn't think it was funny. It's like, oh, you don't think I'm funny, but funny is funny and I sell tickets. Now that he's in a position where he's not getting those ticket sales he used to get when he started his career, when everyone didn't really know who he was. And now it's kind of like, you know, he's getting ticket sales that are more representative of his level of fame and maybe his level of, like, you know, his unlikability. It's becoming more embarrassing now, because that thing you were resting your hat on is now becoming something that people are dunking on you for. So I find that to be really interesting to see this happening in real time, to be fair. But I still find it odd he keeps getting booked places. That's something that's very different from, I would say, the dance music techno world or the DJ world that I'm in. In the DJ world that I'm in, if you don't sell tickets or you're not a draw, right? You don't get booked again. And sometimes the bookers or the agents or the whatever will say, lose my number. If they book you and they think you can sell a certain amount of tickets and you don't sell them, it's legitimately a career ender. So I don't understand why in comedy, you cannot contribute. Like, let's say they had like 3 comedians on that bill. Brendan's the number one, probably the most popular on there. It's not without reason to assume, if you're a promoter, you book Brendan for a bill on a comedy club because you think he's going to at least contribute to half of the sales. If you can't even sell more than 5, you have to question everything and why you're even booking him. But for some reason in the comedy world, you get more chances than you ever get in the DJ world. DJ world, you have a couple of dud gigs, even if you did nothing wrong, like in terms of your playing was good, it's just that people didn't come out for it or whatever, you don't sell tickets, whatever the reason is. If you don't sell the tickets, you are out of here. It's done for you. But in the comedy scene, it seems to be odd. You can kind of get away with it in a way. It's really strange. Not sure why, but hey, that's what happened. He sold only those amount of tickets. Moving on from that one, let's quickly talk about this one. This is regarding Tony Hinchcliffe. This random lady called, what's her name? Devo Royale has accused Tony Hinchcliffe of some very dicey things. And it's an interesting post, right? Because on her Instagram, she posted it. She posted it like this with a picture of her holding the statement that she typed up. Oh, are the comments gone? She deleted the comments. Huh. What? There's no comments, or did she delete the post? I don't know. Anyway, she posted a picture of herself holding the statement, and then she actually posted the statement itself, if I'm not confused. Yeah. So this is a statement that this lady made regarding. Oh, her name is Devora or Vora. I don't know if do you pronounce the D or you don't. I'm not really sure. It's Vora Kasdan or Devora Kasdan, who is a former guest of Kill Tony, and she says the following. It looks like a Los Angeles Times article, doesn't it? So I'm not too sure if she sent this out to journalists or if this is just the way she writes, but she wrote the following. What you should know about Tony Hinchcliffe, he tried to rape me at a Comedy Store. When I saw that headline, I was a bit like, whoa, because a rumor or the best kept secret amongst comedy fans and people who watch these type of things that I do or other streams or shows in general, the common feeling is that Tony Hinchcliffe is gay. That's what everyone thinks, right? Everyone assumes or has a feeling that Tony Hinchcliffe is gay because of his mannerisms or how he speaks and shit. I don't know, or the way he sits or the way he ties his Air Force Ones. Or I think because of that thing that Rogan does, right? Rogan always says this little story about he's got a friend who's gay and we all know it, but he doesn't want to say it because he's scared or he doesn't want to admit it or something, right? Another thing, I always thought that was strange, that thing that Rogan always does, because even if that person isn't Tony, I'd be a bit annoyed because it invites speculation. He mentioned it from time to time. Oh, I've got a friend who is gay. It's like, bro, like, leave them alone. If they're not ready to come out, they'll, you know, it is what it is. Like, you don't need to keep mentioning it. And you're super famous too. People are only naturally going to speculate who it might be. So I always find that odd. If you're that person that is gay and one of the biggest podcasts in the world is talking about it openly, it's just strange. Anyway, so people assume Tony Hinchcliffe was gay. So if it comes out a story that he raped someone, that's a bit of a curveball, isn't it? If you do think he's gay. It continues. The article says, on July 15, 2020, I escaped an attempted gang rape at the Comedy Store. Sorry to laugh, but it's just getting gang raped in the Comedy Store sounds like a fucking horror show, isn't it? Like, god damn. I went to a small event by myself and I was invited to sit at the table with Tony Hinchcliffe, who's the host of the show Kill Tony. The next thing I knew, I felt like I was drugged and I was surrounded by a group of men. It was terrifying. There wasn't anyone around to help me. I ran out right away and called the cops. So she was in this Comedy Store. She's drinking, having a laugh, talking about comedians. Ah, ha, ha. Do you hear? That guy's a beast. That guy's a beast. Oh, she's a killer. She's amazing. That guy's a killer. That guy's a beast. Right? That kind of conversation they already have. And then suddenly she's getting a little bit loopy. She sees Ron Jeremy and then she runs. I went to a hospital for a few days to detox from I don't know what and to stay safe as I no longer felt safe in my apartment. The show has left LA, but it's still up and running. What? The show has left LA, but it's still up. What's that? Is that a term? The show has left LA, but it's still up and running. So she left, went to hospital and got detox, but she doesn't know what from. Surely if you get detox, they tell you, no? The experience was so traumatic that I left LA and stopped doing comedy for 3 years. I don't, anyway, what's that got to do with Tony though? If you stop doing, I guess because it's a traumatic experience, it made her not want to do stand-up comedy. I reported him to LAPD. The police have not helped since the incident. I feel like if there's, I guess it's a police report you could probably look up in that regard. That makes sense, fair play. I feel like I stay silent on this, then I'm protecting a predator. There are also rumors of him preying on newer female comedians and former female regulars who were on this show. If you are reading this, you probably attended the show and support him. I hope you think otherwise after reading this. He's extremely manipulative and I'm sure he has intimidated many women into silence. There's not much information on this, to be fair. It seems damning, but there's not really much information when you kind of dig into what's actually going on. I don't really know what the... You know, there was alleged gang rape that she ran out, went to hospital, got detox, doesn't know what from, reported to the police, but so you got, there was attempted gang rape in a very big comedy club establishment in LA, and they didn't want to follow through, the police. Why wouldn't they want to follow through something like that? Especially when it's concerning big, high-profile people. Like, why wouldn't anyone want to follow through? And if it's actually legit, why didn't she go to, like, who's that journalist that exposed Brian Callen? She could have easily just gone to that person. I forgot her name. And I'm sure she would have probably taken the story, or somebody would have taken her up in the story and spoke about it. Like, it seems strange that police wouldn't want to talk about it. And also, she doesn't know the details of what, or maybe she's trying to say she got spiked. That's what probably she's trying to say. Maybe she got detox to hospital, and maybe if you get, I don't know, maybe if you get spiked, maybe not all the times they can find out what the spike was when they do the fucking, you know, whatever, the test and shit. Maybe they couldn't find out what the exact thing was, maybe. But it seems a bit dicey, innit? It seems a little bit dicey. I'm not too sure there what's going on. And she got a picture of her standing outside the police station, smiling. I don't know. Printing the statement off and sending it to people. I don't know what that does. Maybe it's evidence that you did it, the statement, and then the thing. And then there's no comments now. Why there's no comments on the post when it says there's comments on there? Did she delete the comments or something? Is that why? Let's refresh the screen. Yeah, it looks like she deleted the comments or she turned off her comments. Maybe she didn't like the response. So that's a bit strange, to be fair. I don't know what that's about. Maybe she wasn't getting a good response from people. But I find the response interesting. But let's see how it goes. Because like I said, everyone thought Tony Hinchcliffe was gay. So if it turns around that he's actually not, and this is how people find out that he raped somebody, that would be fucking crazy, right? Everyone thinks you're gay, but then they find out you're not because you allegedly might rape somebody. Okay, yeah, she turned off her comments on everything, it looks like. She turned off her comments on the last 3 posts. Yeah, her comments have been turned off. So I guess she was getting fucking attacked, I think, right? She must have been getting absolute weapons thrown at her, I'm assuming. Which is why she probably turned off her comments. But yeah, man. Thoughts and feelings with her, if this is the case. Former Kill Tony host, guest or something. I'm sure that's not enjoyable to suffer what she's allegedly been suffering from, and hopefully they get to the bottom of it. But I don't know how to read that one. It seems there's a few holes in that story. But hey, let's see what happens when it kind of gets put out in the light. Someone will address it, maybe they won't. Who knows? The show's in Austin, Zingo. Okay, cool. Oh no, I know the show's in Austin, but she's talking about a situation that happened in the comedy store in LA. That's what she says, no? Or did I read that wrong? Oh, she put another post up. Oh look, she put another post up, just fresh off the fucking thing. She put another post up, fresh off the press. I think it's explaining her comments turned off. Just a reminder, I was a comedian in SF and LA and SD. What's SD? Is that San Diego? For about 3 years from 2017 to 2020. I've gotten up on stage a few times recently. I was never a big deal, but I got booked in every city I went to. I've been on stage at the LA Comedy Store on Potluck twice and Kill Tony twice. The LA La Jolla Comedy Strip multiple times. The Madhouse in San Diego, Flappers in Comedy Club Burbank, and the Ice House in Pasadena. Tommy T's in Pleasant, what's that called? Pleasanton, and many other stages and bar shows. I've also gone up at the American Comedy Club open mic in San Diego. What's this? What? I'm a comedian. I don't need clout. I don't need his name on my page. I have blocked Tony for harassing me and trying to make me take my post down. Oh. Okay, so so I guess the commenters or the people that were giving a pushback on those comments were saying she was doing it for clout. So she's basically saying that she doesn't need clout. She's got a ton of credits or a ton of appearances in places, right? She's gone up in all these illustrious comedy clubs like the Madhouse, Flappers, Ice House, Tommy T's, and American Comedy Club in San Diego. I thought she went to the same college that fucking BGO went to. Was that the the University of Comedy or something? What did you go to? It was some fucking funny name, a college in like San Francisco or something like the American College of Humor or something. I was like, fucking hell, mate. I'm a comedian, I don't need clout. Okay, cool. So she's basically fighting back against the claims that she's on it for the clout, clarifying why she's turning off the comments and saying, hey, I did this on my own. I didn't need their help. I was getting up in good places and stuff. So it sounds like she's doubling down on her accusations, and she's also suggesting down here that Tony Hinchcliffe has got in touch and told her to take that shit down. You're ruining my rep. Everyone thinks I'm gay and here you are telling them I'm straight. I don't know what's going on there, but it seems like a fucking horror show. I'm starting to believe now, more likely than not, even if this isn't true of the whatever, that my overall thought is that I'm starting to believe that there's probably more abusers and more fucking diddlers in comedy than there's not. If you do meet somebody that's decent, that's why people make such a big deal out of someone in comedy who's a good guy, quote unquote, because they don't exist. I bet you that's why everybody has their skeletons. That's why also they don't want to speak about other people when they get caught out, cancelled or whatnot, because they know that, they have done the same, if not worse. That's basically the name of the game. So if you are a woman in the industry, to escape unscathed is almost a miracle. You almost have to. That's probably why those Elijah Schlesingers types have so many Brendan Shaw Pringles on their shoulders. Why they're so kind of quick to fucking snap back and shit, because they've had to put up with some shit, you know, the Amy Schumers of the world, in that regard. They've had to take it, they've had to, you know, endure a lot of bullshit. That's probably why they're so snappy and stuff, and they have, you know, they kind of separate themselves from the regular comedians in terms of hanging out, whatever it may be, because once you make some money, the one thing you want to do, you want to, you know, exist in that space in your own terms. You don't be subjected to this nonsense these guys put you through. So I get it. I really do. So let's see what happens, what transpires. Eager to see what other people say in the industry. They won't say shit, obviously. But yeah, this woman's doubling down and stuff. So, you know, prayers and healing and thoughts to her. Let's see how it transpired. Like I said, the original account seems a little bit dicey and a little bit vague. Maybe it's on purpose because she doesn't want to get sued. But I don't know. It sounds a little bit insane, the story. But let's see what happens and how it plays out. You never know. You never bloody know. Next, let's go back to the Brendan stuff. We've got this post that says, was that filming truck content in the parking lot? He's definitely hated in that building. Oh, who's a camera person, by the way? It's another person. So more Toontown footage is going out, right? Look at this shit. Someone called Coach HP is filming some content with him. What's this? I should just put it on full screen. Let's see this. Can't you live in LA? Can't you go to some location somewhere? Can't you go somewhere? Can't you, like, I don't know, Hidden Hills, some parking lot, some park, some field? Like, isn't there places you can go to LA where you can film like good car content? Surely those windy roads in LA, there'll be quite good places to film like drone footage of your car or something. Like, why is he so lazy and he just does everything in the parking lot of his podcast studio? And it's not even a nice parking lot. It's like a regular, you know, parking lot of an industrial building somewhere. It's not even that, you know, whatever. Like, come on, bro. Imagination. Footage. The guy filming this shitty footage in the parking lot with an SLR with headphones on to monitors. Like, come on, man. Do yourself a favor, bro. Who cares? We're going to see this content on a new Toontown show very soon. He's got the overkill badge on the side, 1,000 horsepower. It's okay.
About Toontown, man, talk to me. Come on. What is Toontown? I decided to take this standard 4 and 5 horsepower Hellcat engine, and we're getting nutsos with it. It's over 1,000 horsepower right now, but we're not stopping there. We're adding more stuff, more craziness. So it's just the whole journey, man. And then after that's the Lightning, 204 Lightning. Having issues with it.
This guy hates his family, innit? He fucking hates his family. Why can't you just go home to your kids, bro? Why you can't spend that money on, I don't know, more baseball lessons for your kid? Or maybe take your wife on a nice vacation somewhere. Isn't she pregnant? Why can't they be saving the money for like a cot and a nursery? Maybe some nice stuff for the kid that's about to come. Like, why is he doing this? Like, really? Like, this is kind of sad, bro. Like, really, spend some time at home, especially when the gigs are kind of drying up and stuff. Like, why are you doing this to yourself and your family? Like, why? Why?
But it'll be all right. It's not.
But yeah, I guess, hey, we're going to see that content soon in a Toontown episode. It looks fucking terrible to me, personally. But maybe I'm in the wrong. Maybe I'm in a minority. Maybe it's fucking good content. Everyone's going to be happy to see it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what fucking happens. Moving on from that one. Let's got this one. We got, what's this one called? This clip is called Pride Month. Let's see what this says. What's this one? It's called Pride Month. Let's see what this clip is saying.
I'm feminine around these 805 boys.
Right?
I'm a pussy.
Right?
Me.
I'm just a whole...
I can fuck you whenever I want.
And I get a guy
in a thong, and he's on his elbow in a thong, and
Charge your stupid soy boy car up and get the road.
well, what if I want to get into the truck, Jack?
Yeah, jump in the back of the bed and get that mouth ready for the boys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, thank you.
Life would be so much easier if I was just gay as shit.
Who enjoys this podcast, unironically? Who enjoys this?
The whole trend on Instagram, I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jan. Actually, Brian looks better with the mustache. That's the actual funny bit about it. Brian copied Brendan and Brendan copied Taylor Lewin. But Brian actually looks better in the mustache than Brendan does.
But of guys doing jumping jacks or whatever it is
to show off their winners?
in shorts, very loose shorts with half a chubby.
Oh yeah, my algorithm doesn't show me that because I'm not gay.
Okay, here's the problem.
I'm not gay no more.
Like such a molester.
Yeah. Yeah, I got that going for me.
Dig juice, addies, baddies. Dig juice, addies, baddies. Everyone keeps thinking this lady's gonna get approached or touched or in some way, but I don't think so. I think this lady is very long in the tooth in the industry. She's looking for a come up. She's got her head screwed on right. She's quote unquote Hollywood street smart, Hollyweird street smart. And I think the moment she gets a bit of traction, the moment the show helps her take her career somewhere, she's gone. She's going to be out of there in a flash. She's going to use the show how it should be used for, get her name out there, get her followers up. And then the moment it kind of goes for her, she's out of there. She's there for a lick. She's there for an opportunity. She's there to kind of get to the next level. But I also don't think she's dumb and young enough and naive enough to be easily suckered in by these guys. So I doubt it. But if it was to happen, I think it's more likely that Brian would do it than Brendan. I think Brendan, as redacted as he is, he's been quite smart in not touching the talent or not touching the co-workers. He didn't do anything with Kat. He didn't try to slide into, I think her name's MJ. I said MJ. He didn't try to approach MJ. Because I think even MJ, when she left, I think somebody DM'd her or something on the Fire and the Kids subreddit, and she said something like, she has nothing but good things to say about Brian. He's a sweetheart, blah, blah, blah. But she didn't like SCHAUB, right? So he didn't really resonate well with MJ. And he didn't do anything with, what's her name? Special K. Special K, the original first sort of woman behind the scenes there. Nothing happened with Brendan and Special K. So, but obviously Brian was always kind of a bit flirty with her. I think Brian's more likely to try a thing with this new woman than Brendan, but I also don't think she would put herself in that position. I think she's too experienced for that.
At night, we'd fuck each other.
Honestly, man, that joke, bro. Honestly, Brendan SCHAUB, why would you put that in a comedy special? At night we'd fuck each other, you know. Let's continue here. We've got another one. This is no way to talk to an Eskimo brother. Last warning. Let's see what this is about. Is this a Dana White clip?
Yeah. Remember when he made hoes disappear at his concert and they'd show up on an island? Remember he got sued for that?
Copperfield?
Yeah.
Copperfield is getting it in?
No, this is real. Bring it up, Nick. This is real. He did it to
Hold on. Was that the Yasiel Pugi guy? Why are they watching that video on there? Isn't that his? Is this like a? Is this a thingamajiggy? Is this somebody made it, or did they actually watch this video? Who tricked them to watch this? They're watching an old clip of the Mexican leaving the club with. Oh my God, bro.
Remember when he made hoes disappear at his concert and they'd show up on an island?
That can't be real.
Remember he got sued for that?
Copperfield?
Yeah.
Copperfield is getting it in?
No, this is real. Bring it up, Nick. This is real. He did it to did to Cowan's ex-wife.
Oh, she just showed up.
He was like, yeah. Because he was like, yeah, abracadabra, and they wake up with a dick in your mouth.
Oh, wow, dude. I will make hoes disappear. This show, I will be making hoes disappear.
I don't think Chris could say that, really. Given his allegations, You should probably stay away from that.
This guy that was an actor and his girlfriend's ex was
Just a week.
and the guy would bring it up like he thought it was cool.
You know,
Just a week.
my wife.
Jesus Christ, bro. He's a bit of a smoke show as well, isn't it? You can get why Brendan doesn't like black guys. No? You can get why he doesn't like black guys. They blocked him from getting his career in the NFL, and then one of them, you know, looks like that. And he's a bit of a stud athlete. And he seems to be somebody that everybody kind of likes.
My wife boned him, man.
Yeah.
Yo,
Guy puts on a great show.
That was me. Bro, I went to go see his show
Yeah,
recently.
me too.
Hey, man.
Did they really get that clip up of him? Is that really true? Or is that just a fake clip? Were they watching this on the screen? No way they're watching this, right? No way. Were they actually watching this on the screen? Bringing up the whole Callan's ex-wife was fucked to avoid the pig who used to fuck Brendan's wife. Exactly. Is he saying that he legitimately thinks magicians can tell about people? Immediately making up an absolutely fake story about David Copperfield apparently being actually a magistrate teleporting Brian's wife to an island to rape her to distract from the conversation. So that actually was a real clip. Wow. Dodgers. Let me actually see that video. I want to see that video. Dodgers, Yasiel Puig. I got a Rolls Royce and a hot chick. Let's see that video. I actually want to see that video actually. Dodgers. Yes, see. Hot. Was that? Is it hot chick? Let's see. Yeah, I want to see this clip. Let's see this one. It's from TMZ, so hopefully don't take me down. It's from 2 years ago. Oh, it happened a while ago. They must have only uploaded it now, right? Oh my God, bro. Oh no, wrong one. Wrong clip. Wrong clip. Bear with me a second as I get this loaded. If you're still here in the stream chat, please make sure you're liking the stream if you're enjoying what you see. Like the stream if you enjoy what you see. If you don't, of course don't like the stream. No problem. Let's see if we can get this loaded.
Hey, Puig, do switch hitters ever make you uncomfortable?
Oh, that's before she got the dumper done, isn't it? Right? The dumper is not as gigantic as it is now and crazy. This is before the dumper.
Make you uncomfortable?
Let's go! Stay on the sidewalk!
Yeah, chill.
It shouldn't matter, but you know it doesn't matter to Brendan. You know it definitely gets under his skin. It doesn't matter who your partner used to smash before. The fact that you're with them now and she's got 2 kids and shit, about to have 3, that should be enough. Do you know what I mean? She chose you in the end, or you're with her in the end. You know? It doesn't really matter really, but you know it affects Brendan. You know it does get to him because he's got that much of a fragile ego. I'm sure this pisses him off, especially because he's got, me personally, I think he's got something against black people. Like, definitely. Maybe it's a history of him not making it in the NFL and feeling like, you know, other black athletes that are more athletic than him got more chances. Or maybe it's because of being bullied or something. But he's definitely got something against black people. My personal opinion. Well, who doesn't, Jared Miller? Exactly.
Hey, Puig, you got quite the escort, man.
You got quite the escort? As in the people that are around him? Or escort as in the Mexican? Because that's crazy if you meant the Mexican.
Yeah, right.
Oh, is that Bentley too? So she's been used to the high. This probably makes sense why Brendan has to do what he has to do to keep the lifestyle going. His wife has been used to the high life for a long time, innit? That's a rock. Ooh, fucking no. White one's
país.
That what kind of? That's my level of Spanish.
¿Te gusta Castro? No.
¿Te gusta Castro? No. ¿Dónde eres? McDonald's.
Nice ride, Puig. Nice ride.
He didn't even open the. He didn't even open the door for her, man. He just let her stand there, open the door herself.
¿Te gusta su coche?
Yo quiero pussy.
Mucho chicas para puig. Uno, chica. Famoso
Oh, that flash trick is to stop people taking pictures. Right?
baseball. Juega. El corre muy rápido. Puedes jugar. Chao, puig.
Fucking hell. Off to get an absolute drillage, innit? Off to get an absolute drillage. They are definitely not gonna go study grammar or something, innit? Right? She's gonna get an absolute drillage. Oh shit. Ah, bless Brendan, man. Bless him, man. Bless him. Bless him, bless him, bless him, bless him. Not much to say about that. Bless the guy, man. That's deep. That's a tough one. That's a tough one to swallow. Oof. She probably swallowed a lot as well. Hey! Anyway, last one. I guess Bill Burr won't be on a show anytime soon. Okay, cool. This is an interesting one because it seems like Brendan's trying to get edgier to make content, to make viral clips and stuff. But it's also a weird tactic because, you know, Bill Burr will destroy him, innit? It's like, what are you doing? So I guess they're commentating on Bill Burr's wife, Nia, the lovely, lovely Nia, the legend that is Nia, giving Trump the bird, all right? Double finger salute. Not that big of a deal. It is what it is. Get over it. You know, she did it. It is what it is. Fun little moment. Keep it moving. But I guess Brendan is using the opportunity to flex on how much of an alpha male he is, because he would never let his wife do that, right? But again, his wife is barely there. Similar to that with Riley and Yuri, right? Yuri's girlfriend Riley. Brendan's wife is barely there, you know, and she doesn't seem like the smartest cookie ever. So most likely she probably wouldn't even recognize Trump if she saw him, and if she did, she'll probably compliment his hair or something, you know what I mean? She'd have no idea of how to react in the real occasion if that happened. So I don't really think there's any danger of that. And they don't leave their house anyway, so, you know, no problem there. But let's play Brendan's response.
Yeah, he's all gangster now.
got to him.
Did you guys see Bill Burr's wife flick off Trump?
Yeah. I did.
We would get home if that was my wife. We get home, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Yes, you're gonna flip the camera off.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, are
That's a
you
good point.
Eminem?
His level of humor is so odd, isn't it? Even when he's trying to roast and get edgy, it's just so shit. Oh, you Eminem, is that the best you can come up with, bro? Really?
You're saying
I did for a while. I played him. In the
I
music
know,
video.
but
yeah, not anymore.
Not now, right?
Yeah.
If my wife was like, I'm like, all right, well, I
I
can't
don't
bring
know,
you out
man.
anymore.
Sometimes
He's like, oh, this is the guy I don't like. I don't like his politics. I don't like what he's about. Yeah.
But to do it behind his back?
Yeah, well, I mean,
well,
if you're gonna do it,
as a woman, though.
if you're gonna do it,
what are you supposed to do?
Behind his back.
he's walking.
What are you supposed to do? Walk up to him and tap him on the shoulder.
Exactly.
Hey, fuck you. I mean,
you can do it as he, or because he passed her.
You're saying it was a coward's middle finger.
Fuck yeah, it's some bitch shit. Either
I don't know.
guy,
I don't
girl,
care.
it's weak as fuck.
I-
Yeah, it's some bitch shit.
You're calling Bill Burr's wife a bitch. Interesting tactic. Interesting approach to content over everything, innit? Fucking hell, Brendan, man. When Rogan says he needs a handler, this is what he's talking about. When Joe Rogan said Brendan Schaub needs a handler, that was the perfect way to describe him. He does need a handler. Because what are you doing? Because that's the thing. In a weird way, he's not really talking about Nia. In a weird way, he's basically trying to say he likes Trump. But Brendan's such a pussy and has no moral conviction, has no spine, has no anything really. He's afraid to actually say he likes Trump or that he's Republican. He doesn't want to say it. So he tries to say it in like these like dog whistly ways, with his new haircut, with the mustache, trying to pretend like he's into country music, driving the pickup trucks, and obviously latching onto the story of Nia flicking off, you know, Trump, which is obviously a bit late now. It's a bit old of a story, but he tries to speak about it because in a way it's like him trying to say, I like Trump. Instead of just coming out and saying you like Trump, which is no issue, but he's so scared, like he kind of wants to be cancelled, but he doesn't really want to be cancelled because he knows he couldn't survive a Brian Callen cancelling. He couldn't survive it. He probably doesn't have the fans to do so, and he's not well liked enough. He definitely couldn't survive the Crystalia cancelling, but he wants to be cancelled because he likes the media attention it gets you, right? Because when you get cancelled, it brings you into regular media, mainstream media, news cycles and shit. So he loves that, but he doesn't really want to go through the scrutiny or the uncertainty it brings to your future. And obviously he's got, again, we already see it, he's got a wife with expensive taste. She's been used to that level of a lifestyle for a long time. He's got kids in private school. He's got a lot to lose, but he obviously still wants to put out his hot take, but he's too scared to actually say what he actually means. So you get these kind of lily-livered, limp, kind of like, you know, non-committal kind of stances that don't really say much, you know, really strange. But calling Bill Burr's wife a bitch, bitch is it's a bit strong. And I love how Ryan Long set him up there, right? So you're saying yes, he didn't want to get involved because, you know, come on, bro.
Right. Well,
I don't know, man. Sometimes
like, oh, this is a guy I don't like. I don't like his politics. I don't like what he's about. Yeah.
But to do it behind his back?
Yeah, well, I mean,
well,
if you're gonna do it,
it's a woman. Though.
If you're gonna do it,
what are you supposed to do?
Behind his back.
He's walking.
What are you supposed to do? Walk up to him and tap him on the shoulder? Hey, fuck you. I mean,
you can do it as he, or because he passed her.
You're saying it was a coward's middle finger?
Fuck yeah, it's some bitch shit. Either
I don't
guy,
know. I don't
girl,
care.
it's weak as fuck.
Fuck
yeah, that's some bitch shit.
I wonder if they've had an interaction before. I wonder if this is coming from a place. I wonder if Brendan and the lovely Nia have had like a bit of a tete-a-tete behind the scenes, which is why he's going so hard on this, because it's such a non-topic. You can either rib on it because Nia looked funny because she's that kind of bending way of doing that. You can rib on it. You can maybe even kind of rib on the fact that Burr had to suffer people trying to cancel him because his wife did something naughty at a live show. You can, but you can't, it's not nothing to really get that riled up about, really, unless you're like you're in that conservative grift thing, right? Because a lot of people were like, oh, Bill Burr is a beta male, he's not in charge of his household, she wears the pants, drawing green lines on their pictures and shit. If you're really in that kind of right-wing grift, I get it, but it's not nothing to get that really annoyed about. So I wonder if there's actually some history between Brendan and Nia. Maybe, you never know. Maybe Brendan asked Nia for a trug walk, she told him to kick rocks. Maybe, who knows? But yeah, it's an odd response from him. Really, really strange response. Maybe there's something there. I'm not too sure what's there, but maybe there is something there that made him want to do that. But yeah. Oh, let's play this before I leave. This is a good one. Grandma never met him. Have you guys seen this? Brendan's applying decals, right? Or fucking, you know, basically a sticker to his car. But yeah, he's wearing mechanic gloves. He's wearing workman gloves when he's doing it. So this is his caption. This is the caption. It says, I read to put my application into the boys at Donut Media. I'm red. It should be I'm ready to put my application into, but it's still, it should be maybe I'm ready to put my application in to the boys over. It's like into the boys, like whatever. The grammar's all over the place. But it's funny that he's wearing gloves when he's taking off this fucking label on his truck and putting a new one. Just watch this. I'm not gonna play the music because I think the music's copyrighted. Yeah, let's take off the music. Look at this. He's taking off the decals on the thing, right? And he puts on gloves. Watch. Just watch this, please. He puts on gloves. He acted like as if he's getting underneath the truck to change fucking, you know, he's taking out the engine. He's fucking, you know, fixing the axle or something, changing the exhaust. Like, why are you wearing gloves, bro? You don't need gloves to take that shit off. Like, surely after all those years of BJJ and stuff and fighting, your hand should be callous. Should have calluses that you should be okay to lift up this little label on the car. Come on, bro. He's lifting it up there, and then of course he shows the camera. Oh, look what I did, using the gloves with the spray. Honestly, man, why is this content you put up on fucking like? Honestly, this is basic shit you should be doing without even putting up on content. I don't know. I love how he took off the thing, but didn't show you when he glued it. You know, it just turned up glue. Like his ability to not make content, the lack of storytelling or storyboarding on his thing is funny. You went through that entire process of showing us how you took off the other sticker thing on your thing, right? And you wanted it blacked out, and then you don't show us when you glue how you lined up and glued it. It just you took off some of the excess the glue that was left over, and then suddenly the next slide, the thing is on. There's no lining it up, no nothing. It's just you see it straight away at that. Honestly, bro, one of some of the worst bits of content you're ever gonna see in it, ever in a million years. It really is diabolical, diabolical. We did that. We did this. Oh yeah, let's play this one. This was a good one. Bappa explains to Elon Musk how to run his truck business. This is from I think the previous episode, right? Let's see what he says here. What is it with also? I've seen this phenomenon online. What is it with people who are legitimate redacts? Why do they have such joy or such glee in their voice when they want to point out and call out Elon Musk? I know he's annoying. I know he's kind of got under people's skin lately, and he's, you know, he's done some unpleasant things as of late, which have maybe soiled his reputation. But it seems like redacts love like pointing out Elon's faux pas or shortcomings. I don't know what it is. I think of somebody like a Wings of Redemption, for example. Wings of Redemption loves to talk about Elon Musk, like, oh, how he doesn't know this, how EVs aren't that great, how this is that. It's like, okay, we get it, but you're like a literal buffoon compared to him. I wonder why like redacts love to talk about Elon in this way. It's really strange. But anyway, let's play.
I didn't get to that point in the pod.
Oh, yeah.
He's still talking about the fight with Zuckerberg.
He says he's
you gotta
still
drop
down
it.
to do it.
No. Elon, work on the trucks. The production of those trucks is not going great. Work on that, dude. Work on that and sardine pizza.
Honestly, I love it. I love it. Like the guy that is like handed everything on a silver platter has found the way to fuck up every single you know opportunity he's been given in a world record time in world class fashion. Is now telling one of the smartest men in the world, or somebody a super accomplished, just not smartest men, forget the smartest thing, somebody way more accomplished than him, how to run his business. Like and also like the little tidbit there of like the manufacturing for the Cybertruck, as if like that's a little signal to let people know that you know your shit. It's like everybody knows the Cybertruck is delayed, everybody, and their mum knows it's delayed. You know what I mean? You don't know any special information because you're letting that little bit slide in there. That's really funny. But yeah,
quit fucking around with Mark. I didn't get to that point in the pod.
Oh, yeah.
He's still talking about the fight with Zuckerberg.
He says he's
you gotta
still
drop
down
it.
to do it.
No. Elon, work on the trucks. The production of those trucks is not going great. Work on that, dude. Work on that and sardine pizza. Quit fucking around with Mark. I didn't get to that.
okay, fair play. He doesn't think he should talk to him about anything. Okie dokie. And then I think that's it, really. I think I've done everything. I've done it all. Have anything I missed here? No. Okay, Turkey Tomping I'll do another time. So, it's been a big one. It's been a good one. Hopefully you've enjoyed it, my friends. I'm gonna have to love you and leave you all. Thank you for tuning in. It's been fucking a blockbuster. Thank you for tuning in. 4 hours of all this nonsense. I appreciate all of you. If you've enjoyed the stream, you like what you've seen and heard, please make sure you like it down below. Please like the stream. That'd be greatly appreciated. For those of you in the stream chat, please do. I'm updating the podcast audio side of things, so watching out for this to come out on the audio side of things coming up very, very soon. Thank you for tuning in. Throughout the week, I'll be putting up the Patreon reaction. So if you want to join and watch my Patreon reactions to some of the comedy specials on there, I'll be putting them on Patreon, not because I want to put them on paywall, but because last time I tried to do a live special reaction on my channel, I nearly got my entire channel taken from me. So I'm not going to run that risk again. So I'm going to go and put them all behind the Patreon paywall. But again, it's only $1 to start off with in tiers, so not that much. So if you want to see my reaction to the Matt Rife, the Malik B, order Whitney Cummings and other stand-up specials, check out my Patreon, patreon.com/Agostino, link in the description. It's only $1 per month to join, and you'll see those dropping throughout the week, so definitely join on there. The Crystalia one's already up there. If you missed that one on my channel, you should see it on there if you want to watch it, and a few others coming. But for now, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate every single one of you. I really do. Big up to Stream Chat. Big up Jared Mallorik for tuning in and being around here. Big up Crash. Big up Hasia. Big up Watcher. Big up Teju. I see you there in the Stream Chat also. Big up MMA Johnny. I see you. Pre-ban for Loca. I see you. Alejandro. Gian, I see you. Super Jello. Big up NJ Ranger who was here. Who else is here? Big up all of you. Big up Demented. Big up everybody here. Too many names to mention, really. Garcia Life Vlogs, I see you also. Alejandro, I see you. I mentioned before. Robert Henry Poet, who was here before. Big up all of you for joining in. Appreciate you. And yeah, I'll see you all again very, very soon. Thank you for tuning in, people. And love and light. Love and fucking light.